place in the world. So are you relevant? And the other thing I like is that I think we all have to believe in the reset. Are we doing this upgrade? Are we upgrading every 1 month?
Y me están cobrando 0,5 de comisión, quiere decir que
and
yo
do
de
we
entrada
really
tengo que
act? I mean,
entregar
that's, so we have to be
$2.5
relevant, we have to
solamente
act,
por abrir
we have to
el
have
negocio.
discipline, we
A
have to
partir
believe
de
in the
ahí,
best people,
todo lo que esa compra
and we
se
have to care about
valorice
society.
va a estar
These are things that these are the elements that I really depend on
vamos a
to
hacer el
manage my
ejemplo de que
business.
compramos
Okay, but
acá.
what does it mean being relevant? Because
¿Qué más
in
necesitamos
more
de lo que
traditional
vimos en la
times, you could, ask a customer what they wanted, and you're saying, okay, I'm relevant. But now the change of pace is so fast.
Well, relevant is that, are you watching social media daily? What's going on with your customer? And what's going on with your business? There's no more I'll do a research and I'll wait 30 days. How alert are you? And how alert about how your customer feel, or alert what's going on to the industry, what's going on with politics, what's going on with the economy, what's going on in new tools of management, how fast can you go? So I think, are you awake?
What do you need to be awake for more? Is it for your clients, or is it politics, or is it how your business interests are going?
Well, it's about my customer, number one, my people, number two, the society, what's going on in politics, what might happen to interest rate. You almost have to have all that construction risk in my business, what's going on in technology, what's going on in digital. You almost have to be alert of all this but number one, number people. And then you have to make sure that you share with them this environment, and are they fit in this environment?
So what does that mean? What do you see your role? Are you putting the fire under your manager's feet to kind of keep them going, or do you micromanage?
I don't think I micromanage, but it's a situation where I do have to go and micromanage, and I think that's we should be able to go down in case we want to. And remember, I came from my mom's kitchen. I used to work in my mom's kitchen when we were all 13 kids living in one room. So I know how to do that. So I can pull back and be the chairman of the organization. But if there is a need to move in, I can comfortably move in. But I have reasonably good, qualified people with me. But I really think that I'm the target creator. I'm the guy who does the monthly performance reviews. I'm the guy who pushes the limits. I want people to work hard, because I think we as human beings, our productivity is still low.
I mean, you spend a lot of time in property because that's where you came from. That was the first company. But what excites you the most in all the others that you're doing? So hospitality, retail, e-commerce.
I would say e-commerce excites me a lot, because when I look at how the digital world is changing our lives, I come back to my real estate business and I say, maybe this office is null and void. Maybe this is all not required anymore. But also, if you look at the digital guys and you see how fast they work, or the process they use, or the age of people in these offices. Therefore, I really believe that the younger generation are running the world, and they run it extremely well. So much learning on the digital side of the e-commerce. But I think my investment in MEVP, which is a private equity firm that specializes only in digital and technology in the Middle East with almost 80 ventures, that's amazing learning about what's going on in the Middle East as well, and the industry that about to come.
Do you focus a lot on diversity for your companies? Is that important?
Yes, very important. Very important. And I think it's happening naturally. We don't even have to do it anymore. It's just naturally. That's how.
So do you have metrics?
We have metrics. We have KPIs for that. But as I said, it's so nice that it's really embodied in the organization. It's happening automatically, and I like that.
Do you think it'll increase with time, or are you going to see more female workers?
Well, the female workers are really taking charge. I mean, if you look at the people who run my organization, most of our organization, I would say most of our organization, our food boys have to have more of that. But look at our government. Highest percentage of senior people in government anywhere in the world.
Mohammed Alabar, thank you so much for joining us. He is, of course, the chairman and founder of MR Properties.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vamos a colocar 600. ¿Qué lotaje le vamos a dar? Vamos a dar un lotaje de $5. ¿Correcto? Coloco 0,5. Ya que más adelante les explico la parte de calcular el porcentaje, el apalancamiento. Entonces, ¿qué sucede? Tengo esta compra en la acción de Facebook o quiero hacer una compra en la acción de Facebook. Si el precio, recordemos, llega hasta acá, vamos a salir con la entrada perdedora. ¿Sí? Si el precio sigue subiendo, vamos a comenzar. Entonces, así funciona el simulador. ¿Okay? Vamos a darle y vamos de paso viendo cómo se va formando esa vela. Le voy a ir aumentando la velocidad. Y vamos a esperar que la vela termine. Bueno, terminó la vela, vamos a hacer la compra. Aquí está. Si se dan cuenta, el stop loss me quedó un poquito muy por encima porque hice la compra cuando la vela había terminado y estaba un poco por encima. Pero por eso no hay problema. Simplemente damos modificar y bajamos aquí a donde queremos. En estos momentos vamos a ver cuánto estamos. Bueno, hay una pérdida de menos 6 pips, ¿ok? Por lo tanto, si ese lote cuesta $5, ese apalancamiento cuesta $5, estaremos perdiendo ¿cuánto? $30, 6%, ¿correcto? Entonces vamos a continuar. Ya aquí había modificado el más quiere decir que no me quedó en 70 pips, un poco más alto, porque la entrada miren que terminó siendo acá.
Good morning. Welcome to WMBoT Markets, the European Open. I'm Anna Edwards in London alongside Matt Miller in Berlin.
Good morning, Anna. Today, markets say focus hard on the positives, from unrest in America to a Brexit impasse and a stimulus delay here in Germany. Nothing looks set to topple this rally in stocks. Futures gain ahead of the cash trade after huge gains yesterday. Just an hour away, let's get your top headlines for you today. The grand reopening. Italy removes most restrictions on life after months of coronavirus lockdown. International visitors will not be subject to quarantine. European futures gain across the board despite a delay in Merkel stimulus plans here in Berlin. Lufthansa commits to a deep restructuring plan after seeing a first quarter net loss of more than $2 billion. Plus, thousands defy curfews in the United States, but clashes with police are limited. The Pentagon sends active duty army units into D.C., calling it a planning measure. They are just under an hour away from the cash trade here in Europe, and any of those negative headlines, as we said, don't look set to deter this rally. We're looking at big gains in futures. DAX futures up 1.5% after the German equity index put up a gain of more than 430 points yesterday. So powering above 12,000, looking set to open very risk on again today. You can see FTSE futures are up more than 1%. U.S. futures are gaining as well. Dow Jones futures are up more than 0.5% right now. You can see S&P futures up just about 0.5%, as are Nasdaq futures. Anna?
We'll get to the latest moves in the Asian session, which also look quite bullish, Matt, in just a moment. I just want to get to some breaking news here in Europe. This is Wizz Air, low-cost airline, of course, very topical sector right now. Their full-year numbers dropping in line with estimates. And, of course, analysts will be trying to detangle what happened in the month of March as opposed to all of the rest of it. But leaving the numbers aside, Wizz Air, which has been focusing actually on expansion at this time, they do give a bit of an update in terms, well, they say they're not in a position to give guidance on net profit. They also say they don't see any positive development on ASK, so available seat kilometres, that's a measure of capacity, or on profit margins. So that's interesting to talk to the CEO about. Longer term, the company says it's expected that the workforce will be increased. So plenty of interesting conversation topics then. That and the bailout of Lufthansa, of course, one of the big rivals. We will talk to the CEO of Wizz Air. That's coming up a little bit later on this programme. In fact, just in minutes' time. Matt, you mentioned some of the futures pictures have been quite rosy, and actually we see on the GMM that the picture in Asia has been pretty rosy overnight. Stocks in Asia up by 1.5%. The South Korean market doing well. So just as we in Europe have a lot of optimism and expectation and hope perhaps built into a German stimulus package, in Asia they've been hearing about the South Korean. They've been hearing about the South Korean stimulus package, and so that has been pushing the South Korean KOSPI, I can tell you in case you can't see it on the screen, up by more than 3%. We also have quite a lot of dollar weakness and oil strength.
¿Se puede ganar cuánto? Yo veo que muchos cursos enseñan el 1 a 1.
Yeah, the UK nat gas contract right now 24%. Very interesting stuff there, especially considering the glut in the nat gas market and that it is headed for at the end of the summer. Let's take a look at the Bloomberg First Word News right now. Here today's top stories from the terminal. Unrest continued across the United States overnight, and President Donald Trump has come under harsh criticism for his response to the demonstrations. He's also not getting the backing of local governors over his offer to send in the military to prevent looting. Thousands of citizens ignored curfews last night, and marches continued, as well as arrests. Here in Germany, Angela Merkel failed to broker a deal on stimulus yesterday. That delays plans to spend as much as 100 billion euros to reboot Europe's biggest economy. After 9 hours of talks, the ruling coalition couldn't reach a deal, but the parties are going to reconvene for more talks today, and markets look optimistic that they're going to come through. The latest round of Brexit talks are set to end Friday without a breakthrough. And Bloomberg has learned the EU is now pinning its hopes, I should say, on a dramatic intervention by the Prime Minister. Boris Johnson is set to speak with EU leaders Ursula von der Leyen and Charles Michel later this month. He's likely to be told the bloc can offer possible concessions if the UK does the same. Global News 24 hours a day, on air, and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
Nosotros podemos colocar un take
so global equity markets are continuing their upward surge this morning through the Asian session and in Europe and US futures. Europe is focusing on the reopening story, of course, with life in Italy free from most restrictions as of today. We'll get some detail on that story a little bit later on in the program. That's even as Germany's much anticipated stimulus plan faces a delay, and Brexit negotiations is an impasse, and there's plenty to be nervous about if you wanted to be. Bloomberg's emerging market strategist Simon Flint is with us and can take us through some of this market conversation. Simon, it seems that we are pushing higher. Some people saying this rally is very unloved, but that doesn't stop it from moving on, from rolling upwards. A lot of expectation, it seems, about the reopening story, and also a lot of expectation on fiscal stimulus, whether that's in South Korea in the emerging markets space that you focus on, or in Germany. Are we expecting too much from these fiscal actors, or is all that excitement well placed?
I think it's a little bit overdone overall, but the market disagrees. Certainly in Asia today, people have been getting excited about the fact that Italy is reopening, various states in the United States also reopening, Chicago, I think, today, right? And people were able to put the postponement of the stimulus out of their minds because most people think that both sides in the debate, both the EU and Social Democrats, want to get something done, so people were not overly concerned. Thirdly and finally, we had a phenomenally good high-shipping services number from China, way above expectations.
Does it merit, though, the kind of gains that we've seen today, Simon? I mean, or that we've seen, yesterday into today, the DAX up 430 points, and today futures are up another 1.5%. I mean, this is a mega rally for, an extra 100 billion euros on stimulus that already totals 1.2 trillion. That's just for this country, but that's kind of like what it looks like around the world.
Yeah, and I admit to being surprised at how strong the rally has been. But in answer to your question, I suppose people find that reopening of the various economies has proven premature because we get a significant second wave of COVID infection And even if that doesn't
bueno, continuamos con lo que respecta al ciclo del precio.
Get people social distancing, then maybe this the market pause for concern. Another area where markets might get concerned is US-China relations. A lot of simmering tension there with respect to Hong Kong. Even this week, some important events. June 4th anniversary comes tomorrow. I would expect that to heat up over the next few weeks. But for the time being, the markets don't care about these things.
All right, Simon, thanks very much. Simon Flint here, Bloomberg Emerging Markets Strategist out of Singapore. Thanks very much for work from Simon and really from the MLive team. Just type MLIV go on your Bloomberg terminal. Up next, Wizz Air isn't optimistic about its profit margin. We'll bring you an exclusive interview with the airline's CEO, Joseph Arati. This is Bloomberg.
¿Sí? Donde no está dirigido hacia una dirección en particular, va a estar bastante errático y a esto se le conoce como rango. ¿Sí? Tenemos entonces acá, cuando veamos que el precio no tiene una dirección tendencial, sea alcista o bajista, lo consideramos como un rango. ¿Okay? ¿Qué sucede en este rango? El precio en este rango, al no tener dirección, está haciendo algo, sí, está cumpliendo una parte del ciclo. ¿Qué parte del ciclo va a estar cumpliendo? Depende. Si luego de que esa zona lateral el precio sale y continúa bajando, va a ser un rango de ¿qué? De continuación de la tendencia que venía anteriormente, es decir, la tendencia bajista. Sin embargo, si se cumple la parte del ciclo, ¿okay? La tendencia va a cambiar, es decir, este rango va a romper hacia arriba. Una vez rompa hacia arriba, ¿okay? Va a iniciar lo que es una tendencia alcista. El ciclo se ha movido, es decir, ahora estamos en una tendencia alcista. Esa es la parte del ciclo en la que estaríamos ahora. Obviamente, como dije anteriormente, el precio, así como no puede caer por siempre, tampoco va a subir por siempre. Por lo tanto, va a llegar un periodo de tiempo en que esta tendencia alcista va a acabar y va a volver el precio a lateralizarse. ¿Okay? Entonces, como dije anteriormente, si el precio rompe hacia arriba, ¿sí? Sería un rango de continuación, pero si rompe hacia abajo, el ciclo cambia. ¿Okay? Es decir, se vuelve a comenzar nuevamente. Es decir, esta tendencia bajista viene seguida de un rango. ¿Okay? Entonces, rango es rango. Sin embargo, se le dan algunos nombres para identificarlo. Vamos a hacer lo siguiente. En la MetaTrader tenemos esta opción que es la del texto. Y aquí por medio de esta podemos escribir. Entonces simplemente le damos texto. Aquí podemos colocar tendencia.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. We are over 45 minutes away from the start of cash equity trading, but looking at some pretty decent gains after the strong rally we saw yesterday. Gains in futures after rally in cash yesterday, and really this equity rally rolls around the world. Now, Wizz Air reported earnings this morning, full year revenue matched expectations, but the airline does not expect an improvement in its profit margin going ahead. Obviously hit hard as all airlines have been by this lockdown. We're joined now by the CEO of Wizz Air, Joseph Arati, in an exclusive interview. Joseph, before we get to everything that's happening with your competitors and whether or not this is a level playing field you're on, tell me about the specific Wizz Air earnings story here and what your outlook is as lockdowns lift.
Pero como en este caso rompió al alza, entonces
we reported record earnings with record revenue, so we are actually very pleased with the results that we are bringing to the market today. Obviously today we are in a totally different position, totally different situation given the COVID-19 impact on the industry. So it's hard to predict what exactly to expect from the current year. I think we are very much down to government discretions, how various restrictions are imposed on the industry, on people's movement, and depending on that, we will see how we can go through this year. But our understanding of the market is that actually people have the desire to travel. They want to fly, and they've got enough of having been locked down for 2 to 3 months. So we are doing all sorts of demand sensing, and that suggests that actually people want to move.
Se llama distribución solo.
Good morning to you, Joseph. Last time we spoke to you, we talked about expansion plans. You've certainly been talking to our colleagues about that, around new bases and around new routes, which might surprise many people. But today you talk about how you don't see a positive development in terms of capacity. Can you give us any guidance as to what capacity will do this year then?
Sencillo, pero altamente poderoso que todo trader debe conocer.
What I can tell you is that we have a desperate quarter we are in. So this is the April-June quarter. We're going to be flying around 15% of our total capacity. We hope to do significantly better in the following quarter. We sense that there is a turning point now in Europe. June might be the month that many of the countries will start easing restrictions significantly. So we are expecting a much better quarter, so roughly 50-60% of the capacity we are planning on flying, and depending on how life moves on, we would expect to ramp up to around 80% in the second half of our financial year. Now this is all subject to government restrictions, I have to emphasize.
But I mean, when you look at, for example, other markets that have opened up, Joseph, I saw charts today of China that I think substantiated kind of your forecast, looking at a rebound to 80-85% of previous activity. Is that what you expect for the rebound here in Europe as well?
Yes, absolutely. This is what I would be expecting. I mean, again, people want to go, people want to fly. I think there is demand there, and that demand can be further stimulated by low fares, and I think we have the perfect business model to do so. But we need to see the government restrictions going away in order to be able to fly people. But definitely, I think the industry will recover. But different players in the industry will recover differently. We are a low-cost, very efficient point-to-point business. We recover much quicker than the hub and spoke carriers who are much relying on long-haul travel. I think long-haul will have some time to go before it gets back to normal.
Joseph, do you think you'd be able to take some market share if your government gave you 9 billion euros?
Donde los toros y los osos compiten. Los toros, ¿quiénes son? Los traders que tienen perspectiva
would be lovely, but that's not the reality. We are very self-sufficient from a liquidity standpoint. We are not down to the government bailouts. We think that under any circumstances, we can manage ourselves through the situation. Our liquidity is so strong that we can be around even 2 years from now without flying a single flight or carrying a single passenger. So we feel strong about our position and our ability to take advantage of market consolidation. As a matter of fact, we have already made a number of announcements to open new bases in Milan, in Larnaca, in Lviv, Ukraine, and Tirana, Albania, and we are seeing many more opportunities coming. I mean, many airports are approaching us, begging for growth capacity, and we are one of the very few airlines who actually can deliver that.
No sé si han escuchado algún programa de volumen.
Do you see opportunity in Germany, in particular, around some of Lufthansa's landing slots?
Volumen bastante sencillo, ¿cierto?
I think we need to better understand that opportunity, but put things into perspective. Lufthansa is giving up 2% of their capacity, and the European Commission wants to create a level playing field by having Lufthansa owning 98% of the morning slots against a new competitor owning 2%. So what kind of a level playing field is that? And we also need to take note of the airport costs in Germany. We would only be interested in doing something in Germany if it's the right opportunity, it's a scalable opportunity, and at the same time we get it at the right cost.
Donde conocen.
Did you come into this business expecting it to be a level playing field? I mean, has the airline industry been a level playing field in your experience? And do you think European regulators really want to make it that?
¿Por qué? Porque esto es un mercado lleno de trampas. Está diseñado para que las personas pierdan. No es casualidad.
I think we had better times in that regard. It feels like the industry is moving backwards 10, 15 years now. The governments are back in the game again as owning equities in airlines. that's not great, because the government should be the regulator and not the equity holder in the industry. I'm not sure we can avoid that, given the magnitude of the issue and the actions taken by governments. No, you're right. I mean, it's never been really a level playing field, but it gets distorted in a big way this time around.
Hay que conocer la naturaleza del negocio. Si esto
Joseph, give us some insights into your latest thinking on how flying will look when it gets back on its feet versus how it used to look in the past. I mean, will there be empty seats, compulsory masks, air corridors set up between governments to avoid quarantines? And what's going to be the big change for you in terms of how you operate?
Van a colocar la mayor cantidad de trampas posibles. ¿Para qué? Para que las personas...
I mean, clearly we see that people are concerned, although they have the desire, but I think some people will have to be convinced that flying is very safe. And as a matter of fact, flying is very safe. We don't have a single case globally that would suggest that anyone would have been infected aboard of an aircraft. So that's the starting point. Nevertheless, I think we need to adopt our health and safety protocol to the current realities. We're seeing that in the foreseeable future, people will have to wear masks when they travel. They have to use hand sanitizers. We are eliminating almost every single touch point inside the aircraft, so we have redesigned our processes to enable people to pay by credit card, and we eliminated in-flight medicines, etc., to minimize the risk here. So it will be a change in terms of protocol, but I don't think this is fundamentally undermining people's desire to fly.
Are you going to be able to lock in some future gains with the prices of oil where they are, where they have been? Does that help your business?
As a matter of fact, we are overhedged, and this morning we are reporting some ineffective hedges, so we hedge more than what we can consume and what we can fly. So at the moment we are not over excited about hedge opportunities, and to be honest, once demand for oil goes back to normal, prices will move up. So I don't think that this is a structural opportunity for the industry.
Quiere decir que si nuestra contracción mide 30 pips aproximadamente, puede medir
thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Really interesting to speak to you this morning, Joseph Ferranti, the CEO of the local airline Wizz Air. Coming up on the program, defying the curfew, thousands of US protesters take to the streets for an 8th night of protest. We're live from the US with the latest news play there.
Seguimos con la tendencia de velocidad normal. ¿Por qué velocidad normal? Porque la contracción tiene un margen mayor en cuanto a lo que es la expansión. Sin embargo, no va tan rápido, pero tampoco va tan lento. Entonces, desglosando las tendencias, toda tendencia ya sabemos que tiene impulsos y sus descansos o expansiones y contracciones, como le queramos decir, ¿cierto? Entonces, la particularidad de la tendencia normal es simplemente alrededor de un 50%. Volvemos a colocar el ejemplo. Si tiene un impulso o una expansión de 100 pips, la contracción 750 pips aproximadamente está dentro de la velocidad normal, y así sucesivamente. Y para terminar, la tendencia lenta, como su nombre lo indica, obviamente es una tendencia que va a demorar mucho más en llegar a un take profit, ¿cierto? Sin embargo, tendencia es tendencia. ¿Cuál es la particularidad? 70% de la contracción aproximadamente. ¿Sí? Cabe resaltar que para las tendencias lentas son aquellas que forman los tan famosos canales. Si eres una persona que tiene experiencia ya con el trading, a lo mejor has visto canales, y si te das cuenta es como un rango inclinado, ¿no? También se le conoce como rango dinámico. Quiere decir que una vez esto rompa, puede comenzar una tendencia, ¿ok? Entonces, tan sencillo como eso. Ahora, ¿qué sucede con las velocidades? Las velocidades en cuanto a las tendencias no siempre van a ser las mismas, quiere decir que se pueden intercalar. Muchas veces vas a encontrar velocidades rápidas, ¿sí? Es decir, varios impulsos alcistas o contracciones pequeñas, y tienes una velocidad rápida de libro, como la que te estoy mostrando ahora, pero cabe resaltar que en el mercado real muchas veces puedes encontrar una tendencia normal, aparentemente, y luego hace una expansión bastante fuerte luego seguido de una contracción bastante débil y luego va a hacer esto.
Welcome back to Lunar Markets. This is the European Open as futures rise once again today ahead of the Open. Let's take a look at some of the events that are going to be happening over the next few days. First off, Google's parent company, Alphabet, holds its annual general meeting later today. Investors are going to vote on the CEO, Sundar Pichai's proposed pay of about $250 million. Hong Kong's annual vigil commemorating the 1989 Tiananmen Square massacre in Beijing will now be held online tomorrow. Remember, it had been canceled in the flesh, so it's going to happen in a binary code kind of way. That's after police banned the gathering for the first time in 30 years. The move could lead to more protests, of course, online and
vamos a seguir con la parte de los
Also tomorrow, the ECB updates its official projections for growth and inflation, setting the scene for more policy action. The central bank is widely expected to boost its emergency stimulus package. And on Friday, we get the non-farm payrolls report for May. The numbers are expected to be better than April's 20.5 million job loss figure, but still expected to be incredibly high. We're looking at an estimate right now for 8 million job losses the month. Now let's get the latest from the U.S. Protests over the death of unarmed black man George Floyd at the hands of police are continuing for an 8th consecutive night. The mostly peaceful marches have been taking place despite curfews in cities around the country. The Pentagon, meanwhile, says about 1,600 troops have been moved to the Washington, D.C. area, but officials earlier distanced themselves from President Trump's warning that he could use active duty military forces to clamp down. No governors accepted that invitation. Let's get the latest from New York and our reporter Anne-Marie Horder. So Anne-Marie, bring us up to date on the situation.
Good morning, Matt. Well, as you say, we have a number of curfews around the United States
ya
and also as well
identificados
in New York
los
City,
rangos
as actually being extended through
Vamos a tener que
June
ir
8th that
desglosando
morning, and that's
los
when
tipos de
the New York City
tendencias
set to
y los tipos
reopen.
de rangos.
Largely
Eso
the
lo vamos a ver
protest
en el
has been a lot more
siguiente módulo. Sin
peaceful.
embargo,
The
para
curfews have
las
been put in
personas
place
nuevas
due to
de
looting and
trading,
vandalism,
quiero explicar
and
lo
at
que es
least
la parte
personally from what I'm seeing in New York, yesterday evening,
Entonces
we
vamos a
saw,
colocar este ejemplo.
prior evening for
Digamos que
Monday,
tenemos
there was definitely a
la
lot more of
tendencia
that looting.
alcista
We
acá.
saw New Yorkers
Luego,
woke up to a lot
hagan de
of
cuenta
glass
que
on
se
the street.
identifica
So today you saw
un
stores really start to board
rango
up their
de
storefronts
distribución,
if
ya
they
que
weren't
se
already.
rompe así
Store
hacia
after
abajo
store after store.
y
All you're really
comienza el
seeing
precio.
is plywood
Entonces, ¿qué
down
se puede
Madison
hacer?
Avenue, down
Se puede
Fifth
meter una
Avenue.
venta acá y
In
vamos a
DC,
hacer
as you
es
mentioned
decir,
there,
si estamos
one
en
of the
compra aquí,
things
hicimos
is that the
dinero y
Pentagon
luego
is
se
moving
cancelan las
active
compras
duty
con la
Army
ganancia,
units to the
viene
National
una buena
Capital region.
rentabilidad
A
y
lot of
luego
this is to guard some
podemos
of the National
irnos en la
Monuments. We're seeing a
siguiente
lot of
tendencia
pictures
en
coming
venta
from
para
the likes of
ganar.
the Lincoln
¿Cómo
Memorial
ganamos
and just this
vendiendo?
active
De la
duty
siguiente
military.
manera.
So that's a different kind of presence that we're
cualquier
feeling
otro
here in New
negocio.
York.
Es decir, la
But
naturaleza
largely,
de todo negocio
these
es
curfews did
compra,
not stop peaceful
compra
protests
barato,
from taking
vende
place.
caro. ¿Sí? Comprar a precio de huevo, vender caro.
Anne-Marie, thanks very much.
Sino
Anne-Marie
que
Horder in New
en el
York with
trading
the
nos da la
latest
oportunidad de
developments
hacer
in those
lo
protests
contrario con respecto
overnight.
a la venta. Vamos a
Let's tell you what's
vender
coming up on the
caro para
programme. Chancellor
luego
Angela Merkel
comprar
failed to
barato.
broker a
¿Cómo
deal
así? Vamos a
yesterday
poner
at
un
least
ejemplo.
on a stimulus
Digamos que ustedes
package,
son
delaying plans
especuladores
to spend as much as 100 billion euros to invigorate Germany's
bienes
faltering
raíces,
economy.
¿okay?
Failing
Y
yesterday
tienen un
perhaps, but
amigo
could there
que
be
les quiere
success
vender
in the offing?
un
Will that
apartamento.
stimulus plan? We'll talk more about what's
¿Qué
going
van a
on in
hacer
Germany
ustedes?
and
Ustedes son
elsewhere on
especuladores
stimulus.
y
This
digamos
is
que
Bloomberg.
tienen una buena información de que los apartamentos en la zona específica del amigo van a bajar de precio. Sin embargo, lo que vamos a hacer es tomar prestado ese apartamento. Vamos a decirle a nuestro amigo, por favor, préstenos el apartamento, quiero vivirlo una semana, 2 semanas para ver si me gusta y si me gusta, hacemos el negocio y te lo compro. Tu amigo accede, te da las llaves y lo que vas a hacer tú es, con ese apartamento prestado, ¿cierto? Vas a buscar un comprador. ¿Por qué precio lo vas a vender? Por el precio que tu amigo te está pidiendo. ¿Ok? Digamos que ese comprador que te conseguiste compra el apartamento, sin embargo, tú sabes que el precio va a bajar, o tienes una alta probabilidad de que el precio baje. ¿Qué va a suceder? Digamos que tu amigo te va a decir, ok, te gustó el apartamento, le vas a decir, me gustó, te lo quiero comprar. Sin embargo, no te puedo pagar lo que me estás pidiendo, porque el precio de los inmuebles en esta zona va a bajar. Le puedes mostrar una nota del periódico, tu amigo va a tener que acceder porque entiende que si te lo vende ahora, lo está vendiendo caro, ¿okay? Al precio que te estaba dando. Entonces tú vas a obtener una rebaja, sin embargo, ya tú vendiste ese apartamento a la otra persona que te dio el valor que tu amigo te estaba pidiendo. Por ende, tú entras a comprarle a tu amigo a un precio más barato con el dinero que te dio el otro comprador, ¿sí? Es decir, tomaste ese apartamento prestado, lo vendiste caro y ahora se lo compras al verdadero dueño más barato. En el trading es igual, solamente que es mucho más fácil porque simplemente dan un clic. Acá, digamos que esto es un par de divisas, el australiano neozelandés, pero hagamos de cuenta que es una acción, la acción de Coca-Cola, ¿sí? Si nosotros estamos viendo en nuestro análisis que el precio va a tener una tendencia bajista, nosotros vamos a colocar una venta o una venta en corto, ¿ok? Quiere decir que vamos a tomar acciones de Coca-Cola prestadas a un precio alto y luego cuando el precio empiece a bajar, dependiendo de dónde queramos terminar la operación, vamos a comprarlas a un precio más barato. Nos vamos a ganar entonces la valorización o la devaluación en este caso. Acá es como si estuviéramos comprando aquí y vendiendo acá. Espero haber sido claro con este ejemplo para que entiendan que se puede aprovechar tanto la tendencia alcista como la tendencia bajista. Por ende se puede hacer mucho dinero en el trading, ¿ok? Es aprovechar los momentos del ciclo. Todo está en el timing, todo está en saber en qué parte del ciclo estoy, ¿cierto? Y si estoy en tendencia bajista, a vender. Si estoy en tendencia alcista, a comprar, ¿ok? Listo. Bueno, entonces ahora vamos a ir a la parte de, bueno, antes de eso miren una tendencia otra vez distribución, ¿sí? Y comienza la
Welcome back to the European Open, 30 minutes away from the start of cash equity trading. Let's talk about what's going on here in Berlin. Chancellor Angela Merkel didn't finish her stimulus package yesterday, so now they're going to continue to talk about today, spending another 100 billion euros to reinvigorate Germany's faltering economy. The ruling coalition of her Christian Democrats and the Social Democrats didn't reach an agreement after 9 hours of talks yesterday. Sources told Bloomberg the parties plan to reconvene today, and pretty much everyone is optimistic they're going to get it done. You can tell that because the DAX rallied 430 points yesterday, and futures are up 1.5% this morning. We're joined now by Peter Fitzgerald, CIO for multi-asset and macro at Aviva Investors. And Peter, you know, this, as I said, this rally has been really impressive. Investors counting on Merkel to deliver. Is there a little bit of FOMO going on here? I mean, are people trying to get into this rally as they see it just continue nonstop?
I think
simplemente para identificar un rango necesitamos 3 puntos.
Particularly in Europe,
de esos 3 puntos,
despite the fact that
una
this
trinidad,
didn't get
tiene que
through
haber
yesterday,
2 puntos con precisión,
you are seeing both Germany
y de esos 2
and
puntos con
France
precisión,
on the same page for the first time in quite a while with regard to the European Union
entre estos
and
2
European
puntos con
development.
precisión,
And
el punto
therefore,
más alto, ¿okay?
I think
Quiere
this is on
decir
the
que
positive side of expectations
punto A,
relative to where we were a number of months ago. But I do agree with you that markets have probably gone a little bit ahead of themselves in terms of the reopening of economies and the reignition, if you like,
¿Cómo lo
of
podemos
some of the
medir? Es
activity that's
bastante fácil.
expected.
Utilizamos, por ejemplo, la línea
Peter, good
horizontal.
morning. And it's interesting to think about how these talks might have gone if Britain had
Si se
still
dan
been
cuenta, la precisión es
a
exacta.
full member of the European Union rather than in this sort of transition limbo right now. You've made the point that Brexit maybe made the deal easier to get through, even if we haven't seen the end of that conversation just yet. In terms of the Brexit story, what should we watch for on the timeline? Because we have this deadline at the end of June, but the UK government has said many times it won't extend. In which case, where are the pinch points going to be? Is this really going to go to
No, que es que yo estoy en
New
tendencia
Year's Eve
alcista.
2020?
Bueno, este rango puede ser de continuación y luego romper hacia arriba, por supuesto. Pero una vez estén esos 3 puntos con precisión, se está en rango y hay que esperar a ver qué es lo que va a hacer. ¿Okay?
what a lot of people underappreciate is the ability for the EU to come together in times of crisis. And ultimately, it is a political agenda rather than a purely economic one that determines its success and how it moves forward. In terms of Brexit, I think people should be very concerned. And the reason I say that is in the midst of what I think most people recognize, well, maybe not all market participants, is probably one of the worst recessions in modern history, where you see GDP fall in double-digit figures. If you're a hardcore Brexiteer, you've got a perfect distraction to get your hard Brexit through. And not only that, what's another couple of percent off GDP given the crisis that we're actually seeing? So I think the risks of a no deal Brexit are probably higher now than they have been at any point in this process.
Yeah, we heard that. We heard this as well from another Peter yesterday. Ambassador Westmacott was telling us that similarly that British motivations to get a hard Brexit through now, at least those who are for that, they're ready to double down because of the coronavirus pandemic. What about the EU side, Peter? Do you think there's any reason for the EU side to really press for a deal? I mean, they've got their own coronavirus concerns. And it just seems less like it might be less important to keep the UK as a fantastic trading partner right now.
Son
I think most
herramientas de la metodología 4 que no están actualmente ¿sí? en la parte visible. Entonces simplemente lo que tenemos que hacer es la que querramos pasar a la parte visible, le vamos a dar doble clic. Ya yo tengo el rectángulo, pero por ejemplo, si queremos pasar el triángulo, simplemente darle doble clic y el triángulo miren que hace parte de la parte derecha y ya me apareció acá. ¿Okay? Luego le damos cerrar y lo tenemos. Una vez tenemos el rectángulo, este rectángulo va a tener distintos colores. Simplemente vamos a hacer esto. ¿Okay? Ya pues viene por defecto acá en color rojo. Si le queremos cambiar el color es doble clic, se activan los nodos. ¿Okay? Con estos nodos de las esquinas, el rango lo podemos, o el rectángulo lo vamos a poder expandir o contraer, ¿cierto? Y con este nodo del centro lo podemos mover.
So we talked, Peter, about a number of negatives there around, headwinds around Brexit and the potential positives of stimulus as well in Europe. Do you think that global equities are right to carry on regardless of the social unrest in the United States, instead focusing on the possibility of stimulus and the reopening story? We saw some very strong services PMI data coming through from China, which maybe helps people to see a future for services in Europe that looks something like it used to.
Rango de distribución.
I think
a partir de toda esta zona ya podemos colocar nuestra venta. Vamos a colocar una venta acá por efectos de simulación, a ver si nos lo deja hacer.
However, the right markets are looking at the positive side of pretty much all news flow today. And yes, while activity may be increasing month on month, and some of the numbers that one is seeing are very high, when something falls 90% and then it actually increases 400%, you're still down 50% from a leverage point. So I think one needs to take a step back and think about what will activity look like in 6 months and in 12 months' time. And it's quite interesting to see how almost no market participants today seem to be worried about COVID anymore and the potential for not only a second wave, but in many parts of the world, the first wave is not yet even been complete. And for activity levels to increase, you need to not only avoid a second lockdown, but I would argue that if COVID actually starts to make their reappearance, you don't necessarily need second lockdowns for people's behavior to actually moderate, to have an impact on economic growth. So I think there are certain parts of the market where one can look at and there is potentially some value. But the rally that we've seen at the moment is definitely taking a very positive outlook in terms of the V-shaped recovery and a pretty
Pero entonces para efectos didácticos miren que acá ya tenemos, espero que se pueda ver 154 pips, es decir, $154 y así podemos
Up next, any takers? The European Stability Mechanism, ESM, launched its pandemic fund last month, but so far no member states have applied to use those funds. We will speak to the ESM
ya tenemos acá 216 pips, el precio obviamente no va a bajar en línea recta, aunque está bajando. ¿En qué velocidad es esto? Esto es una velocidad rápida, ¿cierto? Miren que expande fuerte y la contracción es débil y tiene una expansión fuerte acá. Vamos a ver qué tal es la contracción. La contracción acá no está siendo tan débil, por lo tanto aquí se puede intercalar la tendencia rápida con la tendencia lenta. ¿Okay? Vamos a ir viendo a ver qué sigue haciendo el precio. Sí, obviamente va a ser una tendencia. Bueno, miren, ya es una tendencia prácticamente lenta, o incluso sí, todavía no se ha hecho rango. Otro ejemplo, si colocamos un nivel acá, ¿sí?, y no llega a tener precisión, digamos que esto hubiera llegado acá, teníamos un rango, ¿ok? 1, 2, 3. Voy a colocarlo un poquito mejor acá, ¿ok? Este sería un rango para compra en caso de que rango hacia abajo. El ejemplo acá fue de distribución. Una acumulación, entonces obviamente los dos puntos que se tienen que ver es punto 1, punto 3 y el punto más bajo entre estos dos puntos con precisión, ¿vale? Pero igual vamos a seguir haciendo la simulación. Hasta el momento tenemos esa tendencia bajista. Acá ya podemos tomar beneficios, pero simplemente vamos a esperar a ver qué sigue haciendo. Que el precio sigue bajando, no es rango todavía, pero ya es una tendencia lenta, ¿sí? Es decir, se combina una tendencia rápida con una tendencia lenta. A ver si le puedo aumentar un poquito la velocidad aquí a esa. Bueno, miren, ahí continúa la tendencia sin desesperarse, con mucha paciencia. La clave del trading es la paciencia y la disciplina. Mucha paciencia, pero la paciencia recompensa. Una vez, es decir, el trabajo de un trader es hacer el análisis, ejecutar tu orden de compra o de venta, y luego el mercado va a trabajar. Es como prender
Welcome back to
un
Bloomberg
avión,
Markets.
encender
This
un
is the
avión,
European Open.
despegar
Just
y
about
luego
20
colocar
minutes
el
to
piloto
go until the
automático.
start of cash
Obviamente, el
equity
piloto
trading,
tiene que
and
estar
we're
pendiente
looking
por
at
si
some
tiene que
big
hacer alguna
gains
maniobra,
in futures. Let's take
pero
a
en
look at
condiciones
the big
normales
headlines
el
we've
piloto
got in our
automático de
first
ese
word
avión
news
puede
this
funcionar. En
morning
el
from
trading
the
es
Bloomberg
incluso más
terminal.
fácil, ya
Unrest
se están dando
continues
cuenta.
across the
Miren acá,
U.S.
y pues
overnight.
obviamente el
President Donald
precio
Trump
sigue
has come under
dando
harsh
frutos,
criticism
ya
for his
tiene
response to the
318
demonstrations.
pips.
He's also not getting the backing of
Vamos a
local
ver hasta dónde
governors
llega esta
over his
tendencia.
offer to
Vamos a
send
aumentarle
in
un
the
poco la velocidad
military
aquí
to
a
prevent
esta.
looting. Thousands of citizens ignored curfews last night as marches and arrests
339,
continue.
324.
The president says the Republican Party has been forced to seek a new city for its national convention. It had been planned as Charlotte, North Carolina, but the president wants to move due to the coronavirus restrictions put in place by the state's governor. Trump didn't definitively say that the GOP was pulling out of Charlotte and didn't say which other cities were under
Se puede cerrar
consideration.
ya. Si ustedes tienen una muy
Brent
buena
crude
ganancia.
has topped $40 a barrel for the first
Ahora,
time since
otra
March.
cosa para
It's on
efectos
signs that OPEC and its allies
una
are
vez hay
close
una
to
ganancia
agreeing
bastante
a short
interesante,
extension
ustedes
of their
pueden cubrirse y
historic
hacer lo que se
output
conoce como
cuts.
trailing.
Bloomberg has
En
learned
el trailing lo que
Russia
van a
and
hacer es
several other
modificar
members
el
are in
stock.
favor of extending the curbs
Entonces,
by 1 month.
en el
Saudi
simulador lo
Arabia
único que
is
es
in
que se
favor
coloca
of 1 to 3
modificar,
month
y este stop
extensions.
loss
Global news
lo
24
pueden
hours a
bajar
day on air and at
a la
quick
zona
take
donde
by
se hicieron
Bloomberg,
la compra.
powered
Bueno,
by more than
ahí no me dejó porque
2,700
tocó el take
journalists and
profit,
analysts in more than
pero más o menos se dieron cuenta
120
cómo fue,
countries.
¿cierto? Quiere decir que si el take profit era de 500 pips,
Matt, last month, the European
precio
Stability
llegó,
Mechanism, the
tocó el take
ESM,
profit
announced
a
a
$1,
fund to help
que es lo que
countries
estaba
through the
el
COVID-19 crisis.
¿cierto?
Any member state
La
can
ganancia
seek
fue de
support to cover the
$500.
cost, the substantial
Es decir,
costs related to the
estaba
health
dispuesto a
aspects
perder
of the pandemic. But so
$78
far, no
para
countries
ganar 500.
have applied to use these
Nada
funds.
despreciable,
Let's speak now
muy,
to
muy
Kalin
interesante.
Anevyansa, the CFO
Así
of
funciona
the European Stability Mechanism. Kalin,
luego
great
sí.
to have you with
Se
us.
dieron cuenta
So
que es
Klaus
muy fácil,
Regling, the
simplemente
ESM
tenemos que ver
president,
esa
has said
precisión
that it's
exacta
much cheaper for
entre el
countries to
punto A,
borrow
B y C,
via the ESM than the open market.
identificar el
You yourself, in a blog
rompimiento y
post,
luego
I think, have said
colocar
that
nuestra
the
venta.
credit lines are open and attractive,
vendemos
and yet
caro,
nobody's asking for the
compramos
money. Why
barato.
do you think that
¿Okay?
is?
$500,
Well, good morning, and
vendimos
thank
algo
you
caro
for
acá y
having
luego
me.
lo compramos acá y
Well, we are
esa
faced by
devaluación
a
no
tragic
la
human
ganamos
crisis,
nosotros.
right? With
Miren que
large
incluso el
financial and
precio
economic
sigue
impact.
bajando.
And
Ahora,
it
si
will
me
be the
dicen,
biggest
José, pero el
crisis
precio
many of
sigue
us have
bajando, ¿por qué
experienced.
no colocar
it's logical
un take
that
profit
countries
más
are now
abajo.
assessing what to do and how to
Esto es
respond to it. I think what
un mercado con el
Klaus,
cual tú
our
juegas,
president or managing director,
es
indeed
un
said,
negocio de
is that it
probabilidad.
is cheaper and more
Por lo
attractive
tanto,
for countries to finance
no lo
themselves
podemos
through the
controlar
ESM.
100%.
But
Eso es
none of these countries
el
have
gran
lost
sueño de
market
todo
access.
trader, pero
So what we have
hay
done
que
is
entender que no
created
se
a
puede.
package of
No, pero es que
540
a mí me
billion,
cuesta porque yo soy una
ESG,
persona muy
European Commission,
controladora.
and ESM.
Haz
We
de cuenta
present
que tú eres
240 billion
Messi
of that, and countries can borrow up to
y
2%
Messi
of
sabe que
GDP for direct
por
and
más bueno
indirect
que
costs.
sea,
That
todos
package
los
has
tiros
to
al
be
arco
ready the
no van a
1st
ser
of
gol.
June.
Él
So
no
this
se
is the
puede
first
frustrar.
week that
A ti no te
countries
interesa
can
controlar
start
cuántos pips
assessing
van a hacer y
which of the
sacarle hasta el
different
último
tools
pipo.
and instruments
Y lo
they
que te
want to
interesa
use,
es sacarle una
and we are
buena
there
tajada al
to help
mercado
them
y hacer
if they
dinero.
need us.
Tan sencillo como eso. El
So are
ego
you
en el
and other
trading
leaders of the
no
ESM
es
in
inconveniente.
talks with
Como
leaders
dicen
of the
por ahí,
countries
es
that
mejor
need money?
engordar la
I mean,
cuenta
if
que
they could
engordar
be
el ego.
saving,
No se trata de
what,
operar bonito,
millions,
ni
hundreds of
utilizar
millions, even billions
metodologías
of
complejas o
euros by using the
difíciles,
ESM
teniendo
instead of
mil
seeking
variables.
alternative
No,
routes?
una variable
Do you
tan
try
fácil
and
y tan
convince
sencilla
them to
como
do
esto
that?
va a hacerte ganar
Well,
mucho
we are
dinero.
there as
No
an
solamente
insurance
eso, sino que
mechanism
se
for those
repiten en el
countries.
tiempo porque es
Those
cíclico.
countries have market
Este
access,
ejemplo
so
lo
they
vas
can
a ver
finance themselves through the market,
siempre,
which
todos los días,
is
en
easy
todas
for
las
them.
temporalidades.
However, if
Una vez
they
ya tú asimilas eso,
face strains or
adquieres
But isn't that
difficulties to
more
go to the
expensive
market,
for them,
they
la
Callan?
can.
cuenta real y empiezas a
Isn't
hacer
that more
dinero.
expensive?
Una vez empiezas a hacer más dinero
Isn't
del
it
que
more
generalmente
expensive for
ingresas
them
en
to
un
go to the
trabajo que
market?
tengas o en otro negocio, puedes dedicarte
The
al
ESM
trading.
is
Obviamente, ¿con qué?
cheaper to go to the
Administrando,
market for
¿cierto?
roughly
Pero miren que
11
acá,
countries. However, it
prácticamente
is not
desde la zona de
our
venta
intention
hasta
to
acá,
push
está
our
dando
instrument to
900
them.
pips.
They can assess the
Espectacular.
ESM credit
Listo.
line, they can use it
No hay
if they
problema.
need to,
Acá ya
but
le sacamos una
already
tajada de
having the
500
credit line
dólares.
available
Perfecto, lo
makes
pagamos
it
así.
easier for them to
Entonces vamos
access
a
market, and
dedicarnos
it can
ahora a
also
explicar
take
los
away some of the pressure on
rompimientos
their sovereign
de rango
curves
para que podamos
because this
entender la
pandemic line
estructura.
is available. But what is important is that there is a backstop for them. There is a backstop for
Bueno,
sovereigns, which
entonces
is
vamos a
us, there is a
continuar con
backstop
los
for
tipos de
SMEs, which is
rompimientos
the
de rango.
EIB, and there
En
is a
este caso ya les
backstop for
traigo no una
unemployment,
simulación,
which is
sino las
through the
fotos
European
para
Commission.
explicarlo de una mejor
And there are, of
forma
course,
y
the
luego a medida
advantages
que
of
vayamos
going through some
simulando,
of these
se van a
European
ir
instruments for
presentando los
countries.
escenarios. Entonces, aquí tenemos otro
Right.
rango de distribución. Como les
Interesting
dije,
that you think
lo
it
van a
has a
ver
use, even if it's
hasta en
not
la sopa,
actually tapped.
¿sí?
You,
Y
you've
cuando no hay
referenced that it
rango, hay
has life
secuencia. Incluso se
conditionality and
repiten
low
más que
fees
los rangos,
attached
pero
to
la
it,
secuencia
Callan.
la vemos más adelante.
Could the conditionality be
Entonces,
reduced further if that was
se dan
found to
cuenta que
be a
esto es un
stumbling
ejemplo
block
muy,
that
muy
some
parecido
member states didn't like?
a lo que simulamos anteriormente
The
con
only
el libra dólar.
conditionality that is
Sí,
attached to
par
our
es
instrument is that
el
it has to be used for
australiano
direct and indirect
neozelandés,
costs.
¿sí?
And all
Entonces, ¿qué
countries
sucede?
are made available.
Ya tenemos
So all countries,
identificados
all 19 countries
el
of the
punto A,
Eurozone can use it,
el punto B
and they can tap it up to 2% of
y el
GDP.
punto C.
They will need to show
¿Cierto?
that the costs are used
Necesitamos
for
esos
medical and
tres
healthcare
puntos con
expenses,
buena
and
precisión.
they
Y
need
tenemos.
to provide details on
Una
how
vez
much
tenemos ese
percent of
rango,
GDP that
¿qué
is
va a
and how many
pasar?
billions they will
Tenemos que
spend on
esperar
direct
que
and indirect
el
costs. But
rompimiento
as
de
of
ese
that
rango.
moment, the money can be drawn and can
¿Cómo
be
esperar ese rompimiento del
applied
rango?
for up to
Necesitamos que se
2022.
rompa por una vela de cuerpo. ¿Se acuerdan que les
What do you
comentaba que
think
la vela de
of,
fuerza
the ESM,
favorita,
you write, has
porque
shown its
es
ability to
aquella que
adapt to the
tiene mayor
crisis.
volumen? Y
What do you
cuando se
think of the
combina ese volumen con la
ESM
estructura,
and
la
the
fiabilidad
social
aumenta
bond
de sobremanera. ¿Qué
principles
quiere
that you
decir?
write about in
Si
your
se dan
blog?
cuenta, espero que se vea,
So what's interesting
aquí
about the pandemic crisis
hay una
support
mecha.
is that it is very
Quiere decir
targeted
que aquí hubo
to
un intento de
healthcare and medical
rompimiento,
expenses.
pero fue
And what we have seen over
falso
the last
y se
weeks
devolvió.
is that
¿sí?
there is
Pero
a
estaba el
growth
primer
in
intento, no hay ningún
issuances
problema.
related to social
Si
bonds.
ustedes ven mecha
We at ESM
y se
have
rompió
started
el rango,
exploring this
pueden
and
decirme,
actually
bueno, se
are
rompió el
putting a
rango.
framework in place
Lo
to
rompió y se
issue
devolvió.
social bonds
Esto
in
yo no lo
cash
considero como
the
un rompimiento.
pandemic crisis
¿okay? Yo quiero ver el cuerpo de la
requested.
vela por
So if
fuera del
there
rango.
is a request and if
¿Dónde
it is
estaría?
drawn, we will be
Estaría
financing this by social bonds.
Estaría en esta zona. ¿sí? Podemos tomar en
What
este
do you
caso
think the difference has been
esta vela
when
de
we've
aquí,
seen the
así como esta vela de
recovery
acá, o
fund
incluso
announced
esta
by
vela de acá?
Angela Merkel
Oportunidades es
and
lo que
Emmanuel
tenemos para
Macron and
hacer
pushed through by the European
¿ok?
Commission?
Entonces,
Has
ya tú
that
tienes el
meant, and that
rompimiento,
there are
ya
grants
sabes
available there, of course. Has that meant that we've seen lower demand for ESM credit lines as a result of these alternative grants being possibly available? I know that's not agreed yet.
Tienen velocidades en su rompimiento.
The proposal of Macron and Merkel is a very good one. It was followed by the European Commission proposal, which is also very good. But it will take time for those to be put in place. They will be in place by 2021 at the earliest. But the advantages of the DSM pandemic crisis report is that it is available as of today. So countries can apply for them as of today and can have significant cost savings if they do so. Again, they don't need to use it. No one has lost market access, but it is reassuring that this line is available. And as you correctly said, for some countries it can have savings up to 6 billion over 10 years' time.
El mismo ejemplo, la misma estructura.
All right, Callan, thanks so much for joining us. Callan Anaf-Jansa, the CFO of the European Stability Mechanism, talking to us about the benefits of the credit lines they could extend, but the fact that really no one's reaching out for them right now. Minutes away from the open. Up next, we're going to get your stocks to watch, including TUI. The travel company has reached a deal with Boeing over its troubled 737 MAX. We'll talk about that next. This is Bloomberg.
Aquí tenemos otro ejemplo, pero de velocidad rápida. Miren acá, ven acá, rompe y se va. Esta sí es una velocidad rápida, bastante rápida, ¿sí? Más rápida que el ejemplo anterior, porque el ejemplo anterior tenía una pequeña contracción. Esta prácticamente rompe y chao, ¿ok? Espectacular. Listo, vamos a continuar. Aquí es donde está el ejemplo que les quería mostrar. El rompimiento de velocidad normal, es decir, es el segundo tipo de rompimiento. Entonces tenemos un rompimiento rápido y un rompimiento de velocidad normal. Vuelve y juega. Tenemos nuestro rango, ¿sí? Aquí donde estarían los puntos. Aquí juega, por ejemplo, está el punto A, el punto B y el punto C. Sin embargo, miren que hay más toques, es decir, hay más precisión. Aquí hay más puntos dentro de esto. Cuando pase eso, no te preocupes, simplemente escoge los 3 puntos que se necesiten y luego que esos 3 puntos se te hayan roto con una vela de cuerpo, estás listo, ¿ok? Es decir, no hay que enfocarse demasiado en el tecnicismo. Cuando es rango, el ojo lo va a identificar como una zona lateral. El truco está en que encuentres los puntos exactos. Si tienes más de 3 puntos exactos, perfecto, no hay ningún problema. Pero ahí está tu rango. Una vez lo identificas, trazas tu nivel o tu rectángulo y vas a esperar que ese precio te rompa. Entonces, ¿qué sucede? Aquí rompe. Bueno, listo. Pero resulta y pasa que la vela que lo rompe está la mitad del cuerpo por encima del rango, la mitad por fuera. A mí personalmente este rompimiento no me genera tanta confianza porque está asomando solamente la mitad, ¿ok? Yo necesito ver una vela totalmente por fuera de ese rango. ¿Cuál vendría a ser? Esta vela de aquí. Esta vela de acá puede ser la vela con la que entramos a hacer nuestra venta. Ponemos un stop loss por esta zona más o menos. ¿Sí?
Welcome back to the European Open, looking at futures that are pointing higher ahead of this trading day. Another risk-on session, it looks like, in store for European indexes. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash news. Here are today's top corporate stories from the terminal. Tiffany shares took a dive yesterday. That's after Women's Wear Daily reported its deal with LVMH may be uncertain. The luxury giant is apparently concerned about the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the U.S. economy and growing unrest across the U.S. No comment to Bloomberg from either company. The EU is weighing new powers to protect the bloc's economy from Silicon Valley and China. European Commission Antitrust Chief Margareta Vestager is looking at potential new tools to intervene. It comes as the bloc is set to unveil a separate set of new regulations for vetting companies funded by China and other foreign states as well.
Simplemente, es decir,
Zoom has managed to transform the hype surrounding its platform into a jump in sales and customers. Results for the once niche app soared in the quarter, and the company expects the trend to continue for the rest of the year. It's now almost doubling its annual revenue forecast.
Minutes away from the European equity market open, looks as if we'll have a positive start to the session, doesn't it, Matt? 8 minutes to go or so. Let's get into the conversation now on stocks to watch. Danny Burger joins us with details, and we are very focused on the travel sector, it seems. Let's start with Lufthansa.
Yeah, I feel like we've been focused on the travel sector for a while because there's so much damage here. And when it comes to Lufthansa, they released a statement today signaling the start of a company-wide revamp. It's everything from asset sales to job cuts. All of this is to help it pay back that 9 billion euros it's received in bailout from the German government. So along with job cuts, it's also set to spin off some of its non-core units. It also released its earnings finally after much delay, reporting a 2.1 billion euro loss in the first quarter.
And then TUI, I mean, we're going to continue on the travel theme throughout this hit, but TUI, what's the story there?
Yeah, this is actually a little bit of an old story with new, fresh air into it. TUI making a deal with Boeing here over the grounding of the 737 MAX plane. You'll remember this hit TUI in their financial last year. But Boeing has agreed to compensate for a lot of those losses. Additionally, they're going to give TUI some credit vouchers to help them purchase new 737 MAX planes. Again, they were grounded before. And it's also going to slow down the new orders. Of course, it's going to help TUI plan to sort of cut back amid the economic impacts of the coronavirus.
Tenemos una tendencia bajista que la vamos a tener que estar aprovechando.
Let me ask you about another aviation story. Wizz Air, we spoke to Joseph Ferrari, the CEO, earlier on. The Lufthansa bailout possibly opening up some opportunities for low-cost airlines, even if they don't like the bailout itself. What have we heard from Wizz Air this morning?
Yeah, that was certainly interesting. You guys spoke to the CEO talking about how the industry is changing because of these bailouts. Well, in Wizz Air's earnings, they did come in line, saying they couldn't give a profit forecast, but some optimism further out. It's saying long-term, it definitely plans on increasing their workforce. And of course, when the CEO spoke to you, they also said that they hope to reach 80% capacity in the second half of the year. So they're definitely looking forward, hoping for an improved picture.
Haciéndonos qué? Haciéndonos perder este trade. ¿Por qué?
Danny, thanks very much. Danny Berger with a look at what's going on the stocks to watch this morning. Just before you take us to the start of the trading session, Matt, just wanted to mention one headline coming from the Guardian newspaper saying that the UK car industry is in talks with government over a scrappage scheme. I just mentioned this because yesterday when we were looking ahead to the German bailout, which seems, the German fiscal stimulus, which still seems to be in the works and being put together behind the scenes by politicians. We wait for news there. That story pushed, in anticipation of it, that pushed car stocks higher, didn't it? So we wonder if we get another day of moves for car stocks.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a lot of optimism about this bailout package from the Germans. Interesting because it's only 100 billion euros compared to the 1.2 trillion in stimulus that the German government has already made available. But of course, cash for clunkers is a big hope, not only for the car industry, but all of the supply chain around it. I know here from metals companies, for example, in Northern Holland, they're very hopeful for some kind of cash for clunkers plan. Coming up, it's the market open. Futures are pointing higher again today after the big rallies that we saw yesterday. Stick with us for the risk on kickoff to today's trade. This is Bloomberg.
Chicos, los market makers conocen las emociones, cómo funcionan las emociones humanas, y el ser humano no solamente aprende por racionamiento, sino también por condicionamiento. ¿Cómo así? Hagan de cuenta, por ejemplo, que ustedes van a la casa de un amigo y el amigo tiene un perro muy bonito, y ustedes quieren acariciar al perrito y el perro lo muerde. ¿Qué va a pasar? La próxima vez que vayan donde su amigo no van a querer tocar al perro, ¿sí? Incluso van a decirle que lo escondan. ¿Por qué? Porque ya tuvimos una mala experiencia y no queremos que se repita, ¿okay? Entonces, ¿qué sucede? ¿Por qué hacen la trampa aquí y luego el precio cuando vuelve a salir sí se va? Porque mucha gente aquí está damnificada, aquí a mucha gente le va a dar miedo, porque ya le dieron su golpecito, ¿okay? Entonces, ¿qué sucede? Esta es la importancia de entender que este es el tercer tipo de rompimiento y que este rompimiento nos puede costar una pérdida. Pero una vez nos cuesta la pérdida y vuelve a asomar, y no solamente asoma la cabeza, sino que tiene fuerza, ¿cierto? Nosotros vamos a tener que comprar nuevamente para poder obtener esa ganancia. Obviamente esta pérdida no va a significar nada con la ganancia que hemos adquirido. Ah, pero José, ¿y qué tal si no vuelve a sacar? Asume la pérdida de nuevo. Digamos que tu operación tiene el 1% de riesgo y aquí tienes una pérdida y luego acá tienes otra. ¿Te va a doler perder o ir perdiendo un 2% de tu cuenta? No, y mira que no va a pasar. Aquí funciona y aquí te puedes ganar un 5, 6, 7% de tu cuenta, menos ese uno que perdiste acá y listo. Ahora, otra cosa para hacerlo más o menos es que al tener 3 tipos de rompimientos, ¿cierto? Hay 2 rompimientos que se van a favor de la tendencia, siempre y cuando sea un rompimiento fuerte, y solo uno tiene trampa. ¿Qué quiere decir? Que hay un 33.3% de probabilidades, ¿sí?, de que el precio se vaya en velocidad rápida. Hay otro 33.33% de que el precio se vaya a una velocidad normal, y hay otro 33.3%, ¿sí?, que el precio te haga una trampa. ¿Dónde está tu probabilidad mayor? La ganancia, es decir, el 66.66% de las veces el rango va a funcionar, ¿sí?, de manera casi que inmediata, con algunas excepciones, de pronto un rechazo que te saque, etcétera, etcétera. Pero cuando hagan esa trampa, si la intención siempre ha sido esa tendencia, no importa, asume la pérdida. Psicológicamente esto hay que practicarlo mucho. Cuando tú veas cientos de veces el rango que se rompe, se devuelve, hace la trampa y luego saca la cabeza de nuevo y se va, lo vas a asimilar y lo vas a operar como si nada, ¿ok? Esos son los tipos de rompimientos.
Minutes ago, until the start of cash equities trading, let's get to your headlines. The grand reopening. Italy removes most restrictions on life after months of coronavirus lockdown. International visitors will not be subject to quarantine. European futures gain across the board despite a delay to Merkel's stimulus plans in Germany. Lufthansa commits to deep restructuring plans after seeing a first quarter net loss of more than $2 billion.
La secuencia de máximos y mínimos
curfews in the United States, but clashes with police are limited. The Pentagon sends active duty army units into the DC region, calling it a planning
vamos a colocarla uniforme, es decir,
yeah, absolutely. Futures look like we're going to see more gains at the open this morning, even after the big rally that we saw yesterday. You know, I keep saying this, but it's just amazing to me. Last week I thought the 300-point and change gain on Monday was huge for the DAX, and then yesterday it was up 434 points. So we're looking at a big gain, continuation in this German rally. Let's take a look at the equity indexes as they come out of the gates this morning. We're going to see gains for the FTSE first off. It's always the first to open, up 0.6% of 1%. And then as we get usually the IBEX comes next out of Madrid, we're going to start to see big gains on the continent. There's the IBEX up 1%. The CAC is up a little bit more than 1% right now. The DAX usually the last to open, especially if there's a lot of volatility, especially if it's a particularly intense trade. Takes the Zetzer system, I guess, a little bit longer to process that. Maybe the Germans, you know, they always want to be so exact. Although they're typically very punctual as well. So I think those two issues may affect each other. In any case, Italy is open, up 1.25%, a little bit more than that. You can see the broader Euro stocks 600 right now, up 1% and change as well. So European markets open higher, and you can see in the middle column there, all of the bonds are selling off, pushing up yields. European markets opening higher as investors continue to bet on a quick economic recovery from the coronavirus pandemic or just a ton of stimulus to help it on its way. Europe is focusing on the reopening story today with life in Italy free from most restrictions. Here in Germany, where we've been free from, we've been pretty much opened up for a couple weeks now. We're looking at the possibility of a big stimulus package, another one being agreed today. Brexit negotiations hitting an impasse, but the market seems to be shrugging that off. Joining us now to talk about all these
la tendencia va a
Simon French, Chief Economist at Panmure
¿Qué pasa con la
Gordon.
secuencia?
Simon, what do you think is behind
Se
this
presenta más veces incluso que los
continued
rangos
rally,
del precio,
even though
porque
the
muchas
Stock 600
veces
hasn't fared
al
quite as
momento
well
de
as the
identificar el rango
S&P
necesitamos esa
500,
precisión de la
European
que te
stocks are
hablaba.
looking strong.
Pero cuando no se respeta esa precisión,
Morning,
no la
Matt. Morning,
tenemos,
Alan. Look,
simplemente
this
podemos
one
asumir
of
que la
those
tendencia ha
rallies
cambiado
that is
cuando se rompe
built
la
on,
secuencia. ¿Okay?
expectations of
Entonces,
what is
este
to come
mínimo
rather than
va a
the
ser
real data that we're all seeing on
el
our
nivel
screen.
a tener en cuenta
The real
para
data
saber si la tendencia se rompe
in
o
front of us is showing
mientras el precio no rompa
significant
este
Q2
último
downturns.
mínimo
We
mayor,
know that.
la tendencia
But the
seguirá siendo
expectation that
alcista.
fiscal and monetary
Incluso si el
policy are going to
precio
work in
va a
tandem, which
comenzar a
is in
moverse por acá.
fairly
Ya
stark
otra cosa es
contrast
que
to
si
a
te digo
decade
un
ago.
rango,
The thing that
¿sí?
investors are clinging on to
Utilices
and are
este
hoping
máximo,
that
este nivel máximo, a lo
the
mejor
stimulus
el
tools
precio llega
that
a
were
este
fighting each other a
punto otra
decade
vez
ago are going to work in
y te
concert.
crea ese rango. Y ya a partir de ahí, de
And
esos
that's the
tres
expectation.
puntos,
Good morning to you,
puedes
Simon.
esperar
Thanks
el
for joining us.
rompimiento.
I see that
Sin
the share
embargo,
price of
si esto
Renault
no
is
pasa,
moving higher,
¿sí?
up by around
El
6%
precio
at the start
continúa
of trade. That company
sin
finalizing
dibujarte
a
un
credit
nuevo
facility.
máximo,
Yesterday we
pero
saw German auto
sin
stocks
tampoco
rallying on the
dibujarte
back
un
of
rango,
expectation
el
that
precio
there would be some
oficialmente
sort of cash
sigue
for
en
clunkers scheme
tendencia
coming through in Germany or some kind of
bajista,
stimulus
perdón,
package
alcista.
for
Espero
the
que eso
German
te haya
autos
quedado claro.
industry.
Entonces
I
vamos a
wonder,
poner
when
en el
governments are
ejemplo,
weighing up
este
what kind of
dibujo,
stimulus to
que el
do
precio
here, should they be looking
viene
at
por
that
acá
kind of
y rompe.
consumer-led stimulus,
Una
or
vez te
should they be
rompe
looking
este
at
mínimo,
something
esa
like
velocidad o esa
in the vein
lógica
of a New
tendencial
Deal, something that
ha
really focuses on
finalizado. Por lo
infrastructure?
tanto,
Is the solution a bit of
oficialmente
both?
estamos en qué? En tendencia
I
bajista.
think you're right with
¿Sí?
your last point,
Puede
which
pasar,
is a
y
bit of
pasa
both.
muchas
The
veces,
advantage
que el
of
precio viene y
consumer-facing
te rompe el
tax
último
cuts
mínimo
or spending
para
increases
hacerte
is
una
it
trampa
reaches the
y
real
luego
economy
subir y
over a shorter
dibujarte
time horizon.
un nuevo
But the
máximo y
multiplier,
continuar con esa
the
tendencia
sort of
alcista.
super multiplier that we're
Simplemente que
looking
había
for
mucha
of
gente
2-3 times
metida
government
en la
spending
compra
really
y
comes
necesitaba
from
sacudirla para que el
investment in
precio
green
pudiera volver
infrastructure,
a
the
oxigenarse
type
y
of
subir. Sin
R&D
embargo,
spending that is
yo tengo
necessary
una
to keep
metodología
ahead
en la
of
cual
other
puedo filtrar
industrial
la mayor
competitors
cantidad
around
de
the
trampas
world.
con respecto
It's
a la
the kind of
secuencia
blend that says, right,
para que
near
esto no me
term,
vaya
we want to
sucediendo tanto.
protect consumer spending, keep cyclical businesses
Entonces, una vez tenemos
functioning,
esa
but also one
tendencia
eye on what is the most
alcista
efficient
que
public
se acaba
spending.
de
And I think
romper,
that's in
¿cierto?
treasuries around Europe, around the world,
Rompe
those
acá.
will be the focus of discussions.
I know you're an economist,
Ya
but we
estamos
often talk on
oficialmente
this, you're a market economist, so we
secuencia
often talk on this
bajista.
program
Quiere
about
decir
when
que
we're
lo
going
que
to
nosotros
see
tenemos que
a
buscar
shift
sería
back to value. You
corto,
mentioned cyclical
¿vale?
stocks, which is
Entonces,
which is
mientras
why
el
it
precio esté en
interests me. We've
secuencia
seen,
bajista,
big, huge drops in
nos
those
olvidamos de
industries.
las compras.
Do you
Si el
think the
precio asoma
market
la
is
cabeza,
ever going to go
lo digo,
back to
y nos
value?
dibuja un nuevo
Because
máximo,
so many times this
lo
has been
asumimos
called
como
and
trampa
failed.
y volvemos a
Yes,
continuar
and there's plenty of
nuestras
investors
compras,
out there that I
buscar
talk to who are
las
worried
zonas
about
de compra para
the fairy
poder
tale, the boy who
meternos
cried
en
wolf, a
la
number of
compra.
people
La idea
looking at the
obviamente
massive
ya estar
underperformance of value in
desde este
recent years and
punto
saying, well,
para
surely
poder
it
haber
must come
comprado
back
barato.
into
Ya
vogue.
aquí en esta
I mean,
parte,
there has to be a
pues,
reason for value
digamos
to
que
come back,
tras que está
and
caro,
a lot
porque
of
ya estamos
the
comprando muy
sectors that
arriba,
are traditional value
cuando ya
sectors
empiezan a
are
haber
structurally
trampas,
impaired,
ya es
and
mucho
some
más
of those
difícil sacarle
structural
una buena
impediments are
rentabilidad.
actually
Lo
not going to be
ideal es
benefited by
tomar la
COVID,
tendencia
but
desde
actually
que
going to be impaired
Entonces,
further by COVID,
listo.
an accelerated
Tenemos acá
transition
esta secuencia.
through energy
Se ha
and through
roto
our
a la
consumption
baja,
patterns. So I think you
ya
need to be
estamos
very
en
careful of
ventas, pensando en
basketing
ventas, y la
value and
secuencia
growth
va hacia
without
esto.
understanding the
Viene
long-term
acá,
behavioral
viene
changes
acá,
that COVID
viene acá,
generated
viene
as a
acá,
first-order
viene
effect,
acá,
but also a
viene acá,
second-order
viene acá.
effect in terms of
Si ven, no
regulation and
solamente el
government policy.
rompimiento del rango va a ser
We've seen a lot of guests talk to us about
que se
buying what
inició una
central banks
tendencia,
are buying at
también
the
el
moment, Simon,
rompimiento
and
de
looking
las
ahead to the
secuencias.
ECB's meeting tomorrow, there
Por
just seems to be
ende,
building expectation that they might
la
increase the
secuencia
PEP,
nos va a dibujar
the
entonces en este
pandemic
caso que es bajista,
fund that they put together. Is that your
máximo que
expectation? Where will
máximo
you be
menores,
focused?
porque cada máximo va a ser
So
inferior
I would
al
expect
anterior
them to,
y por lo
in
tanto
effect,
también nos va a
move.
dibujar
In fact, I expect effectively it's not just of the ECB, but also of the Federal Reserve and the Bank of England and other central banks to effectively say we will flex our asset purchasing programs, which that will be an example, to the point which we keep yield under control, we keep the transmission mechanism working between our monetary policy and funding to the real economy. What I was most interested in the press conference is the commentary from the ECB's President Lagarde about and the degree to which it is her responsibility, it is the ECB Governing Council's responsibility to control yields. Previously they said no. I think that narrative may change.
Simon. Thanks very much. Simon French,
bueno, para continuar con los ejemplos secuenciales,
the dollar weakens
antes
as
te
the
quiero
number of
mencionar que
global
me
virus
puedes
cases
seguir a
slows
través de
and
Twitter,
economic data does show signs of improvement.
¿sí?
We will assess
Por medio de
risk
este
appetite.
medio estoy colocando las entradas que hago diariamente. Hay veces que no hago entrada, sin embargo puede servir como un proveedor de señal completamente gratis y voy a ir actualizando a medida que los trades van evolucionando, lo voy actualizando y te puedes ir dando cuenta cómo están funcionando las metodologías. Si quieres te puedes pegar de la operación. En cuanto la operación es hecha o es activada, las coloco. Por ejemplo, esta es una operación en el dólar yen, ¿cierto? Obviamente también por medio de secuencia se rompe esta secuencia para bajar, es decir, me lo rompe, el precio se devuelve y miren que coloco mi compra por esta zona de acá, ¿sí? Al momento de colocar la operación o la foto estaba en negativo, si se dan cuenta miren que hay una bajada bastante fuerte y luego ya estaba más o menos por esta zona, mi stop loss en la zona de acá. Sin embargo, este trade evolucionó muy bien porque miren que la secuencia está completamente a mi favor. Ahora hay una vela bastante fuerte aquí, sí es verdad, pero la secuencia o el rompimiento de esa secuencia vino con bastante fuerza. Entonces simplemente lo que yo voy haciendo es ir mostrando la evolución de esos trades. Aquí también tengo una compra en el libra yen, ¿sí? Al momento de hacerle miren que estoy comprado y en la parte o al momento de hacer la foto estaba un poquito bajista, es decir, estaba en una pérdida transitoria, pero miren que la compra en el dólar yen funciona de maravilla, ¿cierto? Venía acá, estuve negativo, lo que les decía, al estar negativo el precio recogió y me dejó todas estas mechas para luego irse con ¿qué? Con fuerza. ¿Por qué? Simplemente respetando la secuencia, ¿ok? Y así sucesivamente voy a ir adelantando o actualizando los trades. Si me sigues en Trading Trader 3 en Twitter, vas a ir viendo la evolución de los trades que voy colocando. Por ejemplo, este trade muy bonito en el libra yen que les mostré, miren cómo funcionó de bien, le terminé cogiendo algo así como 500 pips y le saqué el 12% de mi cuenta a ese trade, ¿ok? Actualmente ahora mismo estoy comprado en el par euro australiano que me alcanzó unos 120 pips, pero todavía no he cerrado el trade. Estoy esperando sacarle 300 pips a este euro australiano. Miren cómo comienza acá, desde que lo compro, coloco la entrada.
Welcome back to the European Open. We are 10 minutes into the session right now, taking a look at the equity indexes. We're seeing 1%
Cuando ya
gains or
toca el
more
TP,
across the continent. Right now,
pues
the
también
FTSE is up
si
almost
tengo la
of
foto
1%.
para
Let's get the
mostrar
Bloomberg
el
Business
TP,
Flash
listo,
here.
si no,
Today's
pues me
top
quedo con la
corporate
foto más
stories
reciente,
from
más
the
actualizada
Bloomberg
y listo, ya
terminal.
la gente entiende
Lufthansa
que el
is
TP ha
planning a
sido tocado.
far-reaching
Y si también
restructuring to
sale por el
repay the
contrario con
cost of
stop
its
loss,
€9
también lo coloco.
billion bailout.
¿Okay?
Europe's
Entonces
biggest
ahí están más
airline
o
will
menos
slash
las
employee
compras. Actualmente estoy en
expenses
compra
and look
en
at spinning off
libra
non-core
franco y en
units,
euro australiano,
continuing to
lo que es el
reduce
forex,
costs
que es lo que
and
decía
bolster
que
its cash
a
flow.
lo
The
que me
news
dedico.
comes as the
Pero bueno,
carrier
entonces vamos a
suffered
la parte
€2.1 billion net
de
loss
las
in the
fotos
first
secuenciales.
quarter.
¿Okay?
TUI
Entonces
has
vamos
reached
a
a
ver
deal with
acá.
Boeing to
Tengo los
recoup the
ejemplos.
financial hit from the 737 MAX grounding. The travel company says a large part of the cost will be compensated over the next
Aquí
2
tenemos
years. It's put the burden
varias
so far at
secuencias,
around
pero las
370
que
million
nos
euros.
compete
The deal will go
van a ser
go
una
some way to
secuencia
easing the
alcista y una
pressure on TUI
secuencia
as demand for
bajista,
travel
¿ok?
remains weak.
Entonces,
And that's your Bloomberg Business
¿qué sucede?
Flash. Anna?
Se necesitan identificar por medio de las expansiones
Now,
y
let's talk about the
contracciones
transatlantic
los
divide, shall we?
máximos
The
y
dollar
mínimos.
is under
Cuando
pressure
estamos
today,
en una
dropping along
tendencia
with
bajista,
treasuries as
obviamente,
demand for havens wanes. And that's
en
as
algún
optimism
momento
rises
esta
over a
zona,
rebounding
esta
global growth.
tendencia,
The greenback
pudimos haber
weakened
metido
against
algo.
all its G10
Si no meten
peers
la venta porque no
after
estuvieron
recent
en ese momento
manufacturing
en el
data
computador, no hay
suggested
ningún
some
problema.
major
Instrumentos
economies
financieros
may
es
have
lo que
started to
hay
emerge from the
y
pandemic
oportunidades de compra y de
driven
venta va a haber a
slowdown.
la
We
orden
certainly
del
had some
día
better data on
siempre.
services out of China.
Entonces,
Simon French, Chief Economist at
¿qué
Panmure
pasa en esta zona?
Gordon,
Miren
is
dónde está ese
with us. And how do you play the dollar as a haven or the longer-term story of the US versus other investment destinations at this point in time? Clearly, the dollar has other roles other than just representing the US economy. It's a global currency. But how do you see the investment opportunities on either side
Para
of the
la
Atlantic?
contracción tengo una regla que le doy
mínimo look, I'm a long-term bull, hopefully not a stale bull of the US dollar. Personally, I think second half of the year, although growth will pick up and there will be some movement out of dollars and safe haven, I actually think the potential for a real politicization of dollar swap markets in the run-up to the US presidential election sits as one of two big risks. If you also look at the risk that COVID-19 is going to wreak quite significant havoc in Latin American countries where the epicenter appears to be now, and potentially spread to countries with less developed healthcare, then capital flight out of those countries and back into dollars reinforces my structural thesis on the US dollar. And then I guess the final part of the story, you talk about both sides of the Atlantic. COVID will change a lot of things, but what it won't change is the structural growth differences between Europe and the United States. Different demographics, different productivity rates, which of course means that the US economy still has a structural growth rate significantly in excess, almost double the rate of the Eurozone.
Do you expect the unrest in the U.S. to affect the market at some point, or do you think it just dies down and stays disconnected?
Look, Matt, I've been asked some very difficult questions on your program over a number of years, and that may be one of the most difficult because there are so many layers to that. I mean, it's not helpful for your listeners, your viewers, to just say, look, I don't know. The one thing I would say is there is clearly been short-term economic disruption as a result of curfew disorder, but actually from what we know thus far, that economic damage should be less than we've seen wrought by COVID-19. So still, if the focus from investors has been, we will accept the stimulus on offer from the Federal Reserve and the US Treasury to lean against COVID-19. That should be enough to insulate against what we know about civil unrest today.
Simon, do you think that the market is starting to think about November and thinking about the presidential race? And drawing much distinction between the two candidates, clearly there are big differences between the two, but I wonder on some of the things that the market is worried about, whether the market is dissecting things that way and working out who thinks what. For example,
China is certainly an area where actually there are a few differences than traditionally we get in US presidential elections. Both the incumbent Donald Trump and his challenger Joe Biden are quite hawkish on China. I don't see a huge difference depending on who wins. But, and I think there's a broader economic question here, is who Joe Biden picks as his VP will frame his domestic agenda and the degree to which big tech and the financial services sector potentially sees more overt regulation over the next 4 years, which seems probably unlikely under the second-term Trump administration, but you could imagine if Elizabeth Warren, for example, were to be VP, then she would look to stake out quite a strong agenda in both those two arenas, and therefore you'd start to reprice regulatory risk in those big sectors which have driven returns in the US market in recent times.
By the way, we're starting to get PMI figures. I think we're expecting all the European PMI figures today, at least the composite and services number we're seeing right now, Simon. Spain's May services PMI rising to 27.9. The forecast was for 25, so at least it's better than the market was looking for. The composite PMI is the same story, 29.2. Better than the forecast of 29, but still, clearly, these are incredibly dismal figures. Where do you expect to see, when do you expect to see pickups, Simon? Really substantial pickups. I mean, is the second half of the year, is the fourth quarter going to look like the kind of recovery we're seeing in China now, where we're back up to 85% of what we were pre-coronavirus?
nos va a
So
hacer
on the PMI,
la compensación.
the
Así
data
que
we're getting at the
ya
moment
va a
is
ser
utter
cuestión de
nonsense,
cada
so we
quien.
can largely
Va a haber
ignore it.
veces que la
Why
persona,
a
si el trader
PMI
es muy
isn't
conservador,
more
dice,
than
no, yo
50,
quiero
suggesting that
que
things
una
are
vez se me
improving,
rompa una
because
secuencia,
based
me
on
dibuja el primer
the
mínimo,
last
yo
month,
quiero
there
esperar
is
el
an
segundo
incremental
para
improvement.
entrar
So by
confirmado.
right,
¿Qué va a
the
pasar?
PMI
Su
should be showing
recorrido
north
va a
of
ser
50 as they are in China, but
menos
they're not.
o menor,
So there's clearly some
pero
scarring
la
effect
entrada
that is
va a ser más
changing
fiable, es decir, va a
or is
tener
impacting the
una
data.
probabilidad menor
But the much
de
more
que lo
central
saquen, de que
part
lo
of
estropeen.
the
¿Okay?
debate is
Ya
the one
eso
you
depende de
ended your
cada
question
quien.
on, which is
Entonces,
what does overall
así
activity
funciona
look
una
like? How
secuencia. Aquí
close
tienen
can
el
we get
ejemplo.
back
Espero que
to
les haya
pre-COVID
servido.
levels by
Vamos a
the
seguir
back
viendo
end of the
ejemplos.
year?
¿Sí?
And I think 80,
Miremos
85%
esta secuencia de
feels
acá.
like the right
Este es un
kind of
ejemplo
number.
de una
Yes, there will be
tendencia
some
sucia.
persistent
¿Por qué le
scarring
llamo
on
una
both
tendencia sucia?
behavior
Se
and on
dan cuenta que
household and
tiene
corporate balance
demasiados
sheets.
mechazos,
But
¿sí?
over time, it's
Tampoco
amazing
les
how
quiero mostrar
businesses, and
todo
we
que
see
sea el
micro
libro,
examples of this,
porque
businesses
también
and
se van a
households
encontrar
adjust.
en el
They can
mercado
adjust their behavior,
con
they can adjust their
escenarios
supply
donde
chain,
no es tan
they can
favorable
flex.
y a pesar
As
de
we
que
get
sepamos
learned
identificar
behavior on
las
how to deal
estructuras,
with this, you can
el
incrementally
mercado
move
va a
up
estar
from 70,
balanceando mucho o
75, 80, and we've
sacudiendo
seen
mucho.
that in the indicators in
Cuando sea
China.
así,
I expect that to be the case in
depende
Europe and the
también el
United States
estilo
as
del
well.
trader, puede o elegir
All
quedarse
right, Simon,
afuera y
thanks
ese
so much
día
for
no
coming on.
trabajar
Appreciate your
o
time. This
navegar
morning,
con
Simon
esa
French is
marea
the chief
picada
economist at
y aún así
Premier
sacar un
Gordon.
beneficio
He's
o
going
a
to
lo mejor
continue
irse
the
con una pérdida o
conversation with
quizás
me on
trabajar
Bloomberg
ese día
Radio in
y
just
salir en
about
ceros,
40
es
minutes
decir,
time.
en empate.
So
Ya eso
basically, as soon
es
as this
variable.
program
¿Okay?
is
Sin
done on Bloomberg
embargo,
Television,
miren que
I
acá
recommend you
tenemos
switch
esta
over to
secuencia
Bloomberg Radio.
bajista.
Just tune in if you're in London
Luego
on
tendríamos acá
DAB
que,
digital radio. If you're anywhere else in the
¿sí?
world, use the
Miren la
internet to
estructura,
find Bloomberg
lo
Radio. It's
bonito.
not
Tenemos
difficult. Up next, veteran
este
investor Mark
mínimo,
Mobius
perdón,
says
¿sí?
he sees a
máximo
V-shaped
se acaba de
recovery
romper
from the
y
pandemic,
nos crea
despite
que
his view that
una
many global
tendencia
job
alcista.
losses will be
Ahora
permanent.
habría que
We'll
mirar
hear
la
from
precisión,
his interview
porque
with
a lo mejor
Bloomberg's
acá
Alex Steele and Guy
puede pasar
Johnson.
lo siguiente.
This is Bloomberg.
Tenemos rango. ¿Un rango de qué? De distribución. ¿Qué quiero decir con esto? Que el rango y la secuencia, así como las temporalidades, perdón, así como las velocidades tendenciales se pueden intercalar, ¿sí? Los rangos y las secuencias también pueden aparecer a la orden del día. Simplemente es que se van a identificar. Recuerden, en la secuencia sí, la precisión tiene que ser impoluta, exacta, como en este caso. Pero hagamos de cuenta que la mecha no haya tenido precisión, así sea por 0,1 pip. Si es así, es un mínimo que se acaba de informar, ¿okay? Es decir, no es rango. El rango tiene que ser perfecto. Entonces, si aquí encontramos esta perfección, esta precisión, listo. ¿Qué va a pasar? El rompimiento lo vamos a operar como rango de distribución y no es una casualidad que el precio suba. Sin embargo, sube con bastante ruido, ¿sí? No es muy limpio que digamos. Miren que el precio comienza a subir, pero luego miren que amaga por acá, baja, luego sube con fuerza. Entonces por acá va a estar muy difícil agarrar, sobre todo si entramos aquí, entramos a comprar, tenemos que aguantar y el precio nos va dibujando este máximo, luego viene acá, nos dibuja este máximo de acá, miren que es un máximo ambiguo y luego miren que se va con fuerza. Pero ¿qué pasa? Se va con fuerza, pero ¿dónde estaría nuestro mínimo? Estaría acá. En ningún momento ha sido roto. ¿Sí? Llegó, no es casualidad que lo respete. Es decir, tenemos estos dos máximos. ¿Sí? Viene aquí, viene acá, viene acá, viene acá. Y este máximo de acá, es decir, estos dos máximos me crean este mínimo. ¿Y qué pasa? Oficialmente la secuencia sigue, alcista, a pesar de que el precio va bajando con fuerza. ¿Y qué sucedió? Llega el nivel, que es muy importante, y se devuelve, ¿ok? Sin embargo, como les digo, está sucio. Ahora, si se coloca una orden de compra por esta zona, habría que buscar la vela y se puede aprovechar, o simplemente tener esa paciencia. Por eso les digo la parte psicológica. Si tú sabes cómo funcionan las secuencias, dónde están bien colocados los máximos y los mínimos, simplemente espera que la mayor cantidad de veces el precio lo va a respetar, ¿okay? Y en el caso de que no lo respetes, estás cubierto con un stop de tu mismo color, ¿vale? Y luego vamos a seguir en la misma tónica. Entonces, viene acá, viene acá, viene acá. Esto es una ¿qué? Una secuencia. rápida, una tendencia rápida, rompe el precio.
The financial markets are being driven higher by central
Aquí no
banks.
hace contracción,
That is
rompe
pretty
esta zona
straightforward. We can
y
see that
luego miren
happening.
que hace
There
una
is a
contracción y
divorce
luego se
from
va.
the
O sea, que
economic
aquí no
reality
espera.
and the
Incluso,
socio-economic
si
impact
metemos
that we're seeing on the streets.
una
There's a
venta
racial element that is happening
por
now in the
esta
United
zona,
States. The market is
efectivamente,
looking
digamos
past
que
all
metemos
of
la
that
venta por esta zona de acá.
simply because they know
Efectivamente estamos en
and
secuencia
investors know that
bajista.
the central bank has got their bags.
No está
Is
confirmado. ¿Qué va a
that
pasar?
ultimately going to blow
Nuestra
up in their
venta,
face?
colocamos nuestro stop loss,
I don't think so,
vamos a
because
perder
what
y
we're hearing
luego
from companies around
aquí
the world is that
tenemos que ver
once the
cómo
lockdown
nos
is
metemos
over,
rápido.
they're going to get
¿Sí?
customers
Si a lo
coming
mejor
back in
aquí
droves.
no hay una
And here
oportunidad de
in
ventas
Munich,
porque
I
la
walk
vela
the
no es del
streets
todo grado,
and I see people in
simplemente
lines
asumes esta
waiting
pérdida y
outside
el
Zara,
precio
waiting
sí se
outside
va
Apple,
a la baja,
etc.
pero
That
caíste
means
en la
that
trampa.
people really want to get back
No hay
to
nada
buying
que hacer,
again.
no te
So
preocupes,
once this
repito,
lockdown is
esta
over,
pérdida es
I think you're
controlada
going to see a
y
big
cuando ganes
recovery in
vas a ganar
these
mucho más
economies. Now,
de
I'm
lo
not
que
saying, of
perdiste.
course,
¿Okay?
the numbers are going to look terrible because you're going to have an actual
Otro
shrinkage
ejemplo, esto
in
está
the
a la orden del
economies
día,
around the
sino que
world.
simplemente
But don't
se los
forget,
quiero
when you
mostrar
start looking at the numbers
en
next year,
simulación.
you're
Miren
going
que
to see
acá,
an incredible
ahí
increase.
sí es verdad que
Because
no hay
let's say
ningún rango.
the economy has shrunk
¿Sí?
by 6%, gone down by 6%. Next year it goes up by
Rompe,
1%.
miren que
That
el
means
rompimiento, es
7%
decir,
increase.
la distancia
So
entre estos dos
I
puntos
think it's
tampoco
going to
que
be
sea
more like a
demasiada,
V-shaped
sin embargo no puedo decir
recovery
que
frankly.
tengo rango porque no tengo la
I hear
precisión,
what you're saying
pero
about
tengo la
consumers,
secuencia.
Mark.
Entonces,
But nevertheless,
prácticamente,
the US consumer was
¿sí?
a massive part of the global economic
estos dos
story
mínimos de
before
acá,
COVID-19
esa tendencia
hit.
bajista,
It
me
is pretty
crean
clear that we are going to see a
este máximo.
structurally higher level of unemployment in the United States.
Se
We're going to get the
rompe el
payroll numbers
máximo.
on Friday.
¿sí?
And that consumer spending power,
Y aquí tenemos
while
nuestra
it's going to
entrada,
recover,
miren
it's simply not
que
going to be
funciona
there
la
in the way that it
maravilla.
was.
O sea,
And while earnings
dependiendo
estimates
cómo
have come
esté
down, we
la
still
marea,
haven't fully felt the
va a
impact
haber
of that unemployment story
rompimientos de
in terms of
secuencia
the
o
data
cambios
that
de
we're seeing at
secuencia
the
que van
moment.
a ir
Because
muy
most people are
limpios,
still
muy
being
bonitos
supported
y
by
los vamos a
government
aprovechar muy
programs.
bien.
When that
Y en el
changes,
momento en que
we are going to
asumimos
feel
las
the force of
pérdidas
that.
que son
Do you
inevitables es
agree with
porque
that, or do you still think
simplemente
that the consumer can act as
el
a
mercado
catalyst
está sucio,
to
es
keep
decir, está
investors
haciendo
on
su
side?
labor de
No, you're
limpieza
absolutely right.
y
A
tenemos
lot of
que darnos
people
cuenta
will
que
lose
si el
their
mercado
jobs
no está muy
permanently.
favorable,
This
nos
is not
quedamos
only true in
quietos.
the
Sin
US,
embargo,
but in
si a
emerging
lo
markets
mejor
around the
vemos
world.
que
I hear this
podemos
from
operar
companies who say,
aun
hey,
cuando esté
we're
un poco
finding out
sucio,
that we don't
tenemos
need
que
20
tener
people, we need
conciencia que
15
podemos
or
salir
10.
perdedores ese
So a
día
lot
o
of
esa
people be
semana.
out of work.
Ya va
But
a
the
depender
answer to
de
that,
cada
of
quien.
course, and I think
¿Okay?
this is what
Pero
Trump will
entre más
probably do,
limpia sea
is
la
start
estructura,
a New Deal
más
program.
fiabilidad, y
Even
no
though
solamente eso,
it's
sino que la
associated
probabilidad de
with
que tenga una
Democrats, I
tendencia
think
rápida
he's going to start a
aumenta.
massive
¿Okay? Bueno,
program
esa es la
to
segunda parte
improve the infrastructure in the US,
de lo que es la
which will
secuencia.
employ
Ahora
a lot
vamos
of
a ir
people.
con la
I think
simulación.
that's the only answer for the US and also for other countries around the world. They've got to use these dollars.
Listo, entonces vamos con la
currency
parte
that
de
they're getting from
simulación.
the multilateral
Para este
institutions
ejercicio escogí el
to
par
start massive
australiano
make
CAD,
work programs, if
que
you will.
significa
And that
el
includes
dólar
infrastructure and all
australiano
kinds of
contra
things you can
el
do
dólar de
to keep-
Canadá.
to put
Esto
people
ya es
back to
mercado
work.
Forex.
I think that's
En el
really the
mercado
only
de
answer.
divisas o
The
Forex,
amazing thing to me
las
is
divisas
I
cotizan en
just
pares.
looked at the
Es
rand,
decir,
South
tenemos
African rand,
el par más
and I
famoso
couldn't
del mundo,
believe
que es
it.
el par
Since
euro-dólar. Quiere decir
April,
que es
it's
el euro
appreciated against the US
contra
dollar
el dólar. Es
by
decir, es un
10%.
choque entre las
Now,
divisas a
why
ver
is that?
cuál se
In
fortalece
other
con
words,
respecto a la otra. En
something
este
is
caso,
happening in a country,
la
by the way,
gráfica
which was downgraded
pertenece
by
al
Moody's
australiano.
to
¿Por
junk
qué? Porque el
stable.
australiano es el
Why
par
is that
que
happening?
va de
And I
primero
think
en
the
la
reason is
cotización.
that people
Sin
see a
embargo,
V-shaped recovery in
el
some of these
movimiento
markets.
que tiene el dólar de
So,
Australia
Mark,
es con
if
respecto
we
a la
extrapolate that
contraparte, que es
to emerging markets as well as
Por
developed
ejemplo,
markets,
acá
sort of,
tenemos
you mentioned
una
a
tendencia
New Deal
alcista,
type program,
¿sí?
and we've
Viene
seen
con
some
su
things very
expansión,
similar
contracción.
across the
Luego
board.
está
I
el
mean,
mínimo que ha
so many
sido
rate
roto,
cuts coming
¿sí?
from
Espectacular.
emerging market central
Vamos a
banks
agrandarlo un
and
poco.
stimulus at the same time that
Este
we're seeing that
rompimiento
in developed
se
nations
puede
as well.
tomar,
How do you
depende.
cherry
A mí
pick
no
the
me gusta
opportunities
mucho.
where that's going to pay
Preferiría
off and where
que
that's
estén
going to
los
come back and
cuerpos
bite you?
por debajo.
That's a good
Miren este
question, and that's the
rompimiento, a
reason why
partir de
we're
acá se
emphasizing
pueden colocar
companies
las
with
órdenes de
strong
venta
balance
y
sheets,
el
because
precio se va
a
de una
number of
forma
companies will not be
extremadamente
around
rápida.
next year. They
Peligro
will
es
have
no
gone
calcular
bankrupt.
esa
So
secuencia.
we
¿Sí
have to
ven?
look
Y
for
eso
the
se repite,
survivors.
es decir,
And
podemos
then we have
aprovechar
to look for
las
those companies that have
tendencias
benefited from this huge infrastructure
en
spending
toda
that
su
we see
dimensión.
coming
Aquí
down the
tenemos
road.
este máximo, se rompe, viene por acá.
That's Mark Mobius, the co-founder and partner of Mobius Capital Partners, talking about his expectations for a V-shaped, yes, V-shaped economic recovery from the coronavirus pandemic. Also referencing what he sees as another New Deal investment plan for infrastructure coming in the US. We watch with interest. Coming up, we'll talk about Italy as the country reopens. Prime Minister Conte urges for national renewal before his government prepares to lift restrictions on domestic travel later today.
Details y comenzó la tendencia bajista. ¿Qué quiere decir? Que el canadiense se está fortaleciendo con respecto al australiano. ¿Ok? Listo. Entonces ya explicado esto, vamos a ver lo siguiente. Si nosotros metemos una venta acá en esta zona, ¿sí? Se dan cuenta que el precio va como en caída libre. No, ni siquiera tiene un tiempo para hacer una contracción del 30% para decir que es tendencia rápida. Por lo tanto, esto es simplemente una gran expansión. Cuando pasa eso y tienes tu TP por aquí o por acá o por acá, pues simplemente te lo va a tocar muchísimo más rápido. Enhorabuena, no hay ningún problema. ¿Okay? Entonces, la contracción de esta gran expansión vendría siendo, ¿sí? Luego vuelve a hacer la expansión y miren que llega más o menos por esta zona de acá. Entonces se podría decir, tenemos rango, ¿no? Los 3 puntos. Vamos a medirlo para ver si tenemos esa precisión. ¿Cómo hacemos? Ahí utilizamos nuevamente la línea de tendencia. Vendría siendo acá, ¿no? Entonces colocamos el último mínimo que se formó, ¿sí? Y miren que acá se rompe. Espero que se acaba, que se pueda ver. Se rompe por muy poquito. Vamos a medir la distancia. A ver, aquí y acá. Bueno, listo. Si ven que aparece el número 91 y la cotización. En Forex, que es un mercado mucho más líquido, en lo que respecta a la meta Trader 4, esto no significa 91 mil, sino significa 9,1. Es decir, al último número hay que colocarle una coma. Por ejemplo, si vamos a medir de aquí a acá, vemos que tenemos el número, primero 18 velas, hemos medido 18 velas. Luego aparece el número 2337, seguido de la cotización. Ese 2337 en realidad es 233 pips, 7. Eso es para tenerlo en cuenta en la MT4. En otras plataformas de trading como NinjaTrader o TradeStation ya vendría siendo diferente, pero esas no las manejo, así que no les puedo hablar muy bien, ¿okay? Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Rango no es rango. Aquí se ha creado un nuevo mínimo. Es un mínimo ambiguo. ¿Por qué? Porque no tiene esa, digamos que una distancia tan grande. Sin embargo, mínimo es mínimo. Aquí tenemos que aprender a respetar nuestra metodología, porque una vez ya tengamos esta línea, el mercado es objetivo y nos está diciendo esto es un mínimo. ¿Qué quiere decir? La secuencia es una mutación del rango. ¿Okay? ¿Por qué? Porque si hubiese sido con precisión, tenemos los 3 toques acá. En este caso, simplemente estos 2 mínimos me van a crear este máximo de acá. ¿Se entiende? Ok. Luego que pase esto, vamos a buscar el siguiente mínimo, que vendría estando en esta zona de acá. Quiere decir que este mínimo y este mínimo me generan el punto más alto, sería este máximo, y este sería el máximo que toma el protagonismo.
Welcome back to the European Market Open. Half an hour into a trading session that is really quite positive across Europe. Stock 600 up by 1%. The DAX in Germany up by 1.5%, and the CAC 40 in Paris up by 1.4%. A lot of expectation about what can be done fiscally in Germany. We didn't get a deal yesterday. Will it come today? Through the Asian session, we had similar conversations with a little more detail, perhaps, around South Korea. So this is something of a global focus for investors, putting aside concerns around civil unrest in the United States. Let's get to what's happening in more detail then, and you can see on the world map that things are rising across the European continent. If I look at things from a sector perspective, we've got insurers as the biggest gaining sector in Europe, which is interesting. We have AXA, the biggest gaining company within that, and this is a story of cutting back on a dividend instead of scrapping it, so that's really interesting for incoming investors. Autos and auto parts, also a sector on the rise, up by just over 2%. Another day of gains, building expectation around whether they might be part of bailout activities, or stimulus activities, I should say. Also, Renault rising after finalising a credit facility. So plenty going on to the upside in these markets, Matt.
Entonces,
a lot of
vamos a ver
green
que sigue
there for
haciendo
sure.
precio.
All right, let's get the Bloomberg First Word News for you here. Today's top stories from the terminal. Unrest continues across the United States overnight. President Trump came under harsh criticism for his response to the demonstrations, and he's also not getting any backing from local governors for his offer to send military to prevent looting in their states. Thousands ignored curfews last night, and as marches continued, so did the arrests. In Germany, Chancellor Angela Merkel failed to broker a deal on stimulus yesterday, delaying plans to spend as much as 100 billion euros to reboot the biggest economy here. But she is expected to deliver on that stimulus today. So it's not really a huge failure, or it won't look like that afterwards. At least if you look at the optimism in the markets, the ruling coalition is going to get this through. Brent crude has topped $40 a barrel for the first time since March. It's on signs that OPEC and its allies are close to agreeing a short extension of their historic output cuts. Bloomberg has learned that Russia and some other members favor extending the curve by 1 month, while Saudi Arabia is cool with 1 to 3 months. So maybe an even longer extension for production cuts. Global news, 24 hours a day on air, and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Anna?
Matt, let's just get some breaking news. The EU says it's going to discuss tariff elimination on pharmaceuticals products. It may seek cutting tariffs on antibiotics, vaccines, and insulin. EU trade chiefs will discuss pharmaceuticals tariffs next week, I understand. So that's something to watch out for in the sort of week ahead, on the week ahead agenda. Now, the Italian Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte marked Italy's National Day with an appeal to citizens to work together to revive the country, as his government prepares to lift restrictions on domestic travel from today. Meanwhile, the European Central Bank skewed asset purchases under its new emergency program toward Italy, underscoring the institution's crisis-fighting role in the face of the coronavirus outbreak. So stepping away from its capital key a little to assist Italy there. Let's talk to Raffaella Tanconi, Chief Economist and founder of ADA Economics. Raffaella, great to speak to you. I want to get into the conversation around the Italian economy, of course, and all of that is important, and BTPs. But on this day where we do understand that many of the restrictions on life are going to be lifted, can you just tell us, for those outside Italy, we've been focused so much on Italy in recent months, certainly at the start of this crisis. This must be such a relief. I mean, what can you not still do? Where are the areas of public life that are not quite back to normal?
Hi, good morning. Yeah, it's very exciting to be able to finally travel, across the country freely again. I think the main things are that although a lot of shops are allowed to open, they have decided not to open because they simply think that there isn't enough demand. I would say that is the main constraint, that everyday life is missing. And I would say probably for another month that will continue to be the case. And then of course for anybody that has the joy of having children, we still don't have schools. So, and we won't have schools until September, and that is certainly putting a lot of burden on families and on the workforce.
What kind of, in terms of size, in terms of numbers, Raffaella, what kind of bankruptcies have you seen across Italy, and do you expect those to continue into Q3?
Well, at this stage, the data is just very scant. I mean, bear in mind that Italy has delays a lot of the data on businesses, unfortunately. But we estimate that by the end of this crisis, which we think is going to be particularly long, Italy may be losing 300,000, maybe 500,000 companies. At this stage, what I notice is that a lot of businesses that probably in any case are heavily underwater are still open, but the problem is that the whole industrial base is heavily skewed towards micro companies and SMEs in general, and therefore the length of the crisis there is critical, dictating survival. So at this stage, of course, we are looking at new demand because everybody was locked in, but new demand in any case with restrictions because of course you have to respect social distancing. I think in any case by spring of next year you'll begin to see just how deep is the structural loss of Italy because of this period.
Yes, and in the meantime, what kind of spending power do Italians have? How concerned are you that, I mean, clearly with bankruptcies being part of the story, job losses another part of the story, consumer spending isn't going to be what it was.
Pero tampoco nos está rompiendo el mínimo.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be heavily down. I mean, this year may be down in double digits. I mean, remember that the government has introduced and expanded income support way beyond what is normally. So at this stage, and certainly up until August, even those that have been made redundant or those are micro entrepreneurs that de facto have been heavily hit by the crisis still receive 600 up to 1,000 euros a month. So actually at this stage, I don't think you see much of a hit. The second wave may be delinquencies in things that you can afford to not pay, essentially. So things that will not necessarily be cut off immediately. And then the biggest problem is probably going to start late in the fall. Beware that there is also restrictions on firings. So as a company, you cannot fire at least until September, and I'm guessing probably there'll be a further ban. So the biggest income compression, if you want, is coming through companies not opening up.
Rafaela, we were just talking with an official from the ESM who was saying that countries could save a ton of money if they access that facility rather than markets. Of course, he understands the stigma and the fact that the very existence of the ESM makes funding on the markets a little bit cheaper. But do you expect Italy to ever access that mechanism?
I think ever access is a bit of a big question. I think this year I find it unlikely, and maybe even next year in any case is unlikely. I think, you know, this country doesn't really have a funding problem. It has a growth problem and a lack of idea problems. So to some extent, I don't think it's a bad thing that the ESM money is intact. Yes, of course, it does come to a cost, but it's a much greater cost actually to continuing to delay the inevitable need to have a much bigger growth strategy. And in the meantime, if it means that the government spends more money in paying via, for example, this BTP Italia, I think actually is positive, because people underestimate that by increasing the domestic ownership of BTPs, first of all, it sends a really good message abroad. It shows that Italian families are happy to take the risk. Second of all, because actually the bond pays a little bit of a premium, it does function as an income support. You know, in a world where bonds yield nearly zero, and in a country where, you know, they're like 4 trillion in liquid assets, actually generating an asset that yields a little bit more than inflation, I think is a good idea.
Rafaela, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Rafaela Zanconi, Chief Economist and founder of ADA Economics. Really interesting to get that insight on Italy. Tune in to Bloomberg Radio today at 9:20 London time for the Brussels edition special. This including conversations with Volvango Piccoli, Director General of Teneo Intelligence, and Brando Benifai, head of the Partito Democratico at the European Parliament. So lots to say in terms of the reopening of Europe's story, no doubt on that front. Coming up, defying the curfew, thousands of US protesters take to the streets for an 8th night of protest. We'll bring you the latest from the United States. This is Bloomberg.
Casi, si hubiese seguido subiendo, era casi 20 veces lo que hubieras colocado. Si colocas un 1% de tu capital en este trade, siguiendo esta estructura, te podías hacer un 18-19% sin ningún tipo de problema. ¿Okay? Nada más con un 10% ya es brutal. Bueno, ¿qué pasó? Rompió. ¿Okay? Rompió y ya estamos entonces en qué? Aquí estamos pensando en vender, venta en corto. Bueno chicos, listo. Vendemos por esta zona y se está dando bien. Vamos a ver si hace trampita por acá. Sí. Tenemos nuestra orden de venta por acá. Sí, cancelamos compras que tengamos acá. Si es que ya no las teníamos canceladas. Metemos la venta, funciona un rato y luego puede sacar el empate o puede estopear. Pero hasta el momento, ¿qué puedo pensar yo ahí? Que tengo ya una trampa. ¿Por qué? Porque entonces me está rompiendo acá y me está sumando por acá. Acá yo puedo pensar en compras. Sí, pero hay un problema. Ya la tendencia está muy extendida. Entonces tendríamos que buscar un negocio que tenga poquito stock y buen ratio para que sea atractivo. Recuerden que un 1 a 1 o un 2 a 1 siquiera no es nada atractivo, aunque eso sea lo que se desee. Ahora $3,000 por un curso parece que hacer el 2 a 1 cuando ya te has dado cuenta que te puedes hacer 15, 20, incluso más del ratio por operación si sabes identificar bien la zona. Bueno, entonces el precio viene acá. Estamos en tendencia que aquí. Estamos en tendencia alcista. Esto fue una trampa siempre y cuando el precio esté por acá. Es decir, cancelamos todas órdenes de venta. Si tenemos venta acá, asumimos la pérdida. Pero ¿qué pasa luego? Vuelve y se mete por debajo del mínimo. Quiere decir que ya podemos pensar nuevamente en venta. ¿Okay? Vamos a ver qué pasa. Yo creo que a partir de acá ya está confirmado. Rompe aquí. Sí, entonces quiero explicar esta parte. Presten mucha atención, por favor. El precio rompe. Aquí hay una dualidad porque entonces lo podemos asumir o lo asumimos como trampa. Sin embargo, una vez que rompe acá y ya me crea un nuevo mínimo, ¿sí? Entonces teníamos este mínimo y ya esperando que termine un mínimo por acá, ¿qué va a pasar? Tenemos tendencia bajista confirmada, ¿sí? Incluso desde acá.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. We are 43 minutes into the trading day, looking at more than 1% gains, a continued rally here across Europe and in the UK. Let's go over, though, to the US right now and get the latest on the protest there over the death of unarmed black man George Floyd at the hands of police. These protests continuing for an 8th consecutive night. They have been mostly peaceful marches and have been taking place despite curfews in cities across the country. Joe Biden, meanwhile, has accused President Trump of fanning the flames of hate. The presumptive Democratic nominee says the country is crying out for leadership. Let's get more from Bloomberg's Kathleen Hunter. So, Kathleen, what has been the reaction to President Trump's stance regarding the protests, his breakup of the protests outside the White House, and his walk across the street to hold up a Bible in front of a church?
Well, Matt, there certainly was a very wide range of criticism that rained down on the president yesterday for particularly the use of force to disperse protesters that were protesting peacefully in Lafayette Square prior to his walk across there to get to the church. And so I think that the sense is that perhaps that criticism has fizzled somewhat Trump's ambitions or Trump's threats to use greater military force to put down some of these protests. It seems as though, everyone from members of the religious community to even some fellow Republicans have had some criticism for the president there. And so I think that certainly has given the White House pause.
Given the White House pause, good morning to you, Kathleen. Where does this take the country next then? I mean, what happened last night? I've read a couple of times that things were a little quieter or a little calmer in terms of the protest activity, much more focused on protests rather than lawlessness. Would that be a fair depiction?
Yeah, that seems to be the case, Anna. It seems like, certainly, and I think this is significant, people are still coming out in very large numbers to protest in major cities everywhere from New York to Washington. There were some accounts of, conflict with police outside the White House again in D.C. There was a standoff with police on the Manhattan Bridge in New York City, but it doesn't seem like those protests have been escalated to the level they have perhaps in previous nights, certainly Sunday night or Monday night, in terms of the confrontations with police. And it seems like the sort of looting that we saw over the weekend isn't occurring to the same degree, or didn't occur to the same degree last night. And so I think that is certainly a sign, potentially a potentially hopeful sign, that the perhaps more extreme aspects of these protests are dying down a bit, and it's perhaps a hopeful sign of that, but I think it's still a little bit early to really kind of say that clearly. We have to see what goes on, in the coming nights as well, and additionally, how the White House reacts to that certainly could have an influence on how things go going forward.
Absolutely, Kathleen, thanks very much. Kathleen Hunter from Bloomberg, of course, talking to us about the latest in the developments stateside. Now, Wall Street's top regulator is discussing legislation that could result in the delisting of dozens of Chinese securities from US stock exchanges. In a conversation with Bloomberg, the SEC chairman Jay Clayton gave his take on moving forward with a bill to achieve this.
The bedrock of our system is good financial information. And this asymmetry, you can call it an unlevel playing field with Chinese listed companies versus other companies from non-US jurisdictions listed, has gone on for too long. And first step, let's make sure investors understand it. Second step, and the administration is now looking at this. Senator Kennedy and Van Hollen have a bill that has a very sensible approach to this, which is give people time to level that asymmetric or unlevel playing field. Now we know about it. Now we got to figure out what we're going to do about it.
Well, is disclosure enough in this situation as a practical matter? I mean, there are now proposals up on the Hill, as you know, the Senate has passed. Would say if a company, I think if the rule is if you don't allow access to the audit papers for 3 consecutive years, you get delisted. Do you need that kind of power?
Well, first step, disclosure, but I do think that we need to consider whether more to level the playing field. And I think the bill you mentioned, the Kennedy Van Hollen bill, it's a very sensible way to look at this if you're going to do more, because it gives people a period of time to level the playing field before you would take any action. I'm not a guy who wants to take like precipitous, hit the nail on the head with the hammer tomorrow, but I like the way they've approached it, in that there's a period of time to come into compliance, and if you don't, then it's time to take measures beyond just disclosure.
Jay, from you having watched this over some period of time, and I know you don't want to name any individual companies, so I won't name any individual companies. But is it across the board with Chinese publicly traded companies, or is it more a problem with some of the smaller or maybe up-and-coming ones as opposed to some of the really big mega-cap companies that we all know the names of that have been publicly traded for a while?
Well, David, you bring up a good point. A point that applies in every market. Financial controls, audit procedures, and the like, they're different for larger companies than they are for smaller companies. And there are a lot of smaller companies that have operations in China that are listed on our markets, and investors might look at those differently from the multi-caps or from state-owned enterprises. And, I'm not an expert on international investing, but I do know enough to know that you shouldn't look at a particular jurisdiction in a monolithic way. You should look at that as to whether you're looking at a smaller company, an international company that derives a lot of its revenues from outside of that jurisdiction, or a state-owned enterprise, which has its own risks and reward profiles.
Jay, do you talk with your counterparts who are security regulators in Beijing, in China? I mean, there have been times when the Chinese government said, we really want to try to coordinate, we want to harmonize, we want to open up our markets, our securities markets. Is there any prospect of actually some of that harmonization coming about?
Look, we do talk to my counterparts around the world. There's nothing that I have said to you that I haven't said to them, and that this is a problem that I believe needs to be addressed. And I hope it can be.
Are you hopeful? Do you think it will be?
Look, I'm an optimistic guy, but I'm optimistic because I know that at some point, hope is not a strategy. You got to do other things as well.
So you said the legislation is pending. It's been passed in the Senate. I think you said sensible way of approaching it. Is it doable? Is it something that, as you look at it, the SEC could enforce without too much difficulty?
Oh yes. No, it's a sensible piece of legislation, and it captures the issue in a way. Look, I try very hard not to tell Congress what to do. It's the other way around. They tell me what to do. But this is a very sensible way to approach a problem that's been around for a while.
And that was SEC Chairman Jay Clayton talking with our own David Weston. Up next, back to normal. Stocks in Europe focus on the reopening in Italy. The PMIs show slow signs of a recovery. We'll speak with the head of our European MLive team, Christine Aquino, next. This is Bloomberg.
Ahora, ¿por qué funciona de esta forma? ¿Y por qué me gusta más la vela japonesa que las demás graficaciones? Primero porque representa, como decía, el volumen de negociación. Por ejemplo, una vela de cuerpo representa un alto volumen, en este caso de compras, por lo tanto hay fuerza, ¿sí? Pero no importa si la vela es fuerte, la mayor cantidad de veces va a tener mechas. ¿Por qué? Porque es que es así el negocio. Estas mechas, por ejemplo, hagamos de cuenta que uno hace una compra en esta zona de acá, pero colocas tu stop en esta parte. ¿Qué crees que va a pasar? El precio no va a ir a tu favor y te va a sacar. Esa es una de las razones por las cuales tenemos que modular lo que vamos a invertir, ¿okay? Para no tener complicaciones más adelante. Luego que el precio va por ese stop, ¿sí? Y sacude, recoge y luego sí se va en la dirección en la cual tú estabas presupuestando que se iba a ir, ¿ok? Sin embargo, no te tienes por qué preocupar. Hay formas de tratar de filtrar la mayor cantidad de trampas posible. Recuerda que esto es un mercado lleno de trampas. Y las mechas, ¿sí? Aparte de ser esa evidencia por donde el precio pasa, también están diseñadas para sacudir stops. Los market makers van a mover la balsa para que la mayor cantidad de traders que son expertos se caigan y no se puedan ir por el movimiento potencial. Una vez tú sabes esto, tú vas a saber cómo aprovechar las velas y cómo evitar la mayor cantidad de trampas. Es inevitable caer en las trampas, pero podemos reducir muchísimo el riesgo, ¿sí? O el número de veces que caemos si sabemos la zona. Recordemos que lo más importante es la zona. Vamos a combinar nuestras velas con nuestra zona, ya sea en ciclo o sea en secuencia, ¿vale? Bueno, este es el ejemplo de la vela bajista y es simplemente lo contrario. Esta sería la cotización más alta y esta es la cotización más baja. ¿Cómo así? Sencillo. La cotización inicial empieza con la vela acá y en algún momento de la vela sube. Nos puede hacer un amago de que es una vela alcista. Sin embargo, luego va a pasar que vuelve y recoge, comienza a bajar, baja hasta esta zona y luego vuelve a recoger hasta la zona de cierre, dejándonos esta mecha fuera.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Markets. This is the European Open. Looking at 55 minutes into the trading day, some continued gains across European equity indexes. The DAX adding another 200 points after putting up 430 yesterday. So the German equity index continues to rally with the others. The FTSE Mid here adding 325 today. Joining us now is Christine Aquino, who leads our MLive team in Europe. And Christine, let me first ask you about this optimism in the market. We continue to go higher and higher. Is it about stimulus, reopening, fewer worries about Brexit? What's the story?
I think it's a combination of all of those things, Matt. And there really is a sense that things are aligning for Europe in the positive at the moment. Again, as you mentioned, there's a stimulus story, and we're seeing progress there. I've heard it referred to as a watershed moment lots of times. And then, of course, the fact that some of the data that we're seeing is showing signs of a bottom. I know today's PMIs, for instance, they're mostly in line or even slightly higher than survey estimates. And yes, they're still in contraction territory, but the fact that they're within the realm of expectations of the market, that helps as well. And of course, we have the ECB coming out tomorrow, and there's lots of prospects for an expansion of the PEP program. So lots of reasons for investors to be positive in Europe for sure.
Christine, thanks very much. Christine Aquino, who leads our Markets Live team here in Europe, talking there about the improving data picture. We had German services PMI also shows that very slight improvement, even if we're way down below 50. And some suggest, Simon French was one, that this data is a bit meaningless right now. German May unemployment rising more than expected, though, so be aware of that. We are watching Europe reopen. We're watching Italy reopen, in particular today. Rome Fiumicino Airport, we have pictures of people queuing there, queuing at distance, as we know very well, wearing masks, but at least able to fly once more. Surveillance is next. This is Bloomberg.
Me gustaría que esta libélula tuviera un poco de cuerpo para que fuera un martillo y así está. Sin embargo, es cuestión de gusto. Un trader que tenga una metodología basada en estas velas y la metodología está probada, fácilmente lo puede usar, no hay ningún problema. Ahora, ¿son estas todos los tipos de velas? La respuesta es no. Hay muchísimos más tipos de velas. Sin embargo, en el trading, recuerda, mientras tú sepas identificar la estructura y tengas la zona, ¿sí? La mejor zona, la vela va a ser simplemente el gatillo para que tú puedas accionar tu compra o tu venta. De nada sirve con que te sepas 50 tipos de velas si no sabes cómo accionar, ¿ok? Pero estas son, digamos, que las más representativas. También está una
Protests continue in the United States from coast to coast. Demonstrators defy curfews, but rallies are peaceful. President Trump's show of force faces backlash. Investors shrug off the risk. The S&P 500 hit early March highs. The risk-on rally shows no signs of slowing. And Italy lifts most of its travel restrictions. We'll speak exclusively to the former Italian Prime Minister Matteo Renzi shortly. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. These are your markets. Now, first, one thing that we haven't looked at in a while is natural gas. The specter of negative prices for natural gas is actually hanging over once again on the energy markets. If we have those market boards for you, let's bring them up so I can go through some of the things that we're watching out for. There you go. European stocks gaining some 1.1%, Brent gaining to around $40 on actually a thought there would be an agreement between OPEC and OPEC Plus, so you can see Brent crude extending its rebound above $40 a barrel as investors are eyeing this potential extension of record production curbs by OPEC Plus. What else I'm looking at is, of course, natural gas. And this is because of the specter of negative rates. And then in general, the global rally in stocks is holding on to momentum. Treasuries dipping with gold, and dollar gauge is actually hitting its lowest level since March. That Euro area May services PMI also coming in a bit better than we thought, 30.5 instead of the preliminary 28.7. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg First Word News. Here in London is Leanne Garrett. Hi, Leanne.
Hi, Francine. Unrest is continuing across the United States overnight, and President Donald Trump has come under harsh criticism for his response to the demonstrations. He's also not getting the backing of local governors over his offer to send in the military to prevent looting. Thousands ignored curfews last night as marches and arrests continued. In Germany, Chancellor Angela Merkel failed to broker a deal on stimulus yesterday. It delays plans to spend as much as 100 billion euros to reboot Europe's biggest economy. After 9 hours of talks, the ruling coalition couldn't reach a deal. The parties will reconvene today for more talks. The latest round of Brexit talks are set to end on Friday without a breakthrough, and Bloomberg has learned the EU is now pinning its hopes on a dramatic intervention by the Prime Minister. Boris Johnson is set to speak with EU leaders Ursula von der Leyen and Charles Michel later this month. He's likely to be told the bloc can offer possible concessions if the UK does the same. Brent crude has topped $40 a barrel for the first time since March. It is on signs that OPEC and its allies are close to agreeing a short extension of their historic output cuts. Bloomberg has learned Russia and several other members are in favor of extending the curbs by 1 month. Saudi Arabia is in favor of 1 to 3 months. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Garrett. This is Bloomberg. Francine.
Leanne, thanks so much. Now let's get the latest from the U.S. and protests over the killing of George Floyd at the hands of the police are continuing for an 8th consecutive night, despite curfews in cities across the country. The incident renewed concerns about police use of force that helped spark the Black Lives Matter movement. Well, joining us now for more is Anne-Marie Hordern, who's in New York for us. Anne-Marie, good morning to you. Now, the protests were more peaceful overnight. Is this because of stricter and earlier curfews?
Good morning, Francine. Yeah, that seems to be exactly right. I mean, Monday evening here in New York, I witnessed some of that vandalism and looting we saw. Definitely not part of the peaceful protest. I didn't witness any of that yesterday, and I have been up the entire curfew. So largely what we've been seeing in New York and throughout the country has been peaceful protests. So thousands have been coming out to protest, denying the curfew, but it has been done in a peaceful way. Some pockets, D.C., though, we did see some protesters clash with law enforcement. In New York, Francine, one thing to note is that this curfew will be extended through June 7th through June 8th morning. June 8th is when New York City is supposed to be opening up from that lockdown. Yesterday I took a walk around New York just to see exactly what the stores are doing. And if stores were not boarded up already, construction workers were outside. The iconic Apple store on 5th Avenue, that big glass cube, construction workers were there working to board up that entire structure. So that's really the scene in New York as well as throughout the United States.
tener ese criterio si podemos comprar nuevamente y esas entradas se les va a llamar continuación. ¿Okay? Por ejemplo, si tenemos una compra desde este punto de acá y luego vemos que el precio nos respeta este nivel de soporte, aquí podemos colocar una compra de continuación y así sacarle más dinero al mismo movimiento de tendencia. ¿Okay? Sin embargo, les acabo de colocar el ejemplo con las líneas horizontales normales, pero a mi parecer no es la mejor forma, porque si se dan cuenta, digamos que yo empiezo a colocar y actualizar niveles de soporte, y eso que no he colocado las resistencias, yo creo que coincidirán conmigo en que el mercado o la gráfica se empieza a llenar de líneas, y llegado a un punto nos podemos confundir. ¿Por qué? Porque estas líneas son infinitas. Entonces, si llegado el caso de que cambie el ciclo y luego tenemos algún tiempo después un movimiento del precio donde llega a estos niveles, a lo mejor este nivel sea un nivel antiguo que colocamos hace varios meses o hace varias semanas y nos pueda confundir y no va a ser el soporte o la resistencia adecuada. ¿Okay? Entonces, para eso hay otro truco. Vamos a limpiar entonces la gráfica. Sí, entonces aquí ya la gráfica está limpia. Y por ende lo que vamos a hacer es lo siguiente. Entonces, esta línea de acá que está justo al lado de la línea horizontal es la línea de tendencia. Como su nombre lo dice, una línea para medir tendencias, así como también para colocar canales. ¿Sí? Entonces, esta línea nos puede servir de una forma horizontal. ¿Cómo nos sirve? Si se dan cuenta, miren que la línea es infinita, ¿no? Y tiene estos tres nodos. Entonces damos clic derecho en el nodo del extremo, propiedades de la línea, nos vamos a parámetros y quitamos este chulo que nos coloca en rayo, ¿sí? Le damos a aceptar y vemos cómo la línea se nos va a cortar. Entonces simplemente lo que vamos a hacer es colocar nuestros niveles de soporte, en este caso ya vamos con los de resistencia, y miren que los podemos hacer cortos, simplemente los alargamos hasta donde nosotros vamos a querer y llegado a un punto obviamente ya van a dejar de funcionar. Así que una vez dejemos de estirar este nivel, ese nivel ya no nos va a estresar para cuando el precio siga funcionando, siga corriendo, ¿cierto? Entonces ya los nuevos niveles son los que van a cobrar relevancia y estos niveles van a desaparecer, o si quieren pues simplemente los van eliminando ya a gusto a criterio de cada trader, ¿vale? Entonces miren cómo empieza esa tendencia alcista que nace con un soporte. Ahora, ¿dónde hay otros niveles de soporte y de resistencia aparte de los que acabo de mencionar? Fácil, en la secuencia de máximos y mínimos y en el ciclo del precio. Por ejemplo, acá que yo siempre dibujo la caja, que es otra forma de graficar niveles, sino que la tengo reservada para los soportes para los máximos y mínimos. Miren esta caja, vamos a ponerla de color azul. Aquí está el máximo, ¿no? De esa tendencia bajista creada por estos dos niveles, estos dos mínimos que me crean este máximo y se rompe, ¿ok? Se rompe, comienza la tendencia alcista. Qué casualidad que vamos a quitar entonces esto acá, ¿cierto? Si yo trazo un nivel
It is critically important that the markets stay open in this time, as opposed to trying to take breaks in the middle. I think that that'll just push off the situation a little bit, but actually could create other
la
pent-up
resistencia
issues
o el
if you do
soporte
close the
más
market.
poderoso. ¿Por qué? Porque es el que nos marca la pauta de la nueva tendencia. Entonces eso también lo podemos usar como soporte y resistencia. Si se dan cuenta, entonces esto venía siendo un nivel de resistencia.
Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg Business Flash. Your London is Leanne.
Rompe ese máximo y luego ¿qué pasa cuando
Good morning, Francine. Lufthansa is planning a far-reaching restructuring to repay the cost of its €9 billion bailout. Europe's biggest airline will slash employee expenses and look at spinning off non-core units. It is aiming to reduce costs and bolster its cash flow. The news comes as the carrier suffered a €2.1 billion net loss in the first quarter. TUI has reached a deal with Boeing to recoup its financial hit from the 737 MAX grounding. The travel company says a large part of the costs will be compensated over the next 2 years. It's put the burden so far at around 370 million euros. The deal will go some way to easing the pressure on TUI as demand for travel does remain weak. Tiffany shares took a dive yesterday. That's after Women's Wear Daily reported its deal with LVMH may be uncertain. The luxury giant is apparently concerned about the impact of the coronavirus pandemic on the US economy and growing unrest across America. No comment to Bloomberg from either company. And that's the Bloomberg Business Flash.
Ese cambio de tendencia. Vamos a ver si
Thank you so much, Leanna. Now, unrest continuing across the United States overnight, and President Donald Trump has come under harsh criticism for his response to the demonstrations. He's also not getting the backing of local governors over his offer to send in the military to prevent looting. Now, thousands ignored curfews last night as marches and arrests continued. Well, joining us now is Paul Donovan, global chief economist at UBS Wealth Management. Paul, the equity markets are ignoring this, but should economists ignore this? Because this could actually change the social contract in America.
So I think that whenever we have a period of unrest, it causes relatively short-term economic disruption. What is more significant here is that when we're looking at the economic bounce back, what matters is whether consumers feel confident to go out and spend and whether businesses are confident as well. And of course, that's a wide range of fears that need to be overcome. Obviously, fear of unemployment is very significant, particularly in the United States where unemployment has been very high, fear of the virus, and I think that there is now a certain amount of fear around the unrest. So I would argue that this is something which certainly has some near-term implications around the timing and the force of the economic bounce back.
Which means that what, it delays it, or we also need to think about redistribution and some of the long-term impact that COVID would have on certain sections of the population.
So I think we have to bear in mind that the US is a very large economy, and it's been reacting to the virus in quite a disparate way. So different parts of the economy are reacting differently. And fear of unemployment, fear of the virus are higher in some areas than others. Fear of unrest will also not be uniform because the unrest has not been everywhere. In terms of the longer term, I think that our view is that what COVID-19 is doing is accelerating changes that were happening anyway in the global economy, and in particular a lot of the changes around the fourth industrial revolution. Now that raises some interesting questions because the fourth industrial revolution, as with any industrial revolution, is something which creates lots of shifts in relative economic positions and relative status, and that's always very important. People's relative status moves around in these situations. We were expecting larger government because we were expecting income inequality to be a big issue in the fourth industrial revolution, and I think COVID-19 is possibly accelerating certainly the increased role of government in economies, but also potentially issues around income distribution as well.
How will it change the narrative into the U.S. election in November? I don't know whether you have different economic models on whether President Trump is a two-term president or whether there's a Democrat at the White House come November 4th.
So our view was that the markets were, at the start of this year, were not pricing in a sufficiently high risk of a close race. I think that the race was closer at the start of this year than had been supposed, and markets have had to adjust as opinion polls have adjusted. But of course, what we've got to remember is November isn't one election. November is over 30,000 elections in the United States at all levels of government, and that I think is very, very relevant because there is an enormous difference between President Trump being re-elected but with a Democrat House, or Vice President Biden being elected but with a Republican Senate. There's lots of things that we need to consider here. So I think at this stage it is still too soon to be saying exactly what the differences would be. We don't even know who Vice President Biden is likely to nominate as a running mate, and I think that will also be important because it will give a sense of the direction of Vice President Biden's potential economic policy which we don't really have, I think, at the moment. So I think it is still too soon to be making conclusions on that. But I think we must look beyond the presidential race and consider other levels of government, because they are going to be very important in the recovery and important to markets.
Paul, what do you make of the U.S.-China trade relationship? So there were reports that actually Chinese officials told companies to scale back some of the purchases, for example, of U.S. agricultural products. How much more pressure will that put on the global recovery?
So trade, I think, was always going to be subdued as we come out of this, because we've had this desynchronized impact of COVID-19. So just as supply chains were starting to recover as China was coming back into production, we then hit with the global demand shock of Europe and the United States going into lockdown. So that was always going to be a tension. Our view is that at least for the time being, the phase one trade deal between the US and China is going to hold, because I think it is in both parties' interests. But what we are also seeing, of course, is companies reconsidering their global supply chains. Now, again, they were going to do this anyway. This is part of the acceleration of the fourth industrial revolution, but I think that they're perhaps bringing that forward. The only thing I would caveat here is, as we saw last year when President Trump was imposing trade taxes, you can't shift a supply chain that quickly. There's a certain amount that you can shift, but actually the bulk of supply chains don't move that quickly. So when we're talking about relocating supply chains, yes, I think that that's something that happens on a 2 to 5 year view. It's going to be very, very difficult to do it on a 1 to 2 year view. So I would expect lots of noise coming out on US-China relations. I think that's inevitable, but I don't think we're necessarily going to get really substantive decisions which would have an additional impact on global trade.
Paul, overall, given these uncertainties, will it be more difficult for a global recovery to take place post-COVID-19? I know we're just starting to relax a lot of lockdown, so it's unclear whether there's a second wave or we'll have to go back in lockdown. But is a V-shaped recovery now out of the question?
So I think many economists are quite uncomfortable talking about V's and U's and so on, because in one sense you never actually get a V-shaped recovery. It's always a bit more mixed. So if we are talking about growth rates, the third quarter is going to be great. Inevitably, you're going to get a very strong bounce back. We have all these pent-up savings. People have been sitting in lockdown unable to spend. It's like wartime rationing. And when you lift the restrictions, you lift the wartime rationing, you lift the lockdowns, that money, that savings will be spent. A lot of this saving has taken place for middle and higher income groups. In the US, it's been a bit more broad-based, and that I think will go out, and it will give you a very good growth rate. But after that initial surge, after the pent-up saving is spent, we then go back to a more mediocre growth rate, and we'll be going back to trend, maybe below trend, dealing with the consequences of some unemployment increase and disruption. So I think that that's very, very likely to be taking place. In other words, we get a growth recovery in the third quarter, but we don't recover the level of GDP before the end of next year.
All right, Paul, thank you so much. Paul Donovan there from UBS Wealth Management stays with us, and we'll talk about Europe next. Coming up, after almost 3 months of lockdown, Italians can travel freely again from today. We'll discuss Europe's reopening next. This is Bloomberg.
establecer cuál es su objetivo publicitario. Lo primero que ustedes deben hacer es establecer cuál es su objetivo publicitario, es decir, qué es lo que van a hacer. ¿Ok? Una vez ustedes definan su objetivo publicitario, deben buscar una plataforma que se adapte a su objetivo publicitario. Las plataformas que les estoy mostrando a continuación son las plataformas que, digámoslo así, a nivel compren una página, exijan que sea sobre un CMS. Cuando ustedes entreguen una página web, entreguen una página sobre un CMS. ¿Qué son CMS o gestores de contenido? Son páginas que...
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, from today, Italians can travel freely again. After almost 3 months of lockdown, residents will be allowed to leave their home regions as countries around Europe ease their restrictions. What does that mean for the shape of the recovery here in Europe? Well, still with us, Paul Donovan from UBS Wealth Management. Paul, first of all, are we simply expecting too much of the ECB? If you look at what economists are predicting for tomorrow, they're expecting quite a lot more at the ECB. Is it the right time for them to do more?
Well, I mean, the ECB's job in the current situation is essentially to keep markets relatively stable, to allow governments to finance themselves, and to make sure that the banking system has got the liquidity that it needs to also be able to support the economy. There's not that much that central bank policy of itself can do to stimulate growth. This is a fiscal crisis. Governments have taken money away from businesses and people by putting them into lockdown. It's down to governments to give it back. So the ECB's role is really to facilitate here. That may require, more action just to give confidence in the markets to make sure they stay stable. But we shouldn't be looking to the ECB to as it were, drive the economic recovery. That's down to governments, plain and simple.
Okay, is the Commission, together with governments, actually with this fund, are they doing enough for the countries most hit by COVID-19? Or are we going to see bailouts at the end? Or are we going to see, certain countries needing a lot of external help?
Well, I think that the Commission proposals, they're groundbreaking because, of course, it's moving away from the idea that you've got so many votes and therefore you get so much money, and more to need-based grants. And so that's, I think, an important precedent to be setting. And we shouldn't underestimate the power of that, because once the precedent is set, it will become easier, if money is needed in the future, to go down this route again, I would argue. But yes, I mean, individual governments may face certain fiscal difficulties, but we shouldn't, I think, panic about this. The debt levels that we're talking about are not that alarming. I mean, by historical standards, they're actually relatively low. Remember, the UK's debt level in 1946 was 243% of GDP. No one in Europe is close to that. The UK survived. The UK managed perfectly well with that debt level and brought it down over a period of time. So I think we can become too alarmist about the debt levels, and that's probably unwise. I'm not looking for bailouts particularly. I think it'll be continual support is needed as we go into the stimulus phase, which is really next year.
You mentioned the UK, so we're in these final rounds of talks between the UK and the EU over Brexit. How likely is it that the UK will actually ask for an extension, or that the UK and the EU find an agreement?
So I think it is very unlikely that the UK is going to ask for an extension. The government's position, the UK government's position on this, I think, is relatively clear. Will we get an agreement? Yes, I think we probably will, but it will be in the grand tradition of practically every decision the EU has taken since the beginning of time, which is that there will be some kind of emergency summit, which will say, we will come up with a decision by 7 o'clock this evening, and at midnight they're still talking, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, bleary-eyed politicians emerge blinking into the cameras and say, we've come up with a deal.
Yeah.
So it will be the standard that we always...
Thank you. Paul Donovan, thank you so much from UBS Wealth Management.
es como una receta de cocina en la cual hay diferentes elementos que vamos a aprender. ¿Ok? Entonces, constantemente posicionamiento, pero es para constantemente fácil posicionamiento, estamos iniciando una plataforma fácil de manejar. Ya no es para blogs únicamente. Nació como blog, pero si tuvieras actualmente puedes hacer cualquier tipo de desarrollo en WordPress, el ya evolucionó mucho. Él tiene algo muy interesante que son los plugins. ¿Qué son los plugins? Tú compras un carro y tú al carro le quieres instalar rines, le quieres instalar espejos, no sé, hacerlo un poco más atractivo. ¿Ok? Lo mismo puedes hacer con WordPress, los puedes engañar. ¿Qué es eso? Le quieres instalar una galería de fotos, una galería de videos, una zona de stickers. Eso tú lo puedes hacer con los plugins. ¿Ok? Es decir, ya no lo veas WordPress como la plataforma simplemente para eso, sino es una plataforma. Es más, ustedes pueden montar ahí hasta tiendas virtuales. Hay un plugin que es el motor, que te va a convertir páginas WordPress en una tienda virtual. Bueno, sí es bueno. ¿Lo recomiendo? No. ¿Por qué no lo recomiendo? Es bueno, pero no lo recomiendo. ¿Por qué? Porque si tú me dices que quieres montar una tienda virtual, yo busco una plataforma que sea especializada en tiendas virtuales. Y hay otras plataformas como en este caso como Magento que nacieron para hacer tiendas virtuales y son mucho más robustas. ¿Ok? Recuerden que en este momento, véanlo de esta manera. En este momento ustedes van a correr en internet. Vamos a competir con mucha gente para ser los mejores y comercializar nuestros productos o servicios. Tienen que escoger un buen carro. ¿Ok? Porque si no tienes un buen carro en la carrera de internet te van a dejar atrás. Entonces tenemos que verificar que estemos montados en una buena plataforma. WordPress igual tiene una división. WordPress.com, WordPress.org. Uno es como comprar y el otro es como alquilar. Como comprar igual es en WordPress.org. Es un WordPress que tú descargas e instalas en tu servidor. Lo compras, digamos, lo haces, es gratuito, pero tú lo compras con respecto a que tú lo
Yet another
descargas.
day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring
Le puedes cambiar
special
absolutamente todo.
coverage of all the
El
price action and
WordPress.com ya es cuando
its
tú ingresas
implications
a
here on
una
Bloomberg
plataforma que se
Television.
llama empresa.wordpress.com, pero está sujeto a la plataforma, tiene ciertas limitaciones, entonces digamos que aquí lo recomendable es que lo descargues. Otra plataforma interesante es Joomla. ¿Han escuchado de Joomla? ¿Qué tal les parece lo que han visto?
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
Ahí toca instalar categorías, subcategorías, artículos, es muy complejo. Y digamos que no es malo, pero pues Google le tiene cierta ventaja. Yo quiero un carro que verdaderamente sea bueno para mi carrera digital. Drupal. ¿Qué es Drupal? Drupal es una plataforma un poco más robusta. Si ustedes me preguntan, WordPress y Joomla se lo recomiendo para empresas de servicios.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. We're just getting some breaking news out of Italy, actually. So Italy is getting a record 85 billion euros of orders for their 10-year bonds. They put out this auction a day before the ECB. We're expecting more from the ECB. Certainly investors and a lot of economists are expecting the ECB to do more bond buying. So Italy, just moments ago, getting this record 85 billion euro of orders for their 10-year bonds. We have seen quite a lot of appetite in general for the issuance of European bonds, so I'm really looking forward to my conversation with Matteo Renzi, the former Italian Prime Minister. That's very shortly. Now let's get straight to the Bloomberg. First word news here in London is Leanne Gerrans. Hi, Leanne.
Hi, Francine. Unrest is continuing across the United States overnight, and President Donald Trump has come under harsh criticism for his response to the demonstrations. He's also not getting the backing of local governors over his offer to send in the military to prevent looting. Thousands ignored curfews last night as marches and arrests continued. President Donald Trump says the Republican Party has been forced to seek a new city for its national convention. It's been planned for Charlotte, North Carolina, but the president wants it moved due to coronavirus restrictions put in place by the state's governor. The president didn't definitely say the GOP were pulling out of Charlotte and didn't definitely say which other cities were under consideration. France says there won't be any tax hikes to pay for pandemic stimulus. French Minister Bruno Le Maire says taxes are already high and they won't increase the burden on the French people. The announcement comes as countries are grappling with how to pay for the trillions in spending to protect jobs and companies. The latest round of Brexit talks are set to end Friday without a breakthrough, and Bloomberg has learned the EU is now pinning its hopes on the dramatic intervention by the Prime Minister. Boris Johnson is set to speak with EU leaders Ursula von der Leyen and Charles Michel later this month. He's likely to be told the bloc can offer possible concessions if the UK does the same. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Leanne Gerrans. This is Bloomberg Francine.
Leanne, thank you so much. Now let's get to our exclusive interview. One of Europe's worst hit countries is easing its coronavirus restrictions today. After almost 3 months of lockdown, Italians are now able to leave their home regions. Well, the country's government hopes that the changes will boost domestic travel, with tourism accounting for some 13% of Italy's economic output. Well, I'm very pleased to be joined by Matteo Renzi, Italia Viva leader and former Prime Minister of Italy. Mr. Renzi, thank you so much for giving Bloomberg a little bit of your time. First of all, what does the government now need to do to relaunch the economy in Italy? We had a pretty successful auction bond. Is this the right time to convince investors that Italy's on track?
Good morning. I think this post-coronavirus is very strange situation because, of course, we are so worried for the situation, particularly of tourism and a part of our economy. But at the same time, as you said just some seconds ago, we have a lot of signals of hope for our economy in the future. So we need, of course, we come back to normality as soon as possible, particularly in tourism, but also in manufacturing, the export. I believe for Italy, this post-coronavirus, this new season, could be an unbelievable and huge opportunity to relaunch economy and to come back to become one of the most important economies around the world. So, despite 3 months of lockdown, terrible cases of death, a lot of problems for the people who died, I think now is time to rebuild a new hope for Italy.
How do you relaunch this economy? What are the reforms that are needed to be put in place to make sure that Italy does well in the coming years?
I believe for the world who arrive tomorrow, the world after coronavirus, Italy is a perfect land, because if we cut finally, after years and years, our problem is in the red tape of bureaucracy, in the civil justice, and in all the long problems of bureaucracy. I believe the world of tomorrow is perfect. It's digitalization, culture, investment in sustainability. I have an example, a little example. Everyone remember the terrible image of collapse of bridge in Genova just 2 years ago. And that was unbelievable, terrible defeat for Italian credibility. So in 1 year, after 1 year, this bridge come back to normality with a great project of Renzo Piano, one of the master of architecture, and with a record of rebuilding. So really, Italy have to use this terrible crisis as an unbelievable opportunity to reshuffle, to change approach, particularly in bureaucracy and civil justice, and finally invest in the new ideas of Italy. And that means healthcare, personalized medicine, investment in globalization and export, of course, sustainability, robotics. That is the world of tomorrow, and I think that could be a great world for Italy.
This is a very difficult moment. This is a very delicate moment for the Italian economy. Is the current government up to the job of relaunching the economy? Do they have your support, or would you be in favor of a government of national unity?
I believe that is not a time of division in Italy. But in Italy we change a government, we changed too much government in our history. We changed, I think, if I remember well, 64 government in 73 years, more or less. So we changed government too much. I believe that is a time to support this government, to support the government led by Prime Minister Conte, and everyone have to give a support because this is a time rebuilding Italy. Of course, it depends on the quality of ideas. One example again, Italy is one of the countries with an unbelievable expectation of life. After Japan, we are the number 2 in the ranking of countries around the world for expectation of life. But that means we need an investment in pharmaceutics, in the medicine, personalized medicine, in the new approach of high technologies and traditional drugs. That it's a possibility because Italy is a place of ideas and not is a place all of the past. We are so proud of our museums, but we are so proud of our labs. There is today a place in Italy in which it's possible to find the vaccine, and there is a cooperation between Oxford University, UK, an American company, and at the same time a lab in Italy, in Pomezia, and that could create the first vaccine against coronavirus. So it's important for Italy to stop with the polemics, with the division in politics, and invest in the new technologies and a new idea of future. This is my commitment, not polemics in politics.
But this is what, the government's money in some of these new investments, or how do you talk to investors? We know that the Prime Minister today will address exactly how you relaunch this economy. What kind of recession does Italy need, and what kind of investment does the country need?
First, investment in infrastructure. We have a plan of 120 billion of infrastructure, and the big problem is this plan is blocked for too much time only for red tape of bureaucracy, because you know, particularly in the past, Italy was the land of bureaucracy, block. A lot of international investors know very well the big problem in the Italian business is bureaucracy. So we have to use this terrible situation, this terrible recession, to cancel every type of bureaucratic block and use this 120 billion euro to create infrastructure in school, infrastructure in railways, infrastructure in the south of Italy, because the north of Italy have a performance usually better than Germany. The south of Italy usually performance worse than Greece. This is the tragedy of Italian economy. And now it's time, if we reduce bureaucracy, to invest 120 billion in infrastructure. This is the first plan. I call that shock plan. Shock because in Italy, surpass bureaucracy is really a shock. That is a priority. Of course, we have a lot of other type of investment, but that is good also for investors, because this is a time in which an investment in infrastructure is very good and it's a very safe investment.
All right, Matteo Renzi, thank you so much. The former Italian Prime Minister stays with us. We'll talk a little bit about also what his legacy has been and how he sees Europe going from here. Just a reminder, Italy has racked up this record bond orders a day before the ECB decision. It's moved BTPs a touch, but the country has gotten over 85 billion euros of orders for the 10-year sale, and this again is one day before the ECB is expected to expand its pandemic bond buying stimulus program. Also coming up a little bit later, despite the slump in traffic, Wizz Air says airports are begging discount carriers to open bases. Our exclusive conversation with the company's chief executive is coming up later this hour. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now let's get more with our guest, Matteo Renzi, former Prime Minister of Italy, who's with us for an exclusive conversation. Matteo Renzi, we were talking a bit before about Italy reopening, some of the economic things that Italy would need right now in terms of reforms to get on a better footing. Do Italians feel like they've had enough solidarity from Europe? We have this fund that was also proposed by France and Germany. Does Europe need to do more, or is it okay for now?
I believe Europe really changed a lot in this period of lockdown. Please consider that the news about Europe in the last 3 months was absolutely more than the news about Europe in the last 30 years. I believe that is the reality. And I don't know if that is the consequence of Brexit, because maybe with London inside EU, maybe a lot of news in the Pact of Stability and Recovery Fund and a lot of initiatives launched by Ursula von der Leyen, maybe in case of presence of UK in EU, maybe that will be not possible. But now the situation is that a very good job from Ursula von der Leyen, a very good job from Angela Merkel and Emmanuel Macron, and I think that really changed Europe. And now it's time for Italy to bring this occasion, and not only for Italy, and give a new hope. We cannot attack Europe. We can give only our thanks to Europe for the great change in the last months.
But how much do you worry about inequality? We're seeing a lot of social unrest in the US. How much do you worry about civil unrest if the situation is not handled correctly in Italy?
I believe what happened in USA, it's really terrible. It's really terrible because I believe the situation today is not out of control, and that is a problem for USA, but is a problem for everyone, because this is first of all, because USA is the leader of the free world, and second, because in a year of election, we risk to transform election year in a terrible year. So I believe Italy and Europe are very different in terms of social life. I'm worried for what could happen in the banlieue of Paris, in other areas of Europe. But of course, today, everyone, we have to give a message of peace and come back to normality and against the violence of police, because it's unacceptable what happened to the poor George Floyd. So we in Europe, we have to support our American friends to come back to normality, and I think that it's a priority also for American politics. I know very well that is not simply a pretext. This is a change of era in the United States. So I'm really worried for what could happen in the next days.
I mean, there's a profound change, not only in the fabric of what we're seeing through social unrest in certain parts of the world, I'm thinking of the US, but also because of this fight longer term between the US and China. What place should Europe have, and Italy within that?
There is not possibility to discuss. Europe stay with the United States. Chinese people are people of France. We have to work for the dialogue. We have to persuade all the leaders, President Trump, President Xi Jinping, and all the leaders to find some ideas, some places for the dialogue. I hope G20 in Saudi Arabia in November could be an occasion, maybe also before. But if the question is, what is the place for Italy? What is the place for Europe? The place for Italy and the place for Europe is in the alliance with the United States of America. Not from today, but from the last years and for the next years. Of course, we, as Europeans, we have to encourage all the leaders to discuss and to dialogue, but our place is a place very clear, no doubts about it.
Matteo Renzi, thank you so much for your time today. He is, of course, the leader of Italia Viva and the former Italian Prime Minister. Up next, we talk about airlines. Wizz Air says it isn't optimistic about its profit margin. We'll bring you an exclusive conversation with the budget airline's chief executive. That's shortly. This is Bloomberg.
Climate change is the defining issue of our time, so we've redefined how we cover it. With clear data and rigorous journalism, we rise to the scale of the challenge to reveal the breadth of possibility. We look at stories from every angle to provoke debate, spotlight solutions, and make sense of the greatest crisis of our generation. Bloomberg Green, solutions for a changing climate.
It is critically important that the markets stay open in this time as opposed to trying to take breaks in the middle. I think that that'll just push off the situation a little bit, but actually could create other pent-up issues if you do close the markets.
Economics, finance, and politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, budget carrier Wizz Air says it's been approached by airports who are looking for growth capacity. The chief executive, Joseph Varadi, told us the airline is one of the few carriers that can actually deliver. Well, he also says Wizz Air will recover quickly from the crisis.
We hope to do significantly better in the following quarter. We sense that there is a turning point now in Europe. June might be the month that many of the countries will start easing restrictions significantly. So we are expecting a much better quarter. So roughly 50–60% of the capacity we are planning on flying. And depending on how life moves on, we would expect to ramp up to around 80% in the second half of our financial year. Now, this is all subject to government restrictions, I have to emphasize.
When you look at, for example, other markets that have opened up, Joseph, I saw charts today of China that I think substantiated kind of your forecast, looking at a rebound to 80–85% of previous activity. Is that what you expect for the rebound here in Europe as well?
Yes, absolutely. This is what I would be expecting. I mean, again, you know, people want to go, people want to fly. I think there is demand there, and that demand can be further stimulated by low fares. And I think we have a perfect business model to do so. But we need to see the government restrictions going away in order to be able to fly people. But definitely, I think the industry will recover. But different players in the industry will recover differently. We are a low-cost, very efficient point-to-point business. We recover much quicker than the hub and spoke carriers who are much relying on long-haul travel. I think long-haul will have some time to go before it gets back to normal.
Joseph, do you think you'd be able to take some market share if your government gave you 9 billion euros?
Well, would be lovely, but that's not the reality. We are very self-sufficient from a liquidity standpoint. We are not down to government bailouts. We think that under any circumstances, we can manage ourselves through the situation. Our liquidity is so strong that we can be around even 2 years from now without flying a single flight or carrying a single passenger. So we feel strong about our position and our ability to take advantage of market consolidation. As a matter of fact, we have already made a number of announcements to open new bases in Milan, in Larnaca, in Lviv, Ukraine, and Tirana, Albania. And we are seeing many more opportunities coming. I mean, many airports are approaching us, begging for growth capacity, and we are one of the very few airlines who actually can deliver that.
Do you see opportunity in Germany in particular around some of Lufthansa's landing slots?
I think we need to better understand that opportunity, but to put things into perspective, Lufthansa is giving up 2% of their capacity, and the European Commission wants to create a level playing field by having Lufthansa owning 98% of the morning slots against a new competitor owning 2%. So what kind of a level playing field is that? And we also need to take note of the airport costs in Germany. We would only be interested in doing something in Germany if it's the right opportunity, it's a scalable opportunity, and at the same time we get it at the right cost.
Did you come into this business expecting it to be a level playing field? I mean, has the airline industry been a level playing field in your experience, and do you think European regulators really want to make it that?
I think we had better times with that regard. It feels like the industry is moving backwards 10, 15 years now. The governments are back in the game again as owning equities in airlines. That's not great because the government should be the regulator and not the equity holder in the industry. I'm not sure we can avoid that given the magnitude of the issue and the actions taken by governments. No, you're right. I mean, it's never been really a level playing field, but it gets distorted in a big way this time around.
Well, that was the Wizz Air Chief Executive József Váradi. Now, this is what the markets are doing. A lot of the focus will be on Brent. I think Brent is still above $40 a barrel. The focus, of course, is on what OPEC Plus will do in terms of sticking with their output cuts for a short while. The global rally in stocks holding on to momentum. Investors showing more optimism of quick economic recovery from the coronavirus pandemic. I'm also looking at treasuries dipping with gold, the dollar gauge hitting its lowest level since early March. Bloomberg surveillance continues in the next hour. Tom Keene joins me out of New York, and then later today, President of the World Bank, David Malpass, speaks to our Tom Keene. This is Bloomberg. another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special
¿Qué pasa si la aerolínea comenzara
coverage of all the price action and
¿Con quién va?
implications here on Bloomberg.
¿Qué haría el usuario? Chao. Chao. Muy bien. Entonces, no embolarnos a la gente, menos muy concretos y que la gente haga la conversión lo más pronto posible. ¿Ok? Esa es la parte de la usabilidad. Muy bien. Siguiente, vitrina. ¿Qué es vitrina? Veamos sencillo, importante. No veamos esto parte digital, no, veámoslo como más tradicional. Vitrina en un centro comercial. ¿Para qué sirve una vitrina? Para siempre, para mostrar, para enseñar, para qué más. Para atraer, para publicitar. Eso es lo mismo que tienes acá en tu página web. Esta es tu vitrina. ¿Qué pasa si en una tienda, en un centro comercial, no cambian la vitrina? ¿Qué sienten ustedes? Hay un punto en que ya
Continue in the United States from coast to coast. Demonstrators defy curfews, but rallies are peaceful. President Trump's show of force faces backlash. Investors shrug off the risk. S&P 500 hit early March highs. The risk-on rally shows no signs of slowing. And Brent rises past $40 a barrel on signs that OPEC Plus producers are close to agreeing on a short extension of their historic deal to cut output. Well, good morning, everyone. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Francine Lackman, London. Tom Keene in New York. Tom, a couple of things that we need to watch out for. The Italian BTP moves haven't been significant, but they're quite telling because it was a surprise auction of the Italian government today before the ECB is expected to do more bond buying. And Italy has gotten this record 85 billion euros of orders for the 10-year bonds. And then I'm also looking at gas prices. That could be the next one to go negative, Tom.
Well, in America, it's really an America flat on its back. And the good news, Francine, is overnight, the protests, which were tangible, pretty much remained calm. It was extraordinary to see in New York, certainly the most historic day of protest I've ever seen in New York, happening right outside my house, to be honest. There was a helicopter propped over my bedroom for a good 30 minutes as thousands of protesters went by up Madison Avenue and up 3rd Avenue as well. It is an America that wakes up to a most difficult labor economy. Francine, we've got 3 days of labor reports to Friday's eagerly anticipated jobs report.
Yeah, we have a lot of time to talk about America and the protests. To start us off with the protest, with the Bloomberg First Word News here in London is Danny Berger. Hi, Danny.
Hi, Francine. As you said, thousands of people took to the street again across America to protest police brutality. But there appeared to be less violence than there had been for several nights before. Curfews went into effect to help police stem unrest over the killing of George Floyd, a black man in police custody. The Pentagon is distancing itself from President Trump's warning that he could use active duty military to clamp down on protests. Defense Department officials say it would be better to rely on the National Guard for law enforcement where needed. Still, some active duty troops have been put on alert for possible deployment, most likely in Washington. The European Union is looking to British Prime Minister Boris Johnson to prevent a no-deal Brexit. Negotiations on a trade deal between the EU and the UK are deadlocked, and the latest talks are set to end Friday. The EU is pinning its hopes on a dramatic intervention by Johnson. He meets later this month with the EU's top officials. Brent oil rose above $40 a barrel for the first time in 3 months. There are signs that the OPEC Plus producers are close to agreeing on a short extension of their deal to cut output. Russia and several other nations favor extending the production cuts by 1 month. They are set to start easing in July. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Danny Berger. This is Bloomberg. Tom?
Danny, thanks so much. Let's look at equity, bond, currencies, commodities. I'm going to make this quick, folks. It is an extraordinary move by the bulls. It is across the board and it is risk on. And the real news away from futures higher is the idea of safe havens falling away. The dollar consistently and persistently weaker over the last number of days. You see it indicated by weaker Swiss franc. You see it by all sorts of weaker emerging currencies. And I'd particularly note the hallmark of Brent crude printing $40 a barrel. Francine?
Yeah, so Tom, I was looking at $40 also for Brent. That's significant. I was also looking at, this is, you know, the European markets. So dollar is actually sinking. I feel that's quite significant. Treasuries are dipping with gold. I want to show you BTPs because we had that record auction, unexpected record auction. And then natural gas. So I was going backwards and forwards with our Dun Tillers to see what natural gas we wanted to see. It could be the next one to go negative, and we just chose the UK one, but there were many others that we could have chosen. Now to our top story, as protests continue in U.S. cities from New York to Los Angeles and curfews go into place to help stem violence and vandalism. Joining us now is Kevin Cirilli, our Bloomberg chief Washington correspondent. Kevin, Tom was saying also it's very personal because he can really see the protest from where he lives in New York. I know it's the same for you in Washington. Many people across the country really are, you know, quite shaken by what's happened. Does the president take it down a notch after threatening military action? Is it now more of a moment of reflection?
No, look, Francine, good morning, and I think, you know, the bottom line here is that unless you live in a city where these protests have occurred, your reality is incredibly different from the reality of those living in a city that have been living under curfew, as well as, quite honestly, under conditions that I don't think they ever really thought they would live in America. This is something that has not happened in at least a generation to this extent. So the president has really, according to my reporting to sources on his re-election campaign, really decided that the issue of law and order is going to be a campaign issue that he's going to run with. Even in the president's tweets from a couple of hours ago, well into the evening, he was critical of the Republicans who spoke out against how he has handled this, including Senator Susan Collins, Langford, and Ben Sasse. So from where they stand, and yesterday I did speak with a senior member of the president's re-election effort, from where they stand, the issue of law and order is something that they feel is the political calculation that in the long run will help them. In contrast, the Biden campaign yesterday, Biden spoke in Philadelphia, the Biden campaign calling for a much different approach.
Who supports this, Kevin? Is it only the president's base, or is it a wider support? Law and order.
So, well, I think it's a bit too early to tell in terms of the polls, but in terms of the calculations that they're making, they are viewing this as, yes, their base will support this, but they're also viewing this through the lens of a particular portion of suburban voters who will look at the images of the news of the protests and the looting and say that that has to stop. And so they are trying to, the president and the Republicans are trying to say that the Democrats are incapable of stopping the looting and the rioting. Now, in contrast to that, and you're seeing this play out in New York with Cuomo and de Blasio, in contrast to that, the Democrats are saying that a different tone is needed in order to squash the protest. So, I mean, it really is, unfortunately, a perfect illustration of the polarized nature of this moment, because whether it's the president going to St. John's holding a Bible, people are looking at these images and seeing two very different political realities.
You know, I look, Kevin, at the overnight affairs, and I know you witnessed it in Washington as well, and I watched a soiree on cable TV. Clearly, the president is very alone. After the elections last night of Steve King of Iowa, the defender of Western civilization, losing, and of the election of a black mayor in Ferguson, Missouri, how alone is this president this Wednesday morning?
You know, I think, honestly, Tom, I don't think he's that alone. And I hear you, and I understand what you're saying. But in terms of my reporting, the president and his allies are still very much dug into this. And so I hear you on terms of the election results and with King now out. King lost the support of the Republican Party for a while ago, but he was a very controversial figure in conservative politics. But beyond that,
Kevin, let me interrupt because I think this is so important, folks, after we heard from the Vice President yesterday. And for our international audience, I mean, I think this can frame it. Is the president less alone because Mr. Biden is not getting traction with the American electorate?
Well, I think to that point that the re-election campaign is trying to position Biden this week, and I think look, I think yesterday in terms of the comments coming from progressives and Democrats, the African American vote has been a crucial part of the Democratic political coalition. So that is still intact and that is still secure. In contrast, the police officers have been a crucial part traditionally of Republican coalitions and conservative coalitions. And so this is an incredibly tense moment. I don't have to say that, in American politics, but I think it's a bit too early to see how this will play more broadly. The polls suggest that the majority of Americans disapprove of how the president has handled this, more than 50%. And traditionally, historically speaking, for a first-term president to have that level of disapproval rating, it spells trouble in November.
All right, Kevin, we have another night and many nights, frankly. Mayor de Blasio and the governor have put curfews on New York, I believe, through the week. Are we all clear on looting?
I mean, unfortunately, I can't make that comment. I mean, here in Washington, D.C., the curfews continue for 7 p.m. In the evening. I think in Los Angeles it was 6 p.m. and parts of Los Angeles it was 1 p.m. I mean, this is just in terms of the presence of police and the National Guard. Just here in Washington D.C., there were hundreds, if not thousands, of protesters by all accounts that were on the National Mall, as well as outside of the White House last night. So the situation continues here in D.C.
Kevin Cirilli, thank you for the endless reporting. Exhausting days for Mr. Cirilli as our chief Washington correspondent. We'll have full coverage of this through the days and into Asian television and radio. We'll do that tomorrow as well. Coming up, really looking forward to this, a conversation with Robin Niblett of the Chatham House. From London, from New York, please stay with us. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
True diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg surveillance from London, maybe in some form of lockdown. I'll let Francine Lacroix describe that. I'm Tom Keene in New York. I am situated on Central Park on the Upper East Side, right on the edge of Harlem, and it was extraordinary last night to see the beginning of the protests in the late afternoon up 6th Avenue, around Central Park to Columbus Circle, and then over to the east, and then dramatically up 3rd Avenue with hundreds and indeed even thousands moving back up. As a curfew came in, the dash to get home was not too rapid. There was a little bit of protesting after the curfew. I note also police action at the Brooklyn Bridge, as they in the Manhattan Bridge, as they worked on the bridges in the downtown Manhattan area. Right now, Robin Niblett with us of Chatham House. Thrilled to have him with us. Robin, I know Francine has a number of themes she wants to address. I want to address with you the future of G2, G7, or maybe it's G8. I have no idea where we're going, and I say this particularly after Mr. Trudeau's pause yesterday. How many numbers are there with the letter G this morning?
That's a very good way of putting it. Look, I think this reminds us that we have a United States under President Trump that has never been comfortable, or a Trump administration and a president who has never been comfortable with the structure of international affairs and of international order that the U.S. designed after 1945. I think he felt coming into power that it was out of date and not serving U.S. interests well before he succeeded in getting into the White House. And just as he has rewritten just about every type of treaty or arrangement that existed before he came in, from the Iran deal to WTO, now the WHO, the Gs are getting in the neck as well. The G20 is too vague and diffuse and includes China. The G7 is too tight and too much the old countries that he feels have been taking advantage of America while benefiting from their security protection. Countries like Germany, Japan, Canada for that matter, Italy. So, in a way, he's right. The G7 is a hangover of an earlier era where those countries represented a much larger share of global GDP than they do today. But his instinct to want to manipulate the G process into something that isolates China and at the same time potentially brings Russia into the fold. And by the way, I think he might have a little bit of an ally in that with President Macron of France, is, in my opinion, just trying to do too much too late in his presidency. If I were an EU leader, I wouldn't be wanting to do any hostages to fortune until the presidential election was out of the way.
Dr. Niblett, I want you to synthesize the theory of international relations and the physics of the word vacuum. If the United States continues to step away from the global stage, is the vacuum filled as it was in the 18th century?
That's, again, a very good question. I think there's two elements. As we look at the world from outside the United States, I think most people are going to wait and see the results of the presidential election, because whatever one thinks of the economic programs of one of the other candidates between Biden and Trump, one thing that most people outside the U.S. feel confident about, and maybe some people in the U.S. as well, is that if there were to be a President Biden, there would be a refocus on building up alliances to strengthen America's power on the international stage. Although you would not go back to the 1990s or early 2000s, at least there would be a quote-unquote West, a West that would be more than just transatlantic, but would bring in Australia, Japan, South Korea, and others into that network. So that's my first point. There's no guarantee that the vacuum will persist. But the second point, if there is a vacuum that persists, I think there is an answer that is emerging. we will see greater regionalization. I do not believe that coming out of COVID, if you were to have President Trump for a second term, you cannot coalesce a world order around America led by President Trump, given his very zero-sum approach to international affairs. So you're left to those other countries, including ones in Europe, including ones in Asia like Japan, South Korea, including some in Latin America, each of which would be trying to create more of a regional set of orders. So you'd have a G2 that would not be leading the world, but would be sitting like dueling big powers on the edge of a whole group of mid-sized countries trying to keep some type of order that benefits them and trying to see if they can create a critical mass. There is no precedent for this in history, by the way, so I'm not confident, but I think that would be something to explore. It would be very interesting to see if they're able to do it.
Robin, all of this, globalization, the G0, the G2, getting Russia in, and certainly the protests more than anything else will have an impact on the U.S. elections in November. How will this actually change the election in November? Does it give an advantage to President Trump because he's focusing on law and order, or will he lose the election because of this?
Well, President Trump was seen as being in a strong position 4 months ago, principally because the U.S. economy, superficially, I would say, appeared to be doing well. Yes, low unemployment. I know I've got colleagues of mine, even in London, who criticize me when I make this point. Low unemployment does not mean secure work, in my opinion. And what the COVID crisis did was not just knock, obviously, growth back in the United States, as it has done everywhere, but the rapid rate of increases of unemployment because of the way the U.S. manages its unemployment system means that you've revealed how many people in America live, paycheck to paycheck. And that kind of sense that the economy is something that might not be ramped back up again by November or by September, October, by the time people are really firming up their views of the presidential election, is a big setback for President Trump. And it could also be a big setback for him, in particular amongst African-American voters, quite a few of whom I think were giving President Trump the benefit of the doubt. And if he was able to shave some significant percentage points off the African-American vote for a Democratic candidate, for Biden, that would obviously increase his potential. So the economy is knocked him sideways. Then COVID and the pandemic and the fact that the U.S. has performed so badly compared to at least what was being projected earlier has, I think, lost him some of the votes amongst suburban women voters and, most importantly, amongst the older voters with whom he kind of was able to come out of the last election with pretty much a 10% gain over Democrats or advantage over Democrats with over 65 voters. That group has slipped into the negative column for him. So law and order does two things. It allows him potentially to focus on suburban women voters. It gives him an opportunity to maybe get older voters back who are worried about insecurity. I don't think it gets the African-American vote, however, back to him. My net is this, even with the law and order push, it's a net loss for him.
Thank you so much, Robin, the Chatham House director. He stays with us and we'll continue the conversation on globalization. This is Bloomberg.
Ya puede llegar a 1 millón de personas hoy, la probabilidad va a ser mucho mayor si llegan a 10 personas al día. El video tiene que estar presente en cualquier estrategia. Veamos ahora otra que se ha convertido, por cierto, en una de las más relevantes. todos los youtubers, bien, Jaramillo, todos ellos. Y uno los escucha a ellos y uno dice, ellos ni siquiera saben lo que están aquí. Pero finalmente que el universo conspiró, como se quisiera llamar, y los colocó en una buena posición, donde para nosotros las marcas verdaderamente son importantes. ¿Por qué? Ustedes para vender un producto o servicio, ¿qué tienen que hacer? ¿Qué tienen que hacer? Promocionar, darlo a conocer. Entre más gente lo conozca, mayor respuesta tengamos. Y por ejemplo, personalmente les muestro, hay una niña que yo tengo una hija y que ella estaba mirando, yo, ¿quién es ella? O sea, no, una niña que yo sigo y yo soy, ¿quién es? Me mostró, es una niña que no tiene
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
La niña no solo tiene una audiencia muy similar, bien, muy en cantidad, un alcance igual, sino que la tiene que segmentar. Por razones del universo ya sabe segmentar más que nosotros. Bien, y ella tiene 500,000 personas que están interesadas en eso. Los youtubers verdaderamente son importantes, son tan importantes que quiero mostrarles esta plataforma, la cual me parece genial, que se llama Fluid.
Fluid es la plataforma programática de influencer marketing líder en la región, con una fuerte presencia en todo el continente. Oficinas en New York, Los Ángeles, Miami, México, Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, Perú y Argentina. Con nuestra tecnología ayudamos a las marcas a profesionalizar, automatizar y optimizar las campañas de influencer marketing. Los invito a ver cómo funciona. ¿Me acompañan?
Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning, everyone, from New York, from London. Let me do a risk-on data check. It's become a habit through the week. Amazing given the politics of the moment. Futures up 15, Dow futures up 179. S&P 500 testing 3,100 on those futures, 3092. The VIX not into new lows in the recent weeks, but 26.76 gets your attention. The euro over a 112, Brent crude over $40 a barrel. I'll let the pros decide which of those is more important indicators of the good feeling out there within the markets, and maybe the power of the euro through 110 is confounded euro bears as well. The 30-year bond in the United States moves 3 basis points higher, nicely up with some curve steepening as well. Coming up soon, William Dudley, the former president of the New York Fed. Please stay with us from London, from New York. This is Bloomberg.
Una vez que se lanza la campaña, contamos con este reporte en tiempo real. Podremos ver la ganancia, inversiones y al mismo tiempo otros datos relevantes. Por ejemplo, el rango de inversiones, cómo están rindiendo últimamente. Si quieres tu reporte en un documento, con un solo clic podrás compartirlo. Fluid, la red de influencers más grande de Latinoamérica y Estados Unidos.
¿Qué les parece? Que ya está leyendo sobre ellos. Gran parte de su equipo colombiano. Es una empresa que costaba hace 4 o 5 años $15 millones. Está valorada más de $25 millones. Bien. Y las muchas cosas que pasan en este medio interesantes. Fluid verdaderamente es relevante. Bien. Pero digamos que Fluid, bueno, hablemos de los grupos, hablemos de la estrategia en general, hablemos de Fluid. ¿Qué pueden hacer ustedes en Fluid? Dos cosas. Uno, pueden ingresar y se pueden registrar como influenciadores. Es decir, tú quieres monetizar desde tu casa, tienes una cantidad de seguidores.
Chances are you may have started cooking more during quarantine, which means you've made plenty of trips to the grocery store, either in person or virtually. But brace yourselves, that chicken wing and hamburger patty, it's about to cost you more money.
Bien, necesitas gente que en México tenga.
Just 4 meat processing plants account for about 80% of production in the United States. Back in April, President Donald Trump ordered all meat processing plants stay open.
They're going to be very careful. They are. As to who's going into the plant, the quarantine is going to be very strong.
Even as workers fall ill and production output suffers. So where are plant operators in all this? They have to go through lower productivity and higher costs, which means they need to make some major changes. And some plants are already running slower because of social distancing and fewer workers, and some production lines are fully automated. Tetradas is a professor at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. He gives us the numbers. He says reducing meat processing plants to 1/3 of their capacity and also distributing the adequate protective equipment, this could all boost chicken prices at grocery stores by 25 to 30%. That means if you buy chicken at 99 cents per pound for 5 pounds, now at $5.95, it could cost you up to $6.44 before taxes. That means higher costs for an industry that's been pretty efficient at putting out cheap protein.
Okay. ¿Qué características más verían ustedes?
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
¿Le cree que más? Opiniones. Muy bien.
Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has intensified the debate, Tom, over whether authoritarian states are gaining the upper hand across the world. However, Robin Niblett, Chatham House director, argues that democracies are coming out on top. Well, Robin writes in the LA Times, policy failures are quickly exposed by opposition parties and the media, none more so than in the United States, the world's standard bearer of democracy. They believe the relative wealth and supposed sophistication of the Western model. That's definitely our morning must-read, and Robin is back with us. Robin, I guess the concern is what kind of economic prowess are we going to lose in the next couple of years, and whether this changes social cohesion, but also the social contract that a citizen wants with its government.
Yeah, I mean, the piece that I wrote with Leslie Vintimuri at Chatham House wanted to remind people that some of the best performers on the COVID list have actually been democracies, and not just small ones like Taiwan and Norway, Denmark, etc., but also big ones like South Korea and Germany. And a critical element in this is public trust in government. Now, if you can get public trust in government in an autocracy, autocracies can also do a good job. China did a pretty good job as far as we can see, although the numbers are hard to penetrate, to put a lid on the crisis, as did a country like Vietnam. The countries that seem to have done worse are the ones that are conflictual, where there's a lack of trust in government, and obviously the US is renowned for a lack of trust in government. But at least in a democracy, those problems are exposed, whereas in a country like Russia, they're not. But to your point, Francine, what does this mean going forward if economies get weaker? If I want to keep my glass half full mentality going, what I'll say is this is going to force the governments to follow through on the post-austerity economic programs that were already being put in place prior to COVID. If you look at the UK, the levelling up agenda of the Boris Johnson government, they're going to have to find ways to follow through on it, even with higher deficits and debt. And ways to do this will include borrowing large amounts at low interest rates and actually following through on their programs, but with taking a larger debt burden as they go forward, and hope that inflation doesn't break out. Taxation, there will be definitely changes to the tax system, corporate tax, digital tax, carbon tax, and there will be public support for taking those more radical elements. So I think the need for the new social contract has been confirmed by COVID in democracies. Yeah. I agree that the finances might not be there as much as they were before, but the commitment to follow through will be even stronger.
But Robin, is there a danger that actually this won't come in time, that when you start spending the money fiscally, then it'll come in months, if not years, and so you're going to have another wave of populism?
Again, I look at least at the moment, how even a country like Italy is coming out of it. Italy is coming out of this crisis even more skeptical of the EU, but remarkable support for the government despite all of that. Yes, France is a bit more unpredictable, and the UK, I think we'll just have to wait and see. The government's taken some pretty big knocks for its handling of the crisis. I just think this has been such a systemic shock to people's mental frames. People are scared and anxious. And I don't think they're fired up, absent the kind of tinderbox moment that you saw in the United States. But if I'm looking at Europe in particular and European democracies, I don't see the tinderbox moment existing in the same way here. I hope I'm not wrong. I hope I haven't spoken too soon in saying that. But I feel at the moment people are trying to get behind their governments. We're not as polarized as the United States is right now.
Have we established a pandemic policy in the fiscal policy around the economic decline, Robin, for the elite? I mean, is that what the heart of this matter is, whether it's the uproar in the United States or maybe the lesser uproar here, there, or everywhere, where we've simply established a policy that benefits the elite and no one else?
Well, I think the point I make here, Tim, is that the shift to the kind of future I was describing is because the end of the austerity crisis was seen as having benefited the elite entirely. The anger that drove Brexit, that drove the election of President Trump, that drove Marine Le Pen, close to taking the French presidential election, was the sense that the elite benefited clearly from the response to austerity, which saved the banks, which increased the value of capital, reduced the value, in essence, of the take-home pay packet. Actually, the response that is starting to be done and revealed to the pandemic crisis is that what used to be marginal workers are now, certainly in Europe, called essential workers. And the value of essential workers, including of immigrants, has been raised massively. Now, again, I'm speaking from a European perspective, maybe from a London, UK perspective, but I do see a sort of difference in the way this is playing out between the United States and the UK and Europe in general. So there is a real awareness amongst governments that if they allow the elites to come through as the beneficiaries of the pandemic response, the way they were of the austerity response, we will have revolution and the guillotine, I mean, to use it as a metaphor. And they know it. And I sense a real awareness amongst policymakers that they cannot recover from this crisis the way they recovered from austerity in 2008 and 2009, which, as you said, benefited one side of the equation.
I've lost track of the United Kingdom politics. We've been a little distracted, Robin, in New York and from sea to shining sea. How have things changed for Prime Minister Johnson with the disappearance of Mr. Corbyn and the ascent of Mr. Starmer?
Sir Keir, he can be. And he is decent in that sense, not that you have to call it that on Bloomberg. What I would say is that the landscape for Boris Johnson has become much, much tougher, much more difficult to be able to manage. Keir Starmer is forensic. He's not emotional in the way that he presents it, but his performances at the dispatch box in the famous, the famous question time that we do every Wednesday is entirely different from what you saw with Jeremy Corbyn. So given the fact that this government appears to have gone into this crisis not well prepared on issues like testing, in particular, ventilators, the state of care homes, the fact that the UK currently has the highest death rate per million, I know it's per capita, in the world, just ahead of Spain by current numbers, means that there could be a real reckoning. And when that reckoning comes, even if the UK starts to come out of this crisis well, having a former director of public prosecutions, a former barrister renowned for his seizing on human rights abuses, as the person you're facing across the dispatch box is going to be really tough for the next couple of years, 3 to 4 years that Boris Johnson has ahead of him.
Thank you so much, Robin Niblett there, Chatham House Director. We'll have plenty more, of course, on all of this and what this means also for the markets. But first, let's get straight to the Bloomberg. First word news in New York, actually in London, is Danny Berger. Hi, Danny.
Hi, Francine. America caught a break last night. Thousands of people demonstrated over the death of George Floyd, a black man who was in police custody. But there were few fires and lootings that marked the last few days of protesting. Some of that may have to do with the arrival of the National Guard in a number of cities. President Trump says the Republican Party is being forced to seek a new city for its convention. It's planned to be held in Charlotte, North Carolina in August, but the state's Democratic governor has asked that the convention be scaled back because of the coronavirus restrictions. One party official says the president may make his acceptance speech in a different city. That's while Republicans conduct convention business in Charlotte. In Iowa, 9-term Congressman Steve King lost in the Republican primary. King had been rebuked by party leaders after making inflammatory statements about race and immigration. He had also been stripped of committee assignments. Brazil had a record day of coronavirus deaths. Latin America's largest economy reported more than 1,200 new deaths yesterday. That brought the death toll to almost 32,000. Brazil has become the epicenter of the disease over the last few weeks. The government of President Bolsonaro has resisted social distancing efforts. Global news, 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Danny Berger. This is Bloomberg.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a taxi.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and Francine from London and New York. Tom, we were talking, of course, about this globalization, the pitfalls that we've seen over the last couple of years, what it means for the recovery in the midst of COVID-19. Now let's continue that conversation with Stephen King. He's HSBC Senior Economic Advisor. He's also an author on many books that seem almost more relevant now than at any point. Stephen, first of all, what kind of an economy, a global economy, will we be left with because of the social contracts, because of a lot of the unhappiness that we're seeing, and because of COVID-19 in 3-4 years from now? Longer term, what are the impacts of this?
Well, it's a long way out, and there's still lots of things that are very, very uncertain. But I think that there are a few themes that were there before COVID-19. You know, the rise of nationalism, isolationism, protectionism, a sort of them and us narrative that had been emerging anyway. My suspicion is that COVID-19 sort of turbocharges that to a certain degree. It's used as an excuse for further not so much social distancing, but national distancing, a greater emphasis on shortening supply chains, trying to make sure that individual countries are less fragile in terms of their exposure to supply chains elsewhere in the world. And also, I think we're going to see much more in the way of robotics and AI encouraging a sort of reshoring process. So those countries that can bring production back home may well do so. And those countries that are dependent on capital inflows to make them a little better off may actually find it much more difficult to get access to those capital flows. So my sense is that there's a greater sort of fragmentation coming our way in the years ahead.
With fragmentation will be winners and losers. Who has the most to lose and the most to win?
Well, the countries that probably are in the best relative position currently are the ones which have the sort of deepest financial pockets and perhaps can get over COVID-19 the quickest. Now, I'm no epidemiologist, so I can't get this exactly right, of course. But what is striking is that China, Europe, and the US, which are in the epicenter of the whole thing over the course of the last few months, may be on the verge of getting on the top of these sorts of things. But in parts of the emerging world, life is possibly more difficult. And I think that in terms of bringing production back home, reshoring and so on, there's much more that can be done that would benefit parts of the developed world and parts of the emerging world. And there are other parts of the world who haven't really started emerging in a significant way, parts of Africa, for example, which desperately wanted to get onto the sort of globalization bandwagon and may discover that that bandwagon has already left and unfortunately they can't get there at all.
Stephen King, the world's blowing up. We have Paul Romer, the Nobel laureate, on, and I'll quiz him closely here on technology and its use. The bottom line is millions of people across many different nations feel like they've been left behind on technology. They've been left behind on productivity and prosperity. Can government policy change that?
Well, this is one of the biggest single challenges that's out there. One of the sort of paradoxes of globalization is that it's narrowed the gap in income standards between countries. But particularly actually for Western countries, it has increased the gap within those countries. So there's no doubt that people in manufacturing and certain service industries which are open to technological advance have either lost their jobs or seen their wages coming down significantly, whereas a smaller number of people have seen tremendous benefits coming through from globalization. Now, there are different ways of trying to address this. You could, for example, have a greater focus within countries on what the British government now calls levelling up, trying to help the regions that have been left behind, and maybe more in terms of redistribution, in terms of taxation and so on that's going on currently. But the alternative narrative is the one that's basically emerged, is this sort of them and us narrative that says, well, the reason we've got problems in our country is because of our relationship with people in that country. And that sort of rebuilding of borders and barriers, whether physical or if you like, mental barriers, is something which I think is putting globalization into reverse. And the thing to note here is that technology in the old days, you used to think of it as being something that tended to lead to fast productivity growth, rising living standards for everyone. What has been striking over the last 20 years is that productivity growth has been soft. In the Western world in particular, living standards have not advanced particularly quickly. And if anything, technology has had more of an effect on the distribution of income and wealth than actually the generation of income and wealth.
Yes. Yeah, well said, well said. And what's so interesting here, Stephen King, and of course I'm colored here by being right in the middle of where the protests are, and indeed the looting folks literally 6-7 blocks below where I live, maybe 10 blocks below where I live. And Stephen, what I find fascinating here is we can't target anywhere, it seems, a technology initiative to give everyone the jump start to productivity. Is that maybe the outcome of all this over the next 2 to 5 years? Is finally nations wake up to actually funding 100% technology usage?
It may well be. One of the odd things about the sort of rebuilding of borders and barriers, you take the UK as an example. The UK over the last few years has been focused on Brexit, detaching itself from the EU. And one consequence of that was that Whitehall, the seat of government in the UK, really did not focus on issues concerning the weaknesses in productivity gains. And so one consequence is that living standards have risen very, very slowly. Same is true in many parts of the US and many parts of Europe. Now, as I say, this is a new experience in one sense, because in the old days, technology was something that lifted everyone's living standards. We're not used to this idea of it being a redistributional device. But it is leading to a lot of people being left behind. Their jobs are changing rapidly. Their wages are under downward pressure. And actually, I wrote about this in, not my last book, but the previous book, When the Money Runs Out, which is a sort of discussion of the implications of persistently low growth. And when you have persistently low growth, what you begin to get to is a point whereby a sort of them and us narrative opens up either between countries or within countries, whereby the focus is not so much on growing the cake, but distributing the slices of the cake in a more equal fashion. But what we've been used to in previous decades is the cake itself expanding quickly. And it'd be nice if we could work out a way of getting back to that kind of debate.
Stephen, who will be at the forefront? What country will be at the forefront of that debate? Is there going to be a global movement to try and look at better ways to redistribute? Or are there pockets of countries where this will be seen?
Well, there are certain things happening already. So, for example, the new EU deal with regard to a large fund for rebuilding and spending after COVID-19 is perhaps an example of recognizing that burden sharing is better than borders being rebuilt. It may be the case that Europe and Asia may have a stronger connection in the future, which might work to a certain degree. But we shouldn't underestimate the fact that the US, which has been, if you like, the global leader in many of these initiatives over the course of the last 70 years or so, has, in one sense, stepped away from that role, and that's created a sort of vacuum whereby there's squabbling at the very top of the global setup, which is leading to, I think, less in the way of coordinated policy. So I'm not that optimistic we're going to see significant progress in this area.
Stephen King, thank you so much with HSBC. Greatly appreciated this morning. A headline out now from Securities Research at Credit Suisse, and it's a reset for Tiffany's. No, it's not about the protests and looting. Tiffany's, I don't believe, was looted, but I'm sure boarded up at 57th Street and 5th Avenue. But Tiffany's and their deal, their transaction with LVMH falling apart. That seems to be the case. $117 a share, down 9% on a $16 billion transaction. Credit Suisse looking for a statistic way beneath that. Coming up, a conversation with the president of the World Bank, David Malpass. This is Bloomberg.
Uno lo compra, va a la tienda y ¿qué hace para se engancha ya con el ahora en joyería el 30%, después uno vuelve y paga, uno tiene en boletería un 30% de pago de encarga. Bien, entonces digamos que para llevar a cabo el proceso pueden usar las intereses en la bolsa. Es decir, pagar y repagar les da prueba de que usted hizo un pago que le genere confianza, ¿ok? De que los sistemas funcionan, ¿ok? Ellos ya tienen hasta codensa. O sea, pagan o no pagan. ¿Ven? Ese también es, digamos, el chévere. Pero analicen geográficamente dónde se encuentra su usuario para saber qué plataforma le genera confianza. Aquí en B2B les coloqué
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Danny Berger. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg isn't backing down over that decision to leave up several posts from President Trump. A number of employees felt the post violated company policies against violent rhetoric. At a staff meeting, Zuckerberg said the post didn't clearly incite violence. Bloomberg has learned that GNC and its senior lenders are negotiating a bankruptcy loan that's taking place just days before a crucial debt deadline for the vitamin retailer. GNC is trying to come up with a plan to turn around the business and rework almost $900 million of debt. Warner Music delayed the pricing of its IPO until today. The company wanted to avoid selling shares on a day the music industry had set aside to support protests against police brutality. The sale could value Warner Music at more than $13 billion. And that's the Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom?
Dana, thanks so much. Greatly appreciated on the data there, and the data no doubt lifting up as well. Let me get, this is great, folks. I didn't know this before this crisis. We've all learned things out of the pandemic, and one of the things I've actually learned how to do is use the Bloomberg terminal on your cell phone. You can get the Bloomberg terminal, folks, just to get it on the stupid cell phone. You don't need the big fancy terminal. Francine's got a terminal at her summer place in Italy. She's got a terminal here. You know, it's a status thing. I mean, that's what you do. So I'm going to bring up the data here. Up 17, futures up 208. Francine, Italian bonds on a tear.
I was going to say, the only thing you want to watch right now on your cellular phone, Tom, looking at Bloomberg, is what Italian bonds are doing. Now, I'm speaking to quite a lot of strategists saying that they're delicately poised ahead of the ECB's meeting. The rally in the past few weeks actually risks setting them up possibly for a correction at the front end in the absence of a very dovish outcome. And then we had that bond sale today that was actually got a really, really big bid. So Italian bonds, again, were oversubscribed, I think, by quite a lot for the 10-year. And that was a surprise auction earlier on, Tom.
The Italian-German spread 1 year back or 1 month back. Look at that, folks. It's a miracle. Francine has this glued to her cell phone. It's like her screensaver as well. Coming up, the laureate from New York University. We're thrilled to bring you Paul Romer, a timely conversation on America's challenges. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Atraer desconocidos, bien, generar visitas, mediante un blog generar visitas, hacer llamados de acción para generar leads de tal manera poder enviar los CRMs de clientes y busquemos por monitoreo. Hagan este curso, por cierto, son dos que han bien. ¿Qué este curso es? Bueno, tiene varias características interesantes. Uno, que es gratuito, principal. Dos, que es certificado. Y tres, que es online. Hagan este curso que es muy interesante para los intermedios. ¿Qué es este curso? Digámoslo, pues va a hacer digamos que esto lo puede ser lo que les digo, vertical para que vertical que es lo que venía diciendo, ofertín, ofertón, ofertín, súper económico, no. Ya es un poco más, es como, si unos días me pasa algo muy curioso. Estaba en Medellín, bien.
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market, averages down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the first word Asia.
The U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange.
China's slumping onshore bond market.
This morning, markets detached from protest and riot. Futures confound the bears. Safe havens in sharp retreat. The euro stronger to and through a 112 level. We begin 3 days of data on an American jobs depression. This morning, the ADP report and an appearance, indeed last night, a reality of calm as protesters protest, nicely past curfew. Protest dominates over rioting and looting. And on a political note, after 18 years, the self-described defender of Western civilization, Steve King, he is out in Iowa, and Pastor Ella Jones is very much in as the first black mayor of Ferguson, Missouri. Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg surveillance from London and New York, an extraordinary America on this Wednesday morning. Beautiful weather in New York as we begin 3 days of just a grim jobs report. And the satisfaction, Francine, to be honest, Francine, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock last night was extraordinary. And there was a sense of maybe things would be calmer by 10 p.m.
Yeah, Tom, I know it's extraordinary for a foreigner who does not live in America to look at the scenes on the street, so it must be even more extraordinary if you live there. The focus now, of course, is on what this means for the prospects of President Trump being reelected and what it means for social equality going forward. So I know we have a lot to talk about, and we'll talk about that shortly.
Yeah, safe havens again, huge risk on fuel. The market, Francine noting the Italian issuance of bills and notes. The BTBs really did quite well this morning. We need a news briefing from New York City with our first word news. Here's Ritika Gupta.
Morning, Tom, Francine. Thousands of people took to the streets again across America to protest police brutality. But there appeared to be less violence than there had been for several nights before. Curfews went into effect to help police stem unrest over the killing of George Floyd, a black man in police custody. The Pentagon is distancing itself from President Trump's warning that he could use active duty military to clamp down on protests. Defense Department officials say it would be better to rely on the National Guard for law enforcement where needed. Still, some active duty troops have been put on alert for possible deployment, most likely in Washington. The European Union is looking to British Prime Minister Boris Johnson to prevent a no-deal Brexit. Negotiations on a trade deal between the EU and the UK are deadlocked, and the latest talks are set to end Friday. The EU is pinning its hopes on a dramatic intervention by Johnson. He meets later this month with the EU's top officials. And Brent Brent oil rose above $40 a barrel for the first time in almost 3 months. There are signs that OPEC Plus producers are close to agreeing on a short extension of their deal to cut output. Russia and several other nations favor extending the production cuts by 1 month. They are set to start easing in July. Global news, 24 hours a day on air and a quick take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Ritika, thanks so much. I'm not going to give you the details on the data check. You can look at them on the screen, but it's real simple. Green on the screen, nice up to the market. The VIX doesn't go through to new levels. That would be 25, I think, 0.72, but with a 26 level, we're getting there rapidly. And of course, Nasdaq 100, Nasdaq comp really closing in on where they were, say, Valentine's in another time and place. The major message, Francine, is safe havens really in retreat. Euro Swissy to a 107 really signals weaker Swiss franc.
Tom, I'm looking at Italian BTPs. We were just talking about it, and it's pretty significant also because there's quite a lot of belief that the ECB will do more. So if the ECB is less dovish than markets are expecting, watch out for some of these bond spreads. I'm also looking at dollars sinking to March lows. If you look at treasuries, they're dipping with gold. And then again, this dollar gives us a sense of what we could see in the economy. Brent, I also want to show you Brent, Tom, because it's extending its rebound above $40 a barrel. So I'm actually looking at WTI, but Brent is probably the one to watch out for more because investors are eyeing this potential extension of record production curbs by OPEC+.
Absolutely amazing to see that. Lisa Abramowitz, folks, just so you're aware, bought in 3 barrels of oil into her living room at 20. They paid her $20 each to take the barrels, and she leveraged that. It's making out like a bandit here at $40 a barrel Brent crude. We begin our coverage now for our international audience and for those of you that look to economics, finance, and investment with the politics of this nation. Kevin Cirilli has done exhaustive reporting in Washington. Reporting is different than some of the hysteria we've seen in the news, and we're thrilled that our chief Washington correspondent could report right now. Kevin, I'm going to cut to the chase. The president seems to be up for one photo op a day, whether it's an Episcopal church or a Catholic memorial to Pope John Paul II. What's going to be the photo op this Wednesday?
Well, look, I think in terms of where the president goes from here, as the protests from last night have taken a turn in terms of a sense of calming across the country, I think the president is going to double down on the notion of law and order. You know, yesterday, late afternoon, Tom, before going on Bloomberg Sound On, I spoke with a senior level source on the president's re-election campaign and just had an open conversation in terms of what the strategy is coming from the re-election campaign and from the White House. And what the source told me was the issue of law and order, while it might not resonate to those living in cities, especially cities where helicopters are patrolling throughout the night to quell rioters, in another part of the country, whether it's suburbs or whether it's more rural parts of the country and battleground states, that issue they believe will allow them to get reelected.
Right,
now, the Biden campaign disagrees entirely. Yeah.
No, but Kevin, I get that. I think that's ancient American politics going back well into the 19th century. If there's 4 or 5 battleground states, who has the upper hand on their interpretation of law and order? The Democrat or the Republican?
Well, I think the Biden campaign yesterday coming out, of course, with Joe Biden speaking at a church in Philadelphia and demanding racial equality and structural changes. He also came out with a series of policy proposals that would require for police officers all around the country not to be able to use certain tactics in terms of like a chokehold position, for example. All of that is being discussed. The NAACP has endorsed several policy changes that they would like to see be changed. And you know, we have talked about this, but I really have my eye on the next round of economic stimulus. You know, I spoke with a source yesterday who told me that they believe by the end of the month that could happen. I'm hard-pressed to find a source right now who would suggest that the next round of economic stimulus doesn't include some type of language in it for structural change as it relates to so many of the issues that have been protested about throughout the country.
Kevin, so you seem to suggest that actually, you know, Trump's re-election chances are not as dwindling as some people think. When do we have more of an idea of whether that's true or not? Or are there, you know, certain sets of polls or things like that that we should be watching out for?
Well, three quick things. First and foremost, the president's disapproval is above 50%. For any first-term president to have a disapproval rating above 50%, historically, that has forecasted trouble in terms of a re-election effort. The second point that I would make is that, yes, you're correct in the sense that in terms of the political coalitions, the Democrats have largely aligned themselves with the progressive African-American communities, and Republicans have traditionally aligned themselves with the police community. So in that sense, both of the campaigns, from a purely political matter, both of the campaigns are communicating in such a way that is not different. But the final point that I would note here is that the way that the protests play in a city is night and day in terms of how the protests are playing with individuals in suburbs and rural communities watching them on the news.
No, I think you're absolutely right about that, Kevin. Clearly the polling shows that. I think certainly the huge TV ratings as the nation is galvanized to this. The younger President Bush wrote an essay yesterday with Mrs. Bush, and they talked about a better future. What does that do to Texas politics? If the president in a purple state is ahead by 3 or 4 percentage points, can you imagine, Kevin Cirilli, that George W. Bush could tilt Texas to Biden?
You know, I mean, I think that the Bush contingency of the Republican Party is alive and well. I think that the Bush contingency of the Republican Party has been becoming increasingly more vocal in the last year. And I think that they are playing a long game in terms of looking at elections in a post-Trump administration in both 2024 and quite frankly in 2022. You know, I speak with many individuals who have close ties to the Bush political arm, and that this has just been festering. The divide between Trump and Bush has been festering for quite some time, and I would only anticipate it to continue. You mentioned that the clout that they have in Texas, I would even take it a step further, Tom. They have significant clout in national elections, and for the president to get reelected, he is going to need the Bush contingency to stay on board with him.
Kevin Cirilli, thank you so much. Just endless reporting. We greatly appreciate it here in New York and London as well. The guest lineup that we have today, folks, a conversation we've had earlier this morning and forward here for the next number of hours on our simulcast is just extraordinary. Next, Paul Romer will join us, the laureate from New York University, on the challenges of part of America enjoying technology. Stay with us with Futures Up. This is Bloomberg.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg Surveillance. Francine Lacroix in London. I'm Tom Keene in New York. And as we mourn and all the economic world mourns Alberto Alessina in his tragic death earlier this week up at Harvard, he was just a terrific interview for me with his sense of society and its linkage back to economics. Alessina's work is like that of Paul Romer's. Paul Romer is the laureate from New York University with prodigious work at Chicago along the way, and we're thrilled that Professor Romer could join us this morning. Paul Romer, Robert Shiller talks about a good society. That is what Professor Alessina always strove for. Can we have a good society with the massive inequalities that are clearly evident in our use in productivity with technology?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we should always keep in mind is that there are ways for us all to be better off. This is behind the notion of gains from trade that we talk about. Both sides can benefit from trade, especially in a time of economic recession or depression. We need to remember that there's a path forward where we all benefit. And there will always be concerns about inequality. There'll be concerns about underlying problems like racism that have surfaced in the last few days. But we need to keep those concerns from dividing us, because if they divide us too strenuously, too seriously, we lose that chance to pursue a strategy where we're all better off.
Dr. Romer, what is so important here is the unfairness, or the vogue word, inequality of it all. Can policy change inequality?
Oh, yeah. No, we see substantially different levels of inequality in different countries. To emphasize this, we sometimes say inequality is a choice a nation makes. But as economists are always emphasizing, there are trade-offs here. You can get less equality. It typically takes higher taxes and then more active role for the government. A nation can choose more taxes, more transfers, more support. It can choose less.
But there must be, Professor Romer, a perfect equation. I know it depends on societies, it depends on citizens' expectations, but given what we're seeing right now in the U.S., what is the right balance for this?
Yeah. To a large extent, this question about what constitutes a good society is something that voters have to choose, and they express their preferences, the politicians act on them. Economists are not the philosopher kings who can tell you this is the morally appropriate level of inequality, or this is. What we can tell you is this is what will happen if you try X or Y. Now, having said that, I think we could make the case that at levels of inequality and real deprivation like we're seeing right now, some people become so desperate, so discouraged, so angry that the viability of the whole system comes into question. So even if you're an affluent person who doesn't care about those who are suffering, you may want to reduce the suffering because there's a risk that the whole system will come crashing down.
What do you see as a problem in America right now from an economic point of view? Is it redistribution? Is it, jobs and an unemployment rate that is very low, but it's not necessarily stable jobs or good quality jobs?
Well, frankly, the most pressing problem we're facing right now is very high levels of unemployment caused by the pandemic. So, and that adds to inequality because the people who are suffering most, both in terms of disease and loss of jobs, are people in the bottom end of the income spectrum. So economic recovery would go a long way towards reducing the widening inequality that we're suffering because of the pandemic.
Paul Romer with us, and as he mentioned gains of trade, I want to come back and really quiz him closely on the trade regime of the United States while we have President Trump and at some point after President Trump as well. I want to bring to your attention an important and timely conversation as we look to this horrific jobs report on Friday, a conversation with William Dudley, the former president of the New York Fed. Please stay with us with Paul Romer. This is Bloomberg.
There has to be justice. There has to be protest. We have to be heard. We have to move forward strategically. We have to move forward smart. We have to move forward tedious, and we have to be together, man. How we doing it?
Hagamos un elemento principal que es el blog. Coloquemos, empecemos a darle contenido a nuestros usuarios para ganar su confianza. ¿Ok? Si yo tengo la empresa de alquiler de carros, la persona se registra, yo le envío de vez en cuando, mire, 10 tips para alquilar un carro en Colombia. ¿Qué tiene que tener en cuenta? Cosas que no le están vendiendo.
Talk about how sports is for everybody. We talk about how, sports is where you bring people together. It's everybody's, it's an inclusive thing. But when we talk about our own personal battles outside of sports, there's a lot of people that are silent on issues, and they're important issues. They're issues that have been going on for hundreds of years, and we need that same type of team mentality to be brought to issues outside of our sport.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil. The Bloomberg Commodity Index.
Bloomberg surveillance this morning, folks, from London, from New York. We thank you. Futures up. There's a nice feel to the market here. And, of course, we're monitoring all that we can across this nation on the unrest. Calmer last night, certainly, than what we saw the evening before. We're in conversation with Paul Romer of New York University. And, Paul, it's a cottage industry at New York University, whether it's the robustness of Thomas Sargent or Michael Spence's wonderful work. All of you seem to be studying uncertainty. We have immense uncertainty right now. How does that impinge our chance to get to a better America?
Everything that will make things better requires some investment. Somebody has to put some resources up and invest them for a plan to hire more people, reopen. All of those investments are postponed when people feel there's too much uncertainty. Instead of making investment now, the natural temptation is to say, I'll just wait and I'll make that investment once I know a little bit more, once the uncertainty is resolved. So uncertainty can hold everybody back from making investments. And unfortunately, that uncertainty can start to feed on itself, because if everybody is uncertain, everybody holds back, that creates more uncertainty about will there be a recovery. And we need to cut through that. And this is where government action can be so powerful.
Paul Romer, you mentioned when we began our discussion the gains from trade. We have become multilateral to bilateral to unilateral, or what I've called Trump-lateral as well. Do you have an optimism that America can get back to bilateral relationships in truly a multilateral world?
I think the first thing is that we're not going to see more opening in the way we saw, say, over the last 2 decades. I think the best we can hope for is, say, trade as a share of GDP to remain constant. We may even see some reduction in trade. One of the consequences of this pandemic is going to be greater awareness of the exposure that each nation faces because of these international supply chains. I do think many nations are going to react by trying to enhance their domestic productive capacity in case they run into another situation like this where they can't make masks or they can't produce something they need in an emergency. So it's going to be a challenge to keep trade as a fraction of worldwide GDP even constant.
Paul Romer, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated this morning with New York University. We look forward to speaking to Dr. Romer when we get back to normal, when we get back to 731 as well. Again, a very much up feel for the market. I noticed that a newswire over that the Warner Music IPO with an up feel there. We've got all sorts of indicators within the market as well. A really important linkage to that, with futures up, with safe havens in retreat, is someone that's absolutely nailed the recovery that we've seen in small cap and in international, and that is a technician, Christopher Verone, Strategas. He has just been outstanding on some of these trends off of the March bottom. Chris Verone will join us from Strategas Research. Again, from London and from New York, thank you for being with us through the morning as we report on the politics, the economics, the investment of America. This is Bloomberg.
que hayamos adoptado un abuelito, vamos a continuar viéndolos a nuestros abuelitos, ¿no? No podemos dejarlos de verlos. Por el hecho que se termine de solucionar la pandemia, más bien al contrario, habremos tenido un mayor contacto con nuestros abuelitos hasta sus últimos días.
Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Rishka Gupta. Let's get your Bloomberg First Word News. America caught a break last night. Thousands of people demonstrated over the death of George Floyd, a black man who was in police custody. But there were few fires and lootings that marked the last few days of protesting. Some of that may have to do with curfews and the arrival of the National Guard in a number of cities. President Trump says the Republican Party is being forced to seek a new city for its convention. It's planned to be held in Charlotte, North Carolina in August, but the state's Democratic governor has asked that the convention be scaled back because of coronavirus restrictions. One party official says the president may make his acceptance speech in a different city while Republicans conduct convention business in Charlotte. In Iowa, 9-term Congressman Steve King lost in the Republican primary. King had been rebuked by party leaders after making inflammatory statements about race and immigration. He'd also been stripped of committee assignments. And Brazil had a record day of coronavirus deaths. Latin America's largest economy reported more than 1,200 new deaths yesterday. That brought the death toll to almost 32,000. Brazil has become the epicenter of the disease in the last few weeks. The government of President Jair Bolsonaro has resisted social distancing efforts. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishka Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Francine, Tom.
Ritika, thanks so much. And again, we welcome all of you worldwide and across this nation to Bloomberg Surveillance. We'll have a lot of coverage this morning on the politics of the moment, a calmer evening in the major cities of America. No question about that last night. And we will see what Wednesday brings. And again, the labor economy, a hallmark here. We're looking for the Friday jobs report. Right now on the upmarket, Christopher Verone at Strategas practices the alchemy and mystery of technical analysis. He has been shockingly on in the growing confidence of this market off the March lows. And he joins us now to continue with the vector higher and higher. Christopher Verone, you've climbed on board the small cap wagon. Is it small caps catching up to the absolute performance of large caps, or is it going to be a true relative shift to small cap outperformance?
You know, I think the first part of that question is easier to answer. There's definitely a catch-up trade or a reversion trade, as we call it, underway here. I think there's more to go in that direction of small versus large. As for the long-term durability of that, I think the jury is still out, but there's really three things we care about. Number one, flows out of small caps are so dramatic where there's still the contrarian call here. So we like that. Secondly, I think people need to remember small caps didn't peak on February 19th with the S&P. Small caps peaked 2 years ago. So small caps have been in a bear market for 2 years. They went down 48% from the highs. That is a proper bear market in both price and time. And then thirdly, I'm not sure many really understand the sense to which the constituency set within the Russell 2000 has changed so dramatically over the last 3 or 4 years. This used to be an index of banks and energy stocks. Not anymore. Russell 2000 is an index of healthcare stocks and software stocks. So if those are themes you like, looking down the cap scale makes some sense here.
I mean, what's so great here, and I think of the great technicians, yourself, Chris Verone, Luis Yamada, and of course the giants of the past. And it's great to get on a trend, but it's really important to get on a trend that's unloved. Is this the most unloved uptrend you've ever seen?
Yeah, and I think that's because it's so difficult to reconcile what we see with small business and conflate that with small company stocks. And I just want to emphasize they're just two very different things. It's not uncommon in the early days off of a market low for the economy and the market to be doing two completely different things. That's what one would expect coming through a recession or coming off a market low. So I think the pain trade in a lot of respects for small cap stocks is probably up, certainly in a relative sense. You know, this week something pretty remarkable happened. You had about 93% of the Russell 2000 trade above its 50-day moving average. That is so remarkably rare. That really only happens coming off some of these major historical bottoms where you get these big momentum surges. So that's a signal I would want to respect, kind of looking down the cap scale.
Chris, there's a great piece on the Bloomberg terminal by John Authors that basically says this is the most hated rally in history, but it just won't stop. What will it take for it to stop?
You know, this is a question I get posed to me every day, and I've thought a lot about this. And I want to remember that in weak markets or in bear markets, it's always the worst stuff, the worst stocks, the worst groups that get hit the most or that get hit the most. So I think what we ought to watch here for new signs of stress emerging or new cracks starting to show up are what the weakest links are doing. And, you know, what have the weakest links this entire time been? They've been energy and discretionary and banks. So I think that's ground zero. If we're wrong with our view here, and this is going to be a much longer bear market, I think you start to see cracks emerge in those groups first, particularly from a credit front. I mean, a lot of this was a credit event in mid-March. So credit, at the very least, is stable here. More generously, it's probably getting better. So I think we need to watch credit, and I think we need to watch those weakest links if something more sinister is going to reemerge.
But Chris, the premise of this rally is that the economy will recover kind of gradually but slowly, but that there won't be another fallback in recession. What are the markets in terms of the economy and the fundamentals actually looking at?
Well, I think the market's already voted here. I mean, this has been one of the most remarkable V bottoms in stock prices that I think any of us have maybe ever seen in our careers. And I don't want to confuse the message of the market with the message of the economy. And I think, you know, you looked at 2009 as the most recent example. You got a remarkable market recovery, just a true shape, just a true V bottom off the 2009 lows, yet it was a very, very tepid economic recovery. So let's not say that what the market is doing must mean you're going to get a V economic bottom. They're often very, very different. And I also think what's important in this discussion is to remember historically, markets always bottom before you get to the worst of the data, before you get to the worst of the news. Like take 2009, for example. Markets bottomed March of 2009. You got 7 more months of negative payroll losses, just awful job report through much of 2009. So I don't think we should lose sight of that markets tend to bottom before you get to the worst of the information.
Yeah. Chris Verone, what is the technical construction right now of these stocks that never, ever, ever go down? The FANG stocks, I think Jim Cramer's spelling it F-A-A-N-G. He may have a different spelling. But what is the technical construction of those stocks?
You know, they're firm. And this is what's interesting. I think FANG gets lumped into kind of this asset class. We almost consider it an asset class. But when you look under the surface, all of these stocks are actually doing something a little bit differently. Take Facebook, for example. Facebook really hasn't gone anywhere in 2.5 years. It's essentially unchanged since fourth quarter of 2017. So while we think of FANG as being so exceptional over the last 2 or 3 years, that's not been true for every stock. So I look at Facebook and say, okay, it's gone nowhere for 2.5 years. It's just starting to break out here. I think that is reemerging as the leader within those FANG stocks. But, Tom, you touched on a good point. On one hand, you have FANG still very strong. On the other hand, you have small caps getting better, right? So that doesn't sound like rotation to me. That sounds like breadth or participation is actually broadening out. And that's something I think investors have been craving for the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Chris Verone, I'm not too big on rebalancing. Anybody that follows me knows that. I'm just, folks, full disclosure, I'm not a fan. Where's Chris Verone on rebalancing? Can you rebalance based off X's and O's, based off charts?
Rebalancing at this moment, I think we're a week or two away from the Russell rebalance. It's implicitly bullish for large caps, actually, just because you take the bad stuff out of the large cap index and you put it in the small cap index, and you take the good stuff out of the small cap index and move it up. So there's always kind of a little bit of a large cap bias actually around a rebal. I'd want to be aware of that. But what I think is kind of really important when you think about how these indices have changed, healthcare, for example, is presently 25% of the Russell 2000. 3 years ago, it was 10%. So just think about how that sector has changed its presence down the cap scale. So you can't say, oh, I like healthcare, but I don't like small caps. Those are now incompatible ideas.
Right. Got to leave it there. Chris Verone, thank you so much with Strategas Research.
My pleasure.
Just wonderful on trend-based analysis as well. Coming up later, what a set of conversations today. The laureate Paul Romer with us, Stephen King of HSBC beforehand. In about an hour, I'm not quite sure on that, a conversation with the president of the World Bank, David Malpass. From London, from New York, this is Bloomberg.
¿Qué son CMS? Gestores de contenido. Cuando ustedes compren una página, exijan que sea sobre un CMS. Cuando ustedes entreguen una página web, entreguen una página sobre un CMS. ¿Qué son CMS o gestores de contenido? Son páginas que no requieren, digamos que los... O sea, un problema grande acá es que tú dependas de la agencia para todo. La ventaja de un CMS y un gestor de contenido es que tú puedes estar subiendo de productos, cambiando de artículos, etcétera, etcétera. Yo pienso que estas plataformas sí son por la bastante reducida de que era que ustedes estuvieran usando y aparecían como bien. Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Que las plataformas segunda característica especial. Estamos hablando de código abierto. ¿Qué es código abierto? Que ustedes
True diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial.
Era muy limitada, por no decir que no servía para nada. Actualmente, ¿qué es la idea? Que el usuario haga lo mismo.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Tom and Francine from London and New York. So, Tom, we know that a meeting between OPEC and its allies this month is now in doubt. It was meant to be this week. Saudi Arabia and Russia are now drawing a hard line over quota cheating by some nations, while Brent reversed earlier gains of as much as 2.4% in London after topping some $40. Joining us now from London is our Bloomberg oil strategist. He's Julian Lee. Julian, I mean, this is political infighting, right, on quota reaches and things like that. But how much is the oil market actually rebalancing? How much more production cuts, or at least a status quo in production cuts, does the oil market need right now?
Well, I think the oil market is slowly rebalancing, but the problem is that, you know, over the last couple of months, we've built up massive inventories when supply has been running well ahead of demand. So we need a period in which we have demand running ahead of supply in order to bring those inventories down, and I don't think we're anywhere near that yet. Demand is slowly recovering, but that recovery is very patchy. We're seeing certainly a pickup in China, but we're not really seeing it so much in Europe or in North America, and perhaps not in much of Asia outside of China. So we still need output restraints, and frankly what's going on with the OPEC Plus group of countries at the moment is bemusing to most people outside the organization. You know, why they touted bringing the meeting forwards only to then spend days wrangling over whether they would do or whether they wouldn't do, and compliance from one or two of the member countries.
Julian Lee, this has to be one of the great missed calls in the history of markets. $50 a barrel, down to whatever statistic you want to use in this elastic bounce back that we've seen. Who most misjudged the micro theory, the price theory of supply and demand during this debacle?
Well, I'm not sure that it has been, you know, quite so hugely misread. I mean, we have had a tremendous collapse in oil demand. This is absolutely unprecedented. We've never seen a situation before where in a matter of weeks, oil demand has gone from being 1 or 2% above the previous year's level to perhaps as much as 30% below the previous year's level. So that demand collapse was unprecedented. The recovery, I think, you know, we are seeing a degree of perhaps wishful thinking in the speed of the recovery. You know, there are voices suggesting that oil prices are getting ahead of themselves, that the recovery in demand isn't nearly as strong and as widespread and well entrenched as it needs to be yet, and that on the supply side, while the first month of the OPEC Plus output cuts look reasonably good, there are clearly divisions that are coming to the surface now within the group, and there are suggestions that some of the non-OPEC cuts are beginning to peter out a little bit.
But Julian, I'm seeing a note here from Fitch Solutions saying that global fuel demand actually won't recover until 2024 to pre-virus levels. If that's true, what will happen to the OPEC Plus agreement from now until then?
Well, the OPEC Plus agreement as it stands at the moment is set to run until April 2022. I mean, that's a long way ahead to be for the group to be putting in place any kind of an output agreement, and it will clearly have to be revised many times between now and then. But you know, OPEC has been managing oil supply since the early 1980s. They can continue to do that as long as the political willingness is there for another 4 or 5 years without problem. The difficulty is going to be, having made this group so much bigger, whether that willingness is going to be there in countries like Russia to continue to restrict output if necessary for many months to come.
¿Qué tal les parece a los que han visto?
Julian, thanks so much. Bloomberg oil strategist
My
there,
pleasure.
Julian Lee. Now, we're also getting some breaking news out of the Bank of England saying that banks need to prepare for a no-deal Brexit. This is a big week, as we also know that there is a second wave of talks between the EU and the UK. The European Union will now try to convince Boris Johnson, through our own reporting, to forge a compromise later this month in an attempt to stop the UK from breaking away from the bloc without a trade deal. But the Bank of England saying actually now banks need to prepare for a possible no-deal Brexit. Coming up, we talk COVID-19 with Lauren Sauer, Johns Hopkins University Assistant Professor of Emergency Medicine. This is Bloomberg.
Es una plataforma que tiene una depuración de código muy interesante. ¿Qué es una depuración de código? Ustedes cuando tienen la página de Internet, en Colombia, ¿quién es el número 1? El Internet. Todos los proveedores acá. ¿Quién sigue? ¿Quién puede ser el responsable del anuncio de la página? El servidor. Hay veces que no tenemos hosting que tienen capacidad y hay una de las Entonces tú puedes tener una gran cantidad de visitantes y no te va a pasar lo que usualmente llamamos que se cayó la página web. O sea, es una máquina que te aguanta mucha gente. Prestación. ¿Prestación para qué es? Tiendas virtuales. ¿Qué es lo más importante que hacer? Medir. Una de las cosas interesantes que trae prestación es que te dice, mire, usted actualmente tiene tantos visitantes, la mayoría de sus suscriptores tienen entre 25 y 45 años. Cada uno promedio está comprando en 1.500 pesos, la mayoría de usuarios de 1.500 pesos. Es decir, te da mucha data que te sirve para tu gobierno. ¿Ok? Igual, prestación es muy fácil de manejar. Trae muchos módulos, lo que llamamos para plugins. Aquí se llaman módulos que te dejan hacer tu página igual un poco más robusta. Para tiendas virtuales lo considero excelente.
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Rishka Gupta. Let's get your Bloomberg Business Flash. Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg isn't backing down over that decision to leave up several posts from President Trump. A number of employees felt the posts violated company policies against violent rhetoric. At a staff meeting, Zuckerberg said the posts didn't clearly incite violence. Bloomberg's learned that GNC and its senior lenders are negotiating a bankruptcy loan that's taking place just days before a crucial debt deadline for the vitamin retailer. GNC is trying to come up with a plan to turn around the business and rework almost $900 million of debt. And Warner Music delayed the pricing of its IPO till today. The company wanted to avoid selling shares on a day the music industry had set aside to support protests against police brutality. The sale could value Warner Music at more than $13 billion. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom, Francine? Ritika, thank you so much. Now, as we continue to track the virus, Bloomberg has developed a unique partnership with the leading authority on COVID-19. Johns Hopkins has been at the forefront of the international response, and every day we bring you insight from experts in public health, infectious disease, and emergency preparedness. Well, joining us now to discuss all of this is Lauren Sauer, Johns Hopkins University Assistant Professor of Emergency Medicine. Professor Sauer, thank you for joining us. We look at the protests for the last week in the U.S. How does that impact how you deal with COVID-19, the COVID-19 response?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think in general, COVID-19 has exposed some systematic injustices that people of color are suffering every day. So 13% of our country is Black, but well over 25% of the known COVID-related deaths are in African Americans. And over 75 cities have seen widespread protests and demonstrations, and some rioting and some looting. And these events are places where the virus can spread easier. So you see places where yelling and singing and chanting or coughing and sneezing from tear gas or pepper spray, all of those things can further spread virus or cause transmission events. So, and then on top of that, all of these are large gatherings. So we know that while these protests are important, they also are going to be transmission events, and we have to be ready for that.
Lauren, looking at some of the figures, it seems that Black Americans are dying of COVID-19 at 3 times the rate of white people. Do we know why?
I think that part of it is due to just some general injustices and systematic biases in our medical system. I think there's a lot more to learn about who gets sick and dies from COVID-19 on a clinical level, but I think we know that COVID-19 is good at exacerbating already underlying systematic challenges and systematic injustices. And so we are seeing a group of Americans who are already negatively affected by the existing healthcare system and the existing inequality in the United States, and COVID-19 is exacerbating that.
If we get a second wave, when will we know that it's hitting us? What kind of time frame are we looking at?
Second waves are really hard to predict, given that our toolkit is still limited, and we still do have some challenges with testing. We are expecting to see a second wave, and I think, as we talked about before, these protests will potentially speed up that timeline for a second wave. There are a lot of cities across the country that are reopening, and I think that those reopenings may be happening before we're actually ready to manage another increase in cases, and so people are going right back to what they did before COVID in a lot of circumstances, and those are the places that we are likely to see second waves quickly. It's still too early to know exactly when we'll see a second wave, but I think there are going to be cities across the country that reopened quickly, went back to quote-unquote normal, and are going to see large jumps in cases. And so we have to keep an eye on the hospital systems and the testing data, and if we start to see those numbers creep up again, we may have to actually re-implement some of the approaches that we've taken previously.
Lauren Sauer, thank you so much for joining us today. Lauren Sauer there of Johns Hopkins. Now be sure to check out VRUS Go and the Bloomberg also for the latest information, and tune in every day for our exclusive conversation with Johns Hopkins experts for an inside look at battling COVID-19. Now coming up, Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramovitz for more Bloomberg surveillance, simulcasted on Bloomberg Radio and television from 7 a.m. in New York, 12 p.m. in London. This is Bloomberg.
is actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
De tal manera que empieces a analizar qué empieza a hacer. Trae también, te dice lo que es el túnel o el embudo, que te empieza a decir, mira, el usuario ingresó a home, de home pasó a producto 1, de producto 1 agregó al carrito, de agregar al carrito pagó o no pagó o se quedó acá. Es decir, te va dando paso por paso.
If a city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military.
The country is crying out for leadership. Leadership that can unite us, leadership that brings us together.
The political risk environment usually comes from the rest of the world.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
From New York City for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance with equity futures positive once again. We're live on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Tom Keene. I'm Jonathan Farrow together with Lisa Abramowitz. And Tom, once again, we focus on the following. The peaceful protests in the day, rightfully demanding change, replaced by riots overnight. And there's a real hope this Wednesday morning that we have finally broken that pattern and we can focus on the former and not the latter.
I love the way you put that, John, that we've finally broken the pattern. There's no question about it, folks. I was on the police scanner last night, John, and just absolutely extraordinary to see the police of New York monitor the peaceful protests as people moved to where they were going, not at the exact moment of curfew, but an hour or two later, how police monitored people home. And absolutely, the media has it right this morning, John, it was a relative calm.
A relative calm compared to the chaos of the last several nights before, Tom. And the focus this morning, I think, really, to sharpen the focus, the data, the labour market data that comes today and continues through to Friday, Tom.
There's no question. We have ADP today, then claims tomorrow. John, people modeling under 2 million claims, which certainly would be constructive to that really ugly May report. We know it's going to be ugly. The suits and ties are going to tell us, John, it's a lagging indicator. Well, there's nothing lagging about it to the hardship that all Americans are facing. Everyone, even if they're employed, John, to our worldwide audience, I really want to emphasize this. Even if you're fully employed in America, you are touched by this depression, unemployment.
We've said it repeatedly, Tom, on this program, that those words that we hear uttered every single week about things getting better, a little comfort to the people that make up those ugly statistics. Lisa, the data out a little bit later this morning, then it's full speed ahead to Payrolls Friday.
Yeah, 8:15 a.m. Wall Street time is when we get those May ADP numbers. The other things I'm looking at today, at 9:45 a.m., we're going to get some feeling for the services sector with composite PMIs as well as May services PMIs. And then 1:15 p.m., President Trump has lunch with Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. This is closed to the press. I don't find this lunch particularly interesting. What I find interesting, John, is that this is the only thing that we know of on President Trump's schedule today amid the growing unrest across the nation when people are looking to the White House to try to get a sense of what his response is going to be.
I imagine that schedule might shift and change in the hours to come, Lisa, but really well said. There's a huge, huge focus on what the president does next down in Washington, D.C. And joining us from Washington, I'm really pleased to say, is Kevin Cirilli, our chief Washington correspondent. Kevin, fantastic to catch up with you, sir. We're trying to get our hands around the political fallout. Talk to me about the Washington that you wake up this morning.
Well, the Washington that I wake up to this morning is much like the situation playing out across the country, Jonathan, and that is the protests last night here in the nation's capital were largely calm. From a political standpoint, I've got my eye on what Lisa was talking about. How is the president going to communicate this morning? He's going to double down, I'm told, on the issue of law and order, because the political reality for folks not living in cities, I'm told by a senior source on the president's re-election campaign, is vastly different than those who went to bed last night with helicopters and the sounds of sirens. Now, in contrast to that, Biden's presidential campaign is doubling down on the issue of racial equality, and I'm hearing that we're going to continue hearing that theme and seeing more of the former vice president this week in the days to come.
Kevin Cirilli, real simple here, and I don't mean to be snarky about it, but it's certainly a pattern made. The president seems to have a daily photo op. Where's the daily photo op on this Wednesday?
You know, I'm not sure that we know where the president would have that, and I hear you on the issue of the photo op, which has been an incredibly divisive issue in American politics. But, you know, I put this question to a senior advisor on the president's re-election campaign yesterday, and what this source told me, Tom, was, look, they are banking on the fact that law and order, something that the president campaigned on in 2016, is going to help him win back a certain population of suburbs, as well as to hold together the base. Polling would suggest that the president's disapproval rating is above 50%. Any first-term president that has had a disapproval rating above 50%, that is typically forecasted for there to be trouble for that incumbent in November.
Very good. Kevin Cirilli, thank you so much. We greatly appreciate reporting, and I mean reporting, folks, from Mr. Cirilli in Washington. And, of course, the curfew will be continuing in New York through the week as well. John, you mentioned the markets, and I really want to emphasize today there's a new correlation in force to the up feel of the things that go up and the ebbing away of safe havens. John, I know you saw Euro through 112, and what's absolutely bizarre is it's completely removed from everything we're reporting on our political relations.
It's a sharp contrast, isn't it, Tom? A country absolutely shaken, contrasted with the single-mindedness of the market. And let's think about what the market is really focused on. It's fueled by monetary policy, about a better year ahead, maybe, and we improve as the year grows older. And it's focused on reopening. And what we've seen over the last several days, Tom, the last several weeks for that matter, is a real cyclical rotation in the equity market domestically, but outperformance in Europe too. But from the equity side and pushing that view through the FX market, we've moved 4 figures on euro dollar in just over a week, from 108 north of 112.
Well, we welcome all of you to our simulcast on radio and on television. And as John and Lisa and I really believe, it's about the quality of the guest conversations. It's easy to say that Jared Bernstein was an advisor on economics and on politics to Vice President Biden, but far more importantly, he is one of the liberal economists, progressive economists in Washington that every conservative reads and studies. He's been doing it for decades, Economic Policy Institute, and now at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. Jared, we are thrilled you're with us today. What is the Biden mandate forward? What does Vice President Biden need to do to speak not to those committed to him, but the marginal voters looking for the Biden message? What does he need to say?
Well, first of all, it's always great to start the day with the three of you. It's just fascinating to hear. Just sitting here in the green room listening to your rap. The vice president is running for office in the midst of really 3 crises: a COVID crisis, a health crisis, that is, an economic one, which of course stems from a health crisis, and now just an outpouring of racial violence, which, as I think I heard at least implicit in some of your comments, feels very justified for a lot of people. And this is the time, as you just played some tape of him saying, to bring the nation together and to restore a competent federal sector, something we so sorely lack, that can meet the kind of shocks that come at a global economy fast and furiously, whether it's a pandemic or whether it's massive inequality or whether it's the kind of environmental degradation we've had. We need a competent, amply funded federal sector that has the capacity to protect the American people and give them the opportunity they need to just realize their potential out there in the economy. And I think, broadly speaking, that's the agenda.
Jared, as former chief economist to former Vice President Joe Biden, what is his solution? Is it a universal income? What does it mean to have a strong federal response, given the fact that we have seen a strong federal response, enhanced unemployment benefits, a huge program to get checks out to Americans below a certain income level? What more would Biden do?
Well, first of all, let me just say the counter-cyclical response, which is what you're talking about there, is very key to what we're going through right now. But that's not a plan for the future. That's a cyclical response. What I think the next president is going to need to do is to resolve structural problems within the economy. So one of the problems, there's no one solution because there's so many different types of problems. Obviously, people need access to affordable health care, and Biden has articulated a path towards universal coverage that's very important. Probably at the top of the list now is going to be jobs. I mean, that wasn't necessarily at the top of the list when the unemployment rate was around 3%, but when it's 20%, we certainly have to talk about jobs. And there you have a very deep investment agenda, whether it's on the infrastructure side, whether it's on green technology and green jobs, or whether it's in the caring professions, critically important, health care, child care, really establishing higher quality jobs for folks in the services.
Jared, he had a long time in Washington to try and engineer those structural changes, 8 years in the Obama administration as well. And I ask this diplomatically speaking. I don't want to get too political here, but there will be some people who say he had his chance. What do you say back to that?
You have to recognize, I mean, we do have to get political here. You have to recognize that before Barack Obama was sworn in, there was literally a cabal of Republicans who were meeting to try to block every aspect of his agenda. Now, he still managed, with the help of the vice president at the time, to push back hard on the Great Recession, to establish a very important health care change that brought our uninsurance rates down by 40%, and a financial reform that I think has proved pretty durable. And that's with tremendous political blowback. Then, of course, when the Tea Party got to town, they tried to shut it down even further. So he's going to need political cooperation, and that's one reason I'm sure the Democrats are very interested in trying to get a majority in the Senate. But even amidst the kind of opposition that he and Obama faced, they actually got quite a bit done.
Jared, always great to catch up with you. You, of course, are allowed to get political. I just try and avoid it wherever I can. Jared, fantastic to hear from you.
I don't like it
Thank
either,
you.
but you can't avoid it.
There. Jared, thank you. Tom, we can't avoid it on days like today, and you can't avoid it on weeks like the one we've had.
I've been a piñata recently, John. We're working at it every single day, folks, trying to do what Bloomberg's always done, which is try to take the middle road. But, John, I get the love mail and the hate mail back and forth. That's how I would describe it.
Well, I think you can believe in two things all at once. You can believe in what these protests are protesting for, and you can agree with the President and Governor Cuomo on the need for law and order. I think you can hold those two beliefs simultaneously without diminishing the former with believing the latter, Tom. We can talk about that a little bit later. Equity futures up 13 on the S&P 500. It just feels uncomfortable, doesn't it? But that's just the way it is in this equity market. Up 0.4% on the S&P 500, 30.90 on the S&P. From New York City, this is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishka Gupta. Thousands of people took to the streets again across America to protest police brutality, but there appeared to be less violence than there had been for several nights before. Curfews went into effect in many cities to help police stem unrest over the killing of George Floyd, a black man in police custody. The Pentagon is distancing itself from President Trump's warning that he could use active duty military to clamp down on protests. Defense Department officials say it would be better to rely on the National Guard for law enforcement where needed. Still, some active duty troops have been put on alert for possible deployment, most likely in Washington. Senate Judiciary Chairman Lindsey Graham holds a hearing today into what Republicans call Obamagate. They claim that President Trump was the victim of anti-Trump forces in the FBI and Justice Department. The first witness, a former Trump administration Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein. And a meeting between OPEC and its allies this month is now in doubt. Saudi Arabia and Russia are drawing a hard line over quota cheating by some nations. The meeting is to discuss extending those output curbs that have sent prices surging. But the Saudis and Russia say it may not happen if countries such as Iraq and Nigeria don't commit to implementing their supply curbs. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishka Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Cada vez que aparece tu anuncio. ¿Ok? Siguiente, clics. ¿Qué son clics? Así, siempre hacen así, muy bien. Interacción. Interacción. Viste el anuncio, interactuaste con él. ¿Ok? Tercera métrica. Conversiones. ¿Qué son conversiones? Exacto. Las acciones, lo que tú vas a realizar. ¿Cuáles acciones hay? Compra, ¿cuál otra? Sí. ¿Cuál tiene? No únicamente con dinero. Bien. Por ejemplo, si no van a usar, ¿ustedes han visto un mamografía en un mercado? ¿Qué es lo que hace la paciente? Solicita una valoración médica. Esa valoración médica es una valoración es decir, yo estoy pautando para que la paciente sea necesite una cita, le haga una revisión y venda su servicio. ¿Ok? Entonces, en un hotel, ¿cuál es la conversión de un hotel? Reserva en una aplicación, descarga para un bloguero. Comentarios, pues hay una que la gente no utiliza mucho y me parece muy relevante, que es estar en el sitio web. Una conversión tuya puede ser, si la persona se está en la página 2 minutos 30 segundos, márquenlo como conversión. ¿Qué quiere decir? Que se está quedando el tiempo suficiente para consumir el contenido que yo hice para él. Eso puede ser otra conversión. ¿Ok? ¿Qué son impresiones? ¿Qué son clics? ¿Qué son conversiones? Muy bien. Vamos. Cuando ustedes estén diseñando el menú de su página, diseñenla con este principio. Que la persona haga la conversión con los menos clics posibles. Cuando estén diseñando el menú de su página, diseñenlo con este concepto. Que la persona haga la conversión con los menos clics posibles. No embolarles al usuario. ¿Ok? Que la persona... Esta teoría, esta práctica es tan fuerte que si ustedes miran plataformas que prestan soporte humano, Monitoreo es la opción para que tengan ese servicio. ¿Qué es lo que hace? Que tú puedes agregar todo al carrito y después vas y pagas de una vez. Y después de que pagaste, después tienes algo. ¿Por qué? Porque es un servicio que no es tan comercial. O sea, si no lo utiliza a robar, es una para todo. Entonces, para que no nos pase eso, lo colocamos. Haga usted una vez y haga des en cuenta de una aerolínea. Cuando ustedes ingresan a la aerolínea, ¿qué les pide? Origen, destino y fechas. Nada más. Y les da las ofertas. Ya, nada más. ¿Qué pasa si la aerolínea comienza a decir, ¿a dónde va? ¿Con quién va? ¿Qué va a hacer? ¿Su esposa sabe? ¿Qué haría el usuario? Chao. Chao. Muy bien. Entonces, no embolarnos a la gente. Es muy breve que la gente haga la conversión lo más rápido posible. ¿Ok? Esa es la parte de la seguridad. Siguiente, vitrina. ¿Qué es vitrina? Veamos un sitio importante. No veamos esto para publicidad, no, veámoslo como marketing tradicional. Vitrina. En un centro comercial, ¿para qué sirve una vitrina?
The police must stop the looting and the criminal activity. That is the essence of the police force. They are supposed to protect the community, protect the property. They did not do that in New York City last night.
From New York City live on Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg Radio for our audience worldwide, that was New York's governor Mr. Cuomo, referring to the events of Monday night, Tom, and he said that yesterday, and he was not referring just to the NYPD. He was talking about the management. I think we should be really clear on this specific tone of that, Tom. That was about Mayor de Blasio and how he's handled the security of this city. And I think we should be clear once again, Tom, it is not original to have tension, friction between the governor of New York and the mayor, but this one, between these two, is quite original.
Well, each city across this nation, John, has their own conversation now between the politics and enforcement. What I really watched yesterday were the comments of the police commissioner, Dermot Shea, and he was very, very defensive of Mayor de Blasio in the resources deployed given the geography of the looting. I would urge anyone within New York or whichever city you are across this nation, get on a police scanner and see and hear the many geographies that any given police force has to face Monday night and last night, and of course we'll see what happens tonight. John, to be sure, everything went a lot smoother tonight than it did on Monday.
It seems that way, Tom. It certainly seems that way. Alongside Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramowitz. This is Bloomberg Surveillance, getting you up to speed on the market day. A couple of hours away from the opening bell in New York, with equity futures positive 14 points on the S&P 500, up around about 0.4%. Just to whip through what's been happening over the last couple of days, the last couple of weeks for that matter, a real cyclical tilt to the moves in the equity market, with energy, the financials, industrials, materials leading some of the gains. The banks getting a lift off what's happening in the bond market, with yields higher and a curve steeper. Your 10-year approaching around about 70 basis points in America in the Treasury market. And just to round things out quickly, Tom, the euro, just the euro story, the equity outperformance and euro dollar pushing higher. Euro through 112, up 0.25% on the session.
First chart I looked at this morning, John, I got up and I think it was 652, something like that, maybe 645. And when I got up, the first chart I looked at was the euro through 112. It's very linear. You really wonder the oomph that it will take to get to 113, the kind of news. John, do you see any news flow right now that could drive euro higher from Merkel, from Macron?
Just the momentum, Tom, just the momentum of the last couple of weeks, and quite clearly risk appetite has improved. And look, price action shapes narrative, and right now the price action is positive, and so is the narrative around the continent at the moment.
We welcome all of you on our simulcast, and right now Stephen Chivarone joins us. He is with Federated Hermes, and we're thrilled he could be with us because he's one of the few people I know in the allocation game that really talks the talk straight. Steve, how do I feel if I rebalanced out of Amazon, if I rebalanced out of Alphabet?
Yeah, I think you feel pretty loudly, and you know some of our thoughts on rebalancing that we've discussed over the years. Look, I think right now, we've lived through an unprecedented period, roughly of 10 years, where economic growth was low but widespread, and it allowed inflation and rates to stay down. And so the gulf between winners and losers was relatively narrow. You could own everything and be okay. That's not the world we're in right now. Right now, the difference between winners and losers are companies doubling or dying, and in that environment, you really need to do your work and be active in the way that you invest. You need to invest professionally, and it's a case where when you see a winner, you hold your winner. And I think it's a little bit of a different game now than it was pre-crisis.
Steve, that certainly has been true up until now. We see the big FANG names absolutely dominating the returns that we have seen so far. But there's been a shift recently toward the cyclicals. Yesterday, we saw an outperformance in financials, the Russell 2000. The underperformance came from the Nasdaq. How much steam do you think that this trade has?
You know, it's a debate that we have internally. I think it has some steam. And I think what's going on is, in a very messy way, we're observing the wisdom of crowds, and you see it when you see folks shoulder to shoulder on the beach in Ocean City, Maryland, or rushing into bars in Wisconsin, or even, and I know that there's a whole lot more than this to it, but even when you see the large groups gathering for protests, what we're doing is we are pushing the limits of how hard we can reopen in ways that experts would never approve of. but it's giving us information as to how aggressive we can reopen. And the truth is that if as the economy reopens, it's reopening at 60% capacity instead of 30, for an example, that's a whole lot fewer companies that die, and that's a whole lot more people that are currently unemployed that get back to work. And so what I think the market is trying to understand is how long is this social distance purgatory? How severe is it? The period after we open, but before we get back to full capacity. And because we're pushing it so hard, and it is messy, I think we're starting to get the impression, or the market's starting to sniff out, that the reopening could be more aggressive than we originally thought. I think that's what's primarily driving the market, and cyclicals benefit from that because they're going to be where you price in that better economic activity.
You know, Steve, we talk a lot on this program about the disconnect between the brutal unemployment data and economic figures that we've been getting out, frankly, from the world, and markets that have seemed somewhat divorced from reality. But it really isn't markets as a whole. It has been the FANG names, the big tech shares that have benefited the most from this environment. It has not been the cyclicals, which have actually lagged behind and posted losses. Are we pricing in a V-shaped recovery given the rotation into cyclicals yet, or are we still pricing in a V, a swoosh, a square root sign, whatever you want to say?
I don't think it matters. I mean, I think it is a U-shaped recovery. It's going to take us, in our estimation, until the end of 2021, until GDP levels get back to where they were at the end of 19, as an example. But if you look back at the history of markets, markets bottom in recession. They don't bottom after. They don't bottom when things get better. They bottom when data goes from deteriorating at its fastest rate to a slightly less fast rate. And if this recession really is the first 2 quarters of this year, well then, guess what? We're only a month away from its end. And so I think what you have to remember is the market is a series of individuals trying to get ahead of each other. Because if you get the winning trade on first, you make money when everyone else comes to that realization. And what happened here is when unemployment claims stopped rising at that high of a rate, the market bottomed. That's actually typical. It's frustrating because it's illogical, but it's typical of how markets react in recession.
Hey, Steve, always great to catch up with you, mate. Fantastic to hear from you. Steve Chevron there of Federated Hermes, portfolio manager. My best to you and the whole of the team. Tom, and that's the truth of it. The market bottoms before you see the worst of it in the data. I don't think the right question, though, is to say whether we've seen the bottom. I think the right question is whether this equity market has got too far ahead of the recovery. I think that's what we've got to explore.
The right question is to say those that are in cash have been humbled, not that John, would know anything
I think
about.
I think we're all humbled every day. I think you just a little bit more than maybe us, Tom. Humbled every single morning on this
3,100
program.
SPX, 3,100 SPX.
And solidly in cash. Congratulations from New York City. This is Bloomberg.
Aquí le puedes programar respuestas automáticas. Le puedes programar que el usuario apenas te deje el dato, inmediatamente le llega un mensaje de texto. Lo mismo que si tiene un estado, apenas Bien, ¿estamos? Sí. Estamos entrando en otra era del marketing en la cual estamos hablando de la humanización de las marcas, ¿no?
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
We saw the euro on a 7-day sizable moves in the currency market. Temperatures down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the first word Asia.
The U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange rate.
China's slumping onshore bond market is
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
From New York City, this is Bloomberg Surveillance for our audience worldwide. We're live on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Tom Keene. I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramovich. This is Bloomberg. 2 hours away from the opening bell. Let's get you up to speed on the price action. After 3 days of gains, we might make it 4 on the S&P 500. We advance with equity futures up 12, positive 0.4%. A nice cyclical tilt to this rally that we'll be talking about through the next several hours right here on Bloomberg. In the bond market, supporting that cyclical rally, that pickup in the financials, a steeper yield curve, and the curve steeper this morning. Yields higher on a 10-year by just a basis point to 0.695%, call it 0.7. And in foreign exchange, a 5th day of weakness for the US dollar, euro dollar. What a turnaround the last couple of weeks, from 108 to 112 in around about 2 weeks. Euro dollar advancing, Tom, 0.2%. That is a weaker dollar, a stronger euro.
Well, one of the great surprises in the year, and certainly as we shift to June and on to July, the persistency of dollar weakness has really been extraordinary. We've had wonderful conversations today with economist Stephen King of HSBC joining us, the laureate Paul Romer on technology, he at New York University, and now the former president of the New York Federal Reserve System, William Dudley, and of course with a distinguished career at Goldman Sachs. Before that, in his service with Tim Geithner of a bit ago, a crisis ago, I guess we could say. Dr. Dudley, thank you so much for joining us today. John and I were talking about inequality, and one of the raps of any Fed is that it is monetary policy for the elite. Explain trickle-down Federal Reserve policy. How do they assist in a lesser inequality?
Well, the Fed's monetary policy tools are really about supporting economic activity and driving the economy to higher levels of employment. However, that can actually cause financial asset values to go up, and that can actually exacerbate inequality. So the Fed's choice is not have a recovery, have less inequality, or have a recovery with buoyant financial asset prices and more inequality. So the Fed's tools are just not suited to address the inequality problem.
Bill, is it that binary, or can we find a better balance?
I think it is pretty much that binary. Obviously, you know, when we're in a crisis like this and the Fed's embarked on special facilities, you know, the Fed could try to undertake facilities that funnel money more to households and small businesses. But again, the Fed is, that's difficult for the Fed operationally. How does the Fed actually get money to millions and millions of households and small businesses? That's difficult to do operationally. It's much easier to intervene in the capital markets where the Fed can rely on counterparties, primary dealers and others to essentially help the Fed buy financial assets. much more difficult to lend on a one-by-one millions into millions of different entities. So that, again, that's a challenging thing for the Fed.
Bill, I think it is a challenging thing, but there is a broad consensus that they should be keeping financial conditions loose to help this economy pick up and recover. You'll hear very little debate about that. I think where the debate really is about how far the Federal Reserve goes when it does that. You can intervene in credit markets, okay, might be a debate there as well, but you can help, say, big companies issue debt to keep people on the payroll. But when you start to go into junk, you do run the risk of getting the accusation that you are helping those who made risky bets in this market, and the likelihood that that actually spills over to the broader economy is relatively small. Bill, I guess what I'm trying to ask is, how do you know when you've done too much?
Well, I think the Fed's focus has been on basically making sure that financial markets work well so people can have access to the markets. And that's really the reason for the interventions. I mean, even their intervention into the high yield debt market, it's not so much to bail out individual borrowers, but to make sure that people actually can access that market and raise high yield debt. And I think they've been quite successful in those efforts. But you raise an important point. People who have high yield debt outstanding, a lot of times that's happened by choice. And so for the Federal Reserve to intervene and support those asset prices is basically creating a little bit of moral hazard in the sense that you're encouraging people to take on more debt.
So let's talk about the moral hazard and broaden out the implications of this period of time. There have been some analysts who say the reason why the Federal Reserve really, I don't want to say had to, but in some ways had to step into the corporate debt market was because of the expansion of the shadow banking system. In some ways, they were bailing out the shadow banking sector rather than the banking sector, which was actually well capitalized. How important, in your view, is it to set regulatory standards for the shadow banking sector that are sort of more similar to what we see on Wall Street following this, given the fact that perhaps this can be viewed as they're having the systemic import of Wall Street of the past?
I think you raise a very important point. If something is systemic, that's then going to require the central bank to intervene in an unusual way in the middle of a crisis. If it's systemic, then it needs to be regulated to some degree. And so we had a number of players in this last few months that have essentially been bailed out by the Fed. People who, hedge funds that were invested in cash treasuries and short treasury futures. The Fed, basically, their treasury purchases were helping those entities unwind what turned out to be a bad trade. If people become very leveraged and they're big enough to be systemic, then I think there needs to be some regulation to reel that in.
What kind of regulation could the Fed push and frankly push for from other government agencies that you think would be appropriate from the hedge funds, from private equity, from some of the investment firms that have benefited from the Fed's programs and will probably continue to based on what they have pledged going forward?
Well, one thing the Fed could do is basically say, look, you're lending to these hedge funds, you're doing repo with these hedge funds. There's got to be a limit on how much leverage you give them. So that'd be one. Another thing would be mutual funds. We have mutual funds that have overnight liquidity that are invested in very illiquid assets. The SEC could change that and say if you're a mutual fund invested in really liquid assets, you can't offer overnight liquidity. You have to offer monthly liquidity. And that would also reduce the risk of a fire sale of assets. What the Fed really wants to avoid in these kind of episodes is where people have to dump lots of assets into the market and there's no buyers, and that then distorts markets significantly. One way to avoid that is to make sure that people actually have access to liquidity. Another thing the Fed could do is basically say, look, you have to buy liquidity insurance from the Fed during peacetime, so it's available during wartime. So there's a number of things that I think are worth exploring because it's one thing if you have a financial crisis every 50, 100 years. If you start to have a financial crisis every 10 years, then the Fed's actions are going to encourage people to take more risk in the future.
Long ago and far away, Bill Dudley, you and the great Ed McKelvey wrote a chapter for me on our fiscal position, and you said, off of Patrick O'Brien, that there was not a moment to lose. When is our moment not to lose with $9 trillion of presumed balance sheet? When is that moment out in the distant future?
Well, what's changed, obviously, is that the level of interest rates has come down dramatically. So although we've had this explosion in federal debt service costs have stayed very, very, very subdued. I mean, I think we've more than a tripling of debt outstanding over the last 10 years or so, yet the debt service costs have barely moved upward. So I think what happens to interest rates are going to be critical in terms of when the federal debt burden becomes important. It's not going to be a problem in the next year or two, but looking out further down the road, I think there will be some consequences to having such a large increase in federal debt.
Bill, what are your thoughts on how much we're monetizing the Treasury deficit at the moment?
Well, we're not monetizing it in the sense that the Fed isn't actually buying, primary issuance of treasuries, but we are monetizing it in the sense that the Fed's intervening in the secondary market and expanding its balance sheet quite sharply. I mean, the Fed's balance sheet now is up to $7 trillion. It's gone up by more than $3 trillion just in the last 3 months. So the balance sheet is rising very, very rapidly. And, there's no limit to how big the Fed's balance sheet can get, but you have to understand that there are some risks there for the Fed. I mean, the Fed is basically taking on quite a bit of interest rate risk, right? Because most of its liabilities are reserves, which are overnight, and a lot of its assets are longer duration assets. So the Fed actually has an interest rate risk exposure that doesn't get talked about very much.
Bill Dudley, we'll have to get you back to talk about it once more. Bill Dudley there, the former New York Fed president, on the situation of the Treasury market and on the inequality coming around from the Federal Reserve's unprecedented intervention in the last couple of months, Tom. Just on the final point, I think there'll be some pushback there, no doubt, Tom, about whether the Fed is monetizing what the Treasury is issuing. I understand they're buying in the secondary market, but quite clearly they're sucking up a tremendous amount of the supply.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Dr. Dudley, as you would expect, as a former Fed official, did a nice job of finessing that rude question of yours. John, what I did this morning, John, speaking of low rates, is I went to the famous Bloomberg yield analysis function, the YA function, and I looked at the 3-year Amazon piece, and the yield to Bezos was 0.44% or something like that. It's amazing to see where interest rates are.
40 basis points on 3-year notes, Lisa, of Amazon, not the government, of Amazon. And that makes it really difficult. The financial repression that we talked about 10 years ago and for the next 10 years, we're doing it all over again. What's the incentive to buy corporate credit at 40 basis points? You were just pushed to take more risk, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, the incentive right now is where else are you going to get yield given the fact that the Fed is buying so much of the treasuries? And it's not just Amazon. Corporate borrowing costs within spitting distance of record lows.
Corporate borrowing costs within spitting distance of record lows. To be clear here, Lisa, that's the absolute yield. That's not the spread.
That's the absolute yield for investment-grade corporate debt, 2.36% versus the all-time low of 2.22%.
John, we don't do spreads on simulcasts.
We don't do spreads?
You can do spreads on real yield. We do spreads on real yield.
Real yield's been off for so long. When am I allowed to bring real yield back so that we can cover spreads?
It's
we have an answer
under
on that
negotiation.
Yet,
that's all I know. No, we don't have
Are you the guy that shut Bloomberg real yield down? Was it you that made sure that we shut that show down? You're the guy, so should I tell everyone to send their emails to you to bring that show back?
Yes.
We're getting bushels of emails, particularly from Indiana. It's remarkable the number of emails from Indiana. Bring back real yield.
Counting you down to the opening bow this morning. Good morning to you all. You know who to send your emails to. If you reach out, I'll send you his email address. Looking ahead of that, equity futures with a pickup. Just the compare and contrast of this country absolutely shaken to its core by the unrest of the last week or so, and this equity market that keeps drifting higher. S&P 500 futures 3089 up 12 points, positive 0.4%, and we look on course for another morning of gains. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishika Gupta. America caught a break last night. Thousands of people demonstrated over the death of George Floyd, a black man who was in police custody. But there were few fires and lootings that marked the last few days of protesting. Some of that may have to do with curfews and the arrival of the National Guard in a number of cities. President Trump says the Republican Party is being forced to seek a new city for its convention. It's planned to be held in Charlotte, North Carolina in August, but the state state's Democratic governor has asked that the convention be scaled back because of the coronavirus restrictions. One party official says the president may make his acceptance speech in a different city, while Republicans conduct convention business in Charlotte. In Iowa, 9-term Congressman Steve King lost in the Republican primary. King had been rebuked by party leaders after making inflammatory statements about race and immigration. He'd also been stripped of committee assignments. And Brazil had a record day of coronavirus deaths. Latin America's largest economy reported more than 1,200 new deaths yesterday. That brought the death toll to almost 32,000. Brazil has become the epicenter of the disease in the last few weeks. The government of President Jair Bolsonaro has resisted social distancing efforts. Zoom has transformed the hype into a huge jump in sales and customers. The virtual meeting software company says that revenue soared in the most recent quarter. Zoom has now boosted its annual sales forecast. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishka Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Por último, determinamos los intereses de la audiencia: género, edades, temáticas, país y ciudad. A partir de estas especificaciones seleccionadas, la plataforma identificará los influencers ideales para esta campaña de forma programática. Incluso nos permitirá acceder al perfil de cada uno de ellos para certificar que es el adecuado.
Cuando una marca propone una campaña,
¿Qué les parece? Que ya está leyendo sobre ellos. Gran parte de su equipo colombiano, ¿no? Una empresa que costaba hace 4 o 5 años 15, 20 mil dólares. Está valorada más de 25 mil dólares. Bien. Y la administración es un tema interesante. Fluir verdaderamente es relevante. Bien. Pero digamos que Fluir, bueno, hablemos de los dos. Hablemos de la estrategia en general y hablemos de Fluir. ¿Qué pueden hacer ustedes en Fluir? Pueden ingresar y se pueden registrar como influenciadores. Es decir, tú quieres monetizar desde tu casa, tienes una cantidad de seguidores y ellos te colocan en tu parrilla de contenido para ofrecérselo a las marcas, digámoslo así, ¿ok? Ahora, ¿qué puedes hacer tú también? Tú vas a hacer un evento científico en México. Bien, necesitas gente que en México tenga credibilidad respecto a esto, y él te dice, mire, están todos ellos. Vas a encontrar tweets de $10, vas a encontrar tweets de 50, 100 mil dólares. Vas a encontrar de todo ahí, ¿ok? Entonces es una buena opción para dar a conocer nuestra marca. Hay marcas que buscan mucho gente que sea fuerte, hay otras que no les interesa eso, que les gustan mucho la gente normal. Recuerden que el influenciador no es el famoso. Bien, quitémonos ya de la cabeza eso. Influenciador no es, digamos, hace 10 años el influenciador, ¿quién era? 20 años. Margarita Rosa de Francisco. ¿Por qué? Porque mi mamá veía café toda la noche. Entonces, ¿quién empieza a generar una relación? Ella es el influenciador para ella. Actualmente, ¿quién es? No vean el famoso, hay famosos que han sabido evolucionar muy bien hacia la parte digital y lo han hecho excelente. Hay otros que no lo han hecho y el influenciador puede ser simplemente esa persona que tú no conoces, pero que para tu hijo, para tu hija, sí tiene, digamos, alguna credibilidad, ¿ok? Entonces, no lo vean como la persona famosa, vean la persona que simplemente tiene un ¿ok? ¿Qué características más verían ustedes en cuenta para contratar un influenciador?
Our country is crying out for leadership.
Mira quiénes
leadership that can unite us, leadership that brings us together, leadership that can recognize pain and deep grief of communities that have had a knee on their neck for a long time.
Former Vice President Joe Biden there, weighing in on the tension in this country over the last week or so and positioning himself, Tom, quite clearly to be that leader come November. You can see this has quickly become one of the big issues ahead of the general election just several months away.
The politics is just absolutely extraordinary, John. I know we want to get to a market check here, and it's really quite good markets today. But the market, John, of our politics is always, always, always a market of the labor economy. And I really want to emphasize, John, the overlay of this pandemic with a crashed labor economy buttressed up against what we observed in Minnesota just simply is that toxic chemistry that leads to the difficult moment we're in.
ADP report under 30 minutes away. We will bring that to you right here on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio ahead of the jobs report this coming Friday. Let's get you up to speed on the price action, shall we? 1 hour and 42 minutes away from the opening bell in New York City. Here's your price action. Equities higher by around about 13 points on the S&P. We advanced by 0.4%. Outside of the equity market after several days of gains in the bond market, curve steeper, yields higher on the 10-year by a single basis point, on the 30-year out through 150 now. That has given the banks a really nice lift over the last several days, and I think we've beaten this one so hard over the last several weeks. Euro dollar advancing up 0.2% from 108 through 112. But the big turnaround, Tom, is just the improvement in risk appetite and how sharply it contrasts with the devastation we see around us, both in terms of the social unrest and the labor market as well. But let's be clear on a couple of things. You see this time and time again. We saw it in the protests of the 1960s. I'm not sure if that's a good parallel. We can talk about that later in the program. And you often see a market that bottoms well before you see the worst of it in the economic data. We still haven't seen the worst of the data. We're likely to see that on Friday, Tom. But I think the question we've got to grapple with, as we reopen, and as these protests continue, and quite clearly no one is thinking about social distancing anymore, every day that goes by, every single day that goes by, and if we have no sign of a second wave of infections or a pickup of infections, you will see more people more encouraged about how quickly this economy can normalize, Tom.
It is going to be fascinating, and what we're trying to do, folks, is bring you a varied set of conversations with people with experience. And not in Washington, but in New York, but in an always diverse and interesting Philadelphia is a gentleman that we'll go to here in a moment. We're trying to work that technical arrangement of this labor economy. It is absolutely untenable, John, that we can have an unemployment rate of 18%, or maybe it's going to be 22%. I'll let you decide. And if we make it halfway back, it's still untenable.
And a double-digit unemployment rate is totally untenable. And I think on Wall Street, clearly, not much is going to change. There will be a focus on the aggregate number for the economy in the United States of America. Lisa, I think the focus for policymakers increasingly has to be on the disparity beneath the numbers we look at on Friday when we get the payrolls report, beneath the numbers we look at every single month, every single year. Get beyond the aggregate figure and look at the disparity beneath. And that explains a story of a community that has been disproportionately hit by the economic effects of this pandemic and the health effects as well.
Yeah, you see this in Black and Hispanic communities that saw 20% fewer jobs in April than 2 months earlier, seeing the brunt of the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic and much deeper job losses than among white Americans. The question is, what can be done to remedy this? How quickly can this be addressed at a time when people are concerned about a summer of discontent that will have ramifications that I have not heard, John? And this, to me, is really a question, one of my main questions over the next few weeks. I have not heard what exactly this will do to the economy going forward, John.
Well, Lisa, it's got to come from the fiscal side. And what we've seen over the last several weeks, and Tom, you and I have talked about it, the collective will seems to have faded over the last several weeks as the focus has shifted to reopening the economies. The collective will to do more on the fiscal side has faded, and I'd like to see a renewed effort on that front in the months to come, especially when some of these enhanced unemployment benefits begin to fade out.
That may be, John, for this Wednesday. Remember, the day is young. For you and me, we're halfway through it. I'm about halfway to the surveillance nap, folks. But you really wonder, John, if this is the Wednesday where we begin to see a new impulse of fiscal thinking down in Washington. And, of course, buttressed up against that will be the international economics that the president faces. There's no one at Bloomberg who looks at the pulse of the international economics, and really an economics that's done better in the last number of weeks than our Damien Sassower, and he joins us as well. Damien, the American political crisis and the American employment crisis seem separate from Brazil or Singapore or Eastern Europe, but it's not, is it?
No, it's not at all, Tom. And I mean, look, there's a lot of similarities between what we're witnessing here in the U.S. and many of the things we're witnessing across the whole of emerging markets. And, I've mentioned previously on the show, as you know, I talked about Arab Spring risk, the fact that this turmoil kind of spills over into the streets, into the main street, and into the real economy. And we're not just seeing that here in the U.S., we're seeing that in places like Brazil and Chile and others. And so, this is something that I'm definitely keeping an eye on. It's impacting valuations across the whole of my market.
Damien, I'm curious about the perception of the United States amid the domestic unrest in places like China and how that could affect policy, given the fact that Beijing is using these images as propaganda to try to cull popular support in that nation.
Well, there's no question, nationalist fervor in China is very high. And that's something that certainly is alarming from the perspective of a U.S. dollar investor, I guess, if you want to call it that, or maybe a U.S.-centric investor. But really, at the end of the day, this is nothing new, and it's certainly, nothing new for emerging market practitioners, because as goes China, so go, the rest of the market. Now that the euro appears to be stabilizing here, it's a really key factor, as I'm not saying it's derailing this concept of U.S. dollar exceptionalism, but it's certainly giving pause for thought, and I think that's a real big, change here as we enter into the summer months when liquidity dries up.
Hey, Damien, always great to get your thoughts on a show. Thanks for dropping by, especially at the last minute as well on this equity market and emerging markets too. Damien Sassower there of Bloomberg Intelligence. Much debate about what's happening in the FX market. Is the weaker dollar a symptom of improving risk appetite or a driver of it? Tom, I'd suggest it was the former and not the latter. It feels like it's a symptom of the improving risk appetite. There was huge haven demand for the US dollar over the last several months, and quite clearly we're just chipping away at that every single day.
I agree. It's a convexity roll-off is what the pros call it. We're rolling off that huge bet that was made on safe haven. But I must admit, John, in the last 24, 30 hours, to Damien's world, there's been a very nice correlation between weaker safe havens and all this asset lift that we're seeing.
Just feels like a huge positioning squeeze across a range of assets over the last several weeks. We'll continue the conversation with a more conservative Tobias Lefkovich of Citigroup. The chief U.S. equity strategist joins us next right here on Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg Radio.
corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg Commodity Indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg,
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
true diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
If a city or state refuses to take the actions that are necessary to defend the life and property of their residents, then I will deploy the United States military.
The country is crying out for leadership. Leadership that can unite us, leadership that brings us together.
The Fed's tools are just not suited to address the inequality problem.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene, our simulcast on Bloomberg Television across this nation and worldwide, and on Bloomberg Radio. We particularly say good morning to the hundreds of thousands of you listening at home, still sequestered within this pandemic. The news flow, extraordinary. The news flow, as you just heard from the president and from Vice President Biden, is clearly political. We'll touch on that in a moment with our Kevin Cirilli. And then Tobias Lefkovich will join us from Citigroup on these extraordinary markets. John, we can talk about the politics of the moment, the relative calm of last night, but I really think I've got to go to the clarion call in 15 minutes of the first of the May labor reports, the ADP report. John, how do you link this Wednesday report into what we're going to observe Friday of an American jobs depression?
Well, to keep it simple, Tom, ugly. The numbers will be ugly. They'll be ugly, and a little bit later this morning, they'll be ugly again on Friday morning when we see an unemployment rate pushing 20%. But quite clearly, this market is focusing on the aggregate numbers in the future and hoping that in the future, the outlook gets better as the year grows older, and many people agree with that. The degree to which things improve, I think that is where we should have some real debate. But beneath the aggregate numbers, the disparity. It is the social unrest that speaks to the disparity on a range of issues, not just on social justice, but also on the unemployment and the disproportionate hit that we've seen to particular communities off the back of this pandemic as well, Tom.
Well, I mean, Lisa, there's no question about this, that we can directly link in what we talk about on this simulcast with the politics of the moment. I've lost, I'll say this, folks, I have personally lost perspective on just tossing off a mint, Lisa, like 18% unemployment. That impact on society is incalculable.
Well, and the impact is much greater on specific societies. To John's point, this idea that Fed Chair Jay Powell said that 40% of individuals earning less than $40,000 have lost their jobs as a result of the pandemic. And you take a look at Black and Latino communities hit well harder than white communities, and those who earn less getting laid off and losing their money faster. You have to wonder how long this can persist. And it is not that surprising, Tom, that we're seeing such a huge wave of unrest at a time of such growing disparity.
Now, let's get started here, folks. Again, we're thrilled you could join us on radio and television. John, why don't you bring in Kevin Cirilli with your observations, Jonathan Farrow, on last evening in this New York?
Well, I hope that things are getting better. And Kevin, I wonder if they share that hope in Washington, because the peaceful protests in the daytime have been drowned out by the noise of the riots overnight. Did we finally break that pattern overnight, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning?
Yes, we did. And look, I mean, the curfew here in the nation's capital, Jonathan, was 7 p.m. Eastern, and the protests continued well into the night. Hundreds, if not more than 1,000 protesters gathering in Lafayette Square, which is right outside of the White House, and as well as on the steps, or not on the steps, on the National Mall. There were National Guard members and military personnel who were on the steps of the historic Lincoln Memorial Monument. All of this is helicopters patrolling the city. All of this really, it's tough to find the words in terms of the historic moment we find ourselves in. This hasn't been seen since the 1960s. But I will say this. I think we have to take a step back here and as we look at the political ramifications of this, because this remains an incredibly polarized political time. And I spoke with a senior source on the president's re-election campaign, and they are adamant that they are going to double down on the issue of law and order. They feel that in battleground states like Michigan and Wisconsin, that will play well for them in suburbs as well as more rural parts of the community. In contrast, when I speak with my Democratic sources, they say that the Biden campaign is going to try to continue to reestablish and reconnect the Obama coalition that quite frankly fell apart during Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign.
Kevin, and to everyone who's listening, I mean, this has been an incredibly difficult period of time for so many people. I see it in my kids, yes. I see it in my friends' kids, and I'm trying to figure out where the leadership will come from to give a sense of unity and a sense of healing. President Trump today does not have anything that we know of just yet on his schedule. What are you expecting to hear from President Trump in order to give some sort of leadership message to a country very much in pain?
Lisa, I hear you. I mean, 1,000% I hear you, and it's a totally fair question. I mean, the president is, again, though, they view this as doubling down on law and order. And here's why. Because I think, you know, unless the political reality outside of your window, outside of someone's window, is very different than the political reality outside of a farmer in Iowa. And so they're watching this on the news while people in the cities are literally living this in real time. And that contrast, politically speaking, is why you're noticing such a divide. The president was never going to win New York City. The president was never going to win Washington, D.C. And so, unfortunately, that's the political reality. Now, in terms of policy, I can tell you this, that at the end of June or early July, there is that anticipation for another round of economic stimulus. And I'm very hard-pressed to find any Republican even who feels that in the next round of economic stimulus, some type of policy, structural policy change would not be included in that bill.
Kevin Cirilli, thank you so much, our chief Washington correspondent. John, I am thunderstruck that we really don't know at this hour, 8:03 a.m., I'm going to call it, in Wall Street time, New York time, and Trump time, that we really don't know the president's schedule today. I'll be honest, John, I find that remarkable.
A little bit later, of course, Tom, hopefully we hear from the President of the United States. To go back to the fiscal debate, Senator Pat Toomey speaking to Fox Business this morning, saying that perhaps another relief bill won't be needed if we can reopen this economy. And this speaks to something that I know Mohammed Al-Erin is concerned about as well, that we win the war but don't secure the peace. And I just wonder if that's something we hear a little bit more about in the months to come.
Yeah. I'm really glad you brought that up, John. That really shows just some of the disparities that we see in Washington. The backdrop for all of this, folks, is an extraordinary market. We talked to the technician, Chris Verone, earlier about the one-way move on small caps, the one-way move on equities. Someone of great extinction, Tobias Lefkovich of Citigroup, has been watching carefully, and he joins us now. Tobias, can you be a buyer of stocks on this beautiful Wednesday morning?
It's a little bit more troublesome at these levels, and markets have come back pretty sharply on legitimate reasons, including tremendous stimulus both from the Federal Reserve as well as from Feds or from the government through the CARES Act particularly. But we've also seen the reopening of the economy. We've seen better news on the healthcare front in terms of less hospitalizations, less deaths, or more better treatments, hopes on vaccines. All that is fine, and what I call faux move is kind of played in. which is institutional investors' fear of missing, or not out, but rather fear of meaningfully underperforming. So as markets go up, they have to participate, and everybody focuses on the technicals as opposed to some of the fundamentals. For example, how's the unemployment issues going to play out over the next 6-9 months? It is going to be a more difficult economic period.
Tobias, you touched on something really important. We see a price move, and there's always a temptation to find this neat fundamental narrative that fits it. Are you saying this is just very technical? It's a position squeeze, it's momentum, it's the fear of missing out, the fear of underperforming, as you've put it as well?
So, look, I think, again, there are some true fundamental backdrops to it. I think probably the best argument I have heard from investors is that companies are making structural change. They're learning how to work through the pandemic-induced virtual reality that we're kind of enduring. Over 2.5 months, companies have really sought out the efficiencies, and they're reacting to it. So there are going to be some structural changes that therefore provide better margin opportunity for the companies on the outside. The problem is that those structural efficiencies also mean those jobs don't come back as quickly. It creates kind of a demand problem. Look, we think the 40 million numbers are too high in terms of the reported claims, simply because there's a number of duplication. People who had signed up weren't sure if they had signed up correctly, submitted another claim, and you're seeing certain states coming out telling you they're duplicate. So maybe let's say the number's 30 million, 32 million, and let's even say half of those people get back their jobs by year end. That's still another 16 million people who don't have their jobs, and it's going to be problematic in terms of top line activity for corporations. There are certain industries that are enduring this extraordinarily well, and there are certain ones that are far more damaged, because what's really happened is the pandemic has accelerated certain trends that were kind of already underway. So the demise of brick and mortar retail has increased rapidly. The trend towards telemedicine has also increased the other way very significantly. So those are some of the things that are changing secularly. But again, I think companies have really learned how to work through this, and it is a proper argument. The question is the market moved too much? And our sense from our panic euphoria model, which is now flashing euphoria again, is suggesting almost an 80% probability that markets will be down in the subsequent 12 months as opposed to up.
Tobias, look forward to getting you back on the program soon. Tobias Lefkovich there of Citi. Lisa, can you imagine that, an unemployment rate this Friday that could be close to 20%, and Citi's work pointing to euphoria being back in this market? That is quite a contrast.
Yeah, and it's very uncomfortable, as you have continually said, and it really goes back to the conversation that we had with former New York Fed President Bill Dudley. What is the moral hazard being baked into this market? How will it be viewed politically at a time of just incredible disparity, not only economically, but also with markets and reality, John?
And no sign right now the Fed cares about the moral hazard either. A little bit later this morning, we'll be catching up with David Malpass of the World Bank president, joining us on this program live on Bloomberg TV and radio at 8:30 Eastern. He'll be joining us in 20 minutes' time. Equity futures higher, up by 16 points. We are positive 0.5% of the S&P 500. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishka Gupta. Thousands of people took to the streets again across America to protest police brutality, but there appeared to be less violence than there had been for several nights before. Curfews went into effect in many cities to help police stem unrest over the killing of George Floyd, a black man in police custody. The Pentagon is distancing itself from President Trump's warning that he could use active duty military to clamp down on protests. Defense Department officials say it would be better to rely on the National Guard for law enforcement where needed. Still, some active duty troops have been put on alert for possible deployment, most likely in Washington. Senate Judiciary Chairman Lindsey Graham holds a hearing today into what Republicans call Obamagate. They claim that President Trump was the victim of anti-Trump forces in the FBI and Justice Department. The first witness, a former Trump administration Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein. A meeting between OPEC and its allies this month is now in doubt. Saudi Arabia and Russia are drawing a hard line over quota cheating by some nations. The meeting is to discuss extending those output curbs that have sent prices surging. But the Saudis and Russia say it may not happen if countries such as Iraq and Nigeria don't commit to implementing their supply curbs. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Rishka Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
visitas, generar visitas, hacer llamados de acción para generar leads, de tal manera poder enviarlos un CRM a nuestros clientes y busquemos promotores de eventos. Hagan este curso, por cierto, es software que a mí me da concepto, es como el papá del network marketing. Bien. ¿Qué es este curso? Bueno, tiene varias características interesantes. Uno, que es gratuito, principal. Dos, que es certificado. Y tres, que es online. Hagan este curso que es muy interesante para que en este medio no se equivoquen. ¿Qué es este término? Digámoslo, les voy a terminología mía. Digamos que esto dejó de ser lo que les digo, vertical para ser horizontal. Vertical, ¿qué es? Lo que les venía diciendo, ofertín, ofertón, descuentín, súper económico, no. Ya es un poco más, es como, si un cliente pasó un negocio. Estaba en Medellín, bien, y eso que tú paras en un semáforo y viene ya el que te brinca los vidrios del carro, es un está molesto y no sabe ni por qué. Y él llegó, pero él lo que hizo fue que se paró al lado. Me dijo, no, tranquilo, no le voy a limpiar los vidrios. Me imagino que una persona con un carro tan limpio tiene un problema.
The political risk environment usually comes from the rest of the world. But this year, it's actually the feeling that the system is so badly rigged against disenfranchised white working and middle class, against African Americans facing systemic police abuse, and that is a real concern this year.
Ian Bremmer, of the Eurasia Group on the concerns that we all have worldwide, particularly here in the United States at the moment as well. Disparity is a word you will hear a lot about in the coming months. The disparity beneath the headline numbers we talk about every single day, including the numbers in this labour market. The ADP report coming out just moments ago, Tom, better than expected. The print, negative 2.76 million. We were looking for negative 9 million. I don't know how you come up with an estimate with numbers this big, but it's just going to point towards the narrative and fuel the narrative, actually, that the worst of it's behind us, that maybe things improve from here. And I believe that's the consensus position. I think the debate we should be having is the degree to which things improve in the months ahead, not just the direction.
Yeah, I'll let everybody do the alphabet soup. I've always sort of been tired by the V-shaped recovery stuff. I think as Dr. Bremer was mentioning there, the impact on society, John, is huge. And, you know, you say to yourself, what do we need to get back to, whether it's 18% or 19%? Maybe we come in with 16% peak unemployment. I would suggest there can be no social calm across the wage structure of America until you get back to 6 or 7% unemployment. Are we going to do that in 2020?
We've had guests on this program talking about double-digit employment out to the start of 2021, 10% there and thereabouts, even as we start a new year, Tom, and that just is not good enough. Alongside Tom Keene, I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramowicz. You are listening to Bloomberg Surveillance live on Bloomberg TV and, of course, on Bloomberg Radio as well. In this equity market, we pick up ahead of the opening bell, 1 hour and around about 10 minutes away. Equity futures with just a little bit of a lift on the S&P 500. Session high up 18 points, positive 0.6%. In the bond market, I know Lisa looking at this one, the curve just a little bit steeper, yields a little bit higher, up 2 basis points on a 10-year to 0.7%. And in the commodity market, what a story over the last couple of months or so, Tom. The recovery of crude, 36.60 on WTI, on Brent, just south of $40 with the focus on OPEC Plus's next move.
That $40 print that we saw, I believe it was this morning, maybe we saw it late yesterday as well. That brings us to Julian Lee. What's great about Julian Lee writing for Bloomberg Opinion is not only his acuity of writing on the hydrocarbon markets, but doing it with a terrific mathematical background. When I say the dynamics of oil, Julian Lee gets that. Julian, the dynamics of this price recovery, was it the dynamics of supply or the dynamics of demand?
I think, Tom, that it was probably a bit of both. We've certainly seen that the demand collapse seems to have bottomed out. The deepest year-on-year demand destruction seems to have been the early part of April worldwide. Demand is picking up, not yet very strongly and not yet everywhere, but we do seem to be coming back off the bottom. China is picking up very strongly, other parts of the world much less so. But we've also had a huge adjustment on the supply side. The OPEC Plus group of countries that met in April, they agreed an output cut of close to 10 million barrels a day between them. We've seen big market-related reductions in output from North America, particularly the US and Canada. We've seen reductions in places like Brazil, the UK, Norway, and elsewhere. And it's really the intersection of both of those that have first put a floor under prices and then powered this rebound. The worry that some have at the moment, though, is that it may have gone too far too fast.
Well, Julian, to that point of going too far, the higher prices go, the more production comes back online. We are hearing about this anecdotally from the U.S. shale patch. And now the OPEC Plus meeting that was planned for this week will likely be canceled because of concerns about quota cheating. How much is production picking up as some of these suppliers take a look at the higher prices?
Well, I think it is, as you say, at the moment, very much anecdotal evidence coming out of the US, a number of companies operating in the shale patch saying that they are starting to reactivate some of the wells that they shut down. People aren't yet talking about doing new drilling and new fracking. This is very much reactivating wells that were pumping and that were shut down in the depths of the crisis. So the rebound is likely to be relatively small, and it may still be offset by
the natural decline in older or in wells that have been brought on stream in the shale patch in the last 3 or 4 months, where production rates will still be falling. Among the OPEC countries, the real stumbling block seems to be that the Saudis and the Russians, who have both made very, very deep output cuts, are angry at countries like Iraq and Nigeria that seem to have done much less than they had promised to do, and that is certainly causing disagreements within the group. They were due to, well, they still are due to meet next week. There was talk of bringing that meeting forward till tomorrow. As it stands right at this moment, when this meeting will be held is still far from certain.
Julian, just to build on Lisa's question, just how elastic is U.S. supply?
I think it's probably less elastic than a lot of people tend to think. Certainly wells can be shut in and restarted as we're seeing, but I think it takes more of an increase in prices than we've had already before people start looking at drilling new wells or spending the money to fracture wells that have already been drilled but not brought into production. Certainly it's much more elastic than, for example, bringing on a new oil field in the deep waters off West Africa, which, can take 5 years from discovery to first production. But even so, I think we are looking at perhaps another $20 a barrel on prices before we start to see a real uptick in drilling in the shale patch, and that may well be a way off still.
Bloomberg's Julian Lee on the oil patch, on the oil market, with Brent coming in 0.7% and WTI just a little lighter. We shaved 0.2% off the price. We traded $36 and around about 75 cents. Tom, we've reflected on this a few times, policy mistakes worldwide in the last several months, and I keep going back to this because it is insane. What on earth was Saudi Arabia thinking, along with Russia, in early March to start a price war when demand was absolutely collapsing?
I just think you're dead on, John, and I guess they've had a reaffirmation of their discipline that they want now on these shattered markets. But again, just the damage they did with that decision to their own economies has been just extraordinary. I know Mr. Putin's ratings have fallen off here in the recent months.
Another chapter for Mr. Jurgen if he wants to rewrite the book anytime soon. Absolutely
exactly.
From New York City this morning, the conversation continues. We'll catch up with David Malpass, the president of the World Bank, next on Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg Radio.
Chances are you may have started cooking more during quarantine, which means you've made plenty of trips to the grocery store, either in person or virtually. But brace yourselves, that chicken wing and hamburger patty, it's about to cost you more money. Just 4 meat processing plants account for about 80% of production in the United States. Back in April, President Donald Trump ordered all meat processing plants stay open.
They're going to be very careful. They are. As to who's going into the plant, the quarantine is going to be very strong.
Even as workers fall ill and production output suffers. So where are plant operators in all this? They have to go through lower productivity and higher costs, which means they need to make some major changes. And some plants are already running slower because of social distancing and fewer workers. And some production lines are fully automated. Tentrodas is a professor at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. He gives us the numbers. He says reducing meat processing plants to 1/3 of their capacity and also distributing the adequate protective equipment. This could all boost chicken prices at grocery stores by 25 to 30%. That means if you buy chicken at 99 cents per pound for 5 pounds, now at $5.95, it could cost you up to $6.44 before taxes. That means higher costs for an industry that's been pretty efficient at putting out cheap protein.
Manejarlo a un punto en que no seamos muy agresivos, pero sí hace titulares muy atractivos. Titular, título, compartir, comentar. ¿Ok? Ahora, importante, realizar buenos artículos originales, diferentes, no fusilenos.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a taxi.
From New York City, this is Bloomberg Surveillance for our audience worldwide. We're live on Bloomberg TV and radio alongside Tom Keene. I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramovitz, getting you in shape for the opening bell 60 minutes away in New York with an ADP jobs report that knocks it out the park, a massive beat. Don't get me wrong, the numbers are still absolutely ugly, but you know the Wall Street game as well as I do. It's always about the number relative to expectations. The number ugly at negative 2.76 million, but relative to an expectation of a median estimate, Tom, of negative 9 million on the ADP report and negative 8 going forward to payrolls Friday. That's a massive beat.
It is a massive beat, John, and firming up. I know you're going to do a market check here, but it's amazing. I'm going to steal some of Lisa Abramowitz's thunder. I can do this, folks, on the Bloomberg terminal, and it's real simple. The difference in yield between the 5-year and the 30-year piece is really back to some renewed steepness. John, I've never looked at that spread in my life.
Why not, Tom? Why not? A lot of people do. Lisa Abramovitz looks at it every single morning. It's not just 530s, it's 230s. The front end and the belly of the curve really anchored by the Fed, Lisa, and yields at the longer end just starting to drift out as we reopen this economy.
Yeah, and the question I have is how much is this due to the increasing deficit, the fact that the U.S. is selling more debt, raising questions about demand, and how much is this pricing in a faster than expected recovery? One thing I'm looking for tomorrow in the initial claims, John, is we've seen this trending lower in the number of individuals who are on unemployment insurance, and we are expecting that number to continue to go down tomorrow, perhaps giving a sense of an ongoing recovery.
Yeah, Lisa, we saw it last week, and I think that's something we need to continue seeing. A theme on this program that we've gone back and forth on over the last several weeks is quite clearly you will get some sequential improvement as we go from shutdown to reopening. We've got to ask, though, where the positive surprises are going to come from. Of course, things will improve as you go from shutdown to reopen, but to the degree to which they will improve is where the debate should really be, and the limits of the overall recovery, Tom. And I know I sound like a broken record bringing this up every single day, but that is it. It is simple as that. As you reopen, how quickly can we normalize, and what are the limits of the recovery of that normalization through the next 12 months?
Well, the next 12 months, I would suggest, John, we've got to get out the next 90 days. All of us are urging stores to open, you know, the battle over the lockdown and being sequestered and all that. But I don't really have a one-year view, John, and I think most of our viewers, most of our listeners don't either. We're sort of like, where are we in August? I mean, to me, that's sort of the sort of the tone as well. Let's do this, John. We've got a busy, busy morning ahead of us, and we've been able to crowbar a few minutes of his time. Joining us now, the president of the World Bank, David Malpass, of course, definitive at Bear Stearns for years in economics and assisting President Trump on his economics at Treasury, and now spearheading the effort at the World Bank. We spoke to him recently. We get an update from David Malpass today. David, there is a clarion call worldwide to spend money to put people to work. How will the World Bank affect that policy?
Hi, Tom. Good morning. The World Bank is adding resources where it can, and also targeting the resources to where the most impact can be felt. For some countries, that means supporting core businesses, either in the public sector or the private sector, ones that if they stopped operation, it would be giantly harmful. But in many countries, the focus is also on getting cash to people, either through a social safety net or through in-kind transfers. We're dealing with countries that are often on the brink of extreme poverty for tens of millions of people. So that's the focus right now, quickly moving on both the health crisis and the alleviation of poverty, setting up systems that will work into the future. One of the interesting things that's happening is the differentiation of countries. What financial markets are doing is, in effect, looking at some and saying they're going to be able to move forward with the policies that they've got or that they'll be able to put in place. And so that becomes a powerful positive force.
Right. What is the constraints you have? I mean, our Eric Martin writes encyclopedic on the World Bank, and he's looking at your credit rating and some of the financial ratios of the World Bank. But I want to know, David Malpass, what's the day-to-day constraint to deploying money to those very poor countries?
Yes. Well, we're in a better position because of a recent capital increase in both IBRD and IFC, two of the big parts of the bank, and a large replenishment of the of IDA that was done in December. And so by chance, by coincidence, by good fortune, the bank has resources. And so the constraint, we are planning to deploy $160 billion over the next 15 months. That sounds small by what's going on in developed countries, but if you think about the developing countries, these are large-scale resources, very welcome by the countries, and so the constraint, the challenge is to not go over exposure limits for individual countries. Some countries are at their credit limits, let's think of it that way, but the bigger issue is what's in their program. They want to create confidence, and so what we're trying to do is have programs that show the world, show their own people, that there's confidence in the recovery on the other side. One of the most important things that we can do in that is transparency. We need transparency both on the health side, meaning what is the situation for COVID, also on the debt side. What are the contracts that the governments are entering into? And that proves to be a major challenge that people all around the world are working on in order to make more transparency on the debt that's out there.
President Malpass, let's talk about that, because you understand how delicate this moment is for many of these economies and countries that you work with. What we need right now is grants and not loans. And what we need for a whole range of countries is debt relief. Can you talk to us about the scale of debt relief that you can help engineer in the coming months, the coming year?
Yes, and with regard to grants, your point is exactly right. And so as the World Bank looks at it, of this $160 billion, a big chunk, nearly a third, is grants, meaning not loans, but and no interest on it, no repayment. And so that becomes a very strong positive net flow for the countries. We're also trying to have, the G20 countries have agreed to a moratorium on repayments to their creditors. The biggest of that is China, and it agreed to, and recently, within the last week, President Xi confirmed that China will fully participate in the moratorium. So in combination, that provides a big new chunk of available fiscal space for the countries to, we're talking about the 75 poorest countries in the world. It creates space for them to spend on the health emergency itself. So that's important. And what we need now is the commercial creditors to also come in. That means the asset managers, the banks. We're dealing with the poorest countries in the world, and I think they need to find a way that they can also accept a moratorium on the repayment stream so that there's more resources available for the countries. Everybody's working together. It's a sizable amount of money, but there's still quite a few steps to take with regard to especially China and the commercial creditors to have them fully participate. Also the Gulf states, I should mention that the Persian Gulf states have quite a bit of debt outstanding in the poorest countries, and there needs to be participation, full participation by them also in the debt moratorium.
President Malpass, you have a unique position having visibility around the world, and I want to talk about China's presence as probably the dominant lender to developing nations over the past 5 years. I believe the estimates say that about $500 billion of loans that China has extended to some of these countries. Do you have any sense of what that nation's debt forgiveness plan might look like and how that will pressure some of these nations?
It's very important to the recovery of the poorest countries and others. Our President Xi included those remarks, and it was very welcome in a speech that he gave, I guess it was 2 weeks ago, where he said China would fully participate. And you know, China is a member of the G20 countries, which endorsed this moratorium. So now we're at the point of implementation for China's official creditor agencies. That's the China Development Bank, China Exim Bank. These are official agencies of the Chinese government, and they need to fully participate in the moratorium. And then the next level will be the commercial creditors. That's the banks in China, for example, that have lent a lot. And it's not just China. They're one of many of the lenders that are able to participate. And that gives them, I think there's going to be a two-way benefit. The poorest countries themselves are helped immensely by this, but then the lender countries will be creating a better environment for the future. And so I'm hoping people will look to the longer run and see that if they participate now, there'll be a better environment in the future for their markets, for their exports and things and so on.
David, thank you for the hard work. It's been a while, and I look forward to catching up with you again soon. Hopefully we can continue this conversation. The president of the World Bank there, David Malpass. Tom, on the importance of grants and not loans, on market access as well, and just to compare and contrast what we've seen in the last 24 hours, Italy issuing 10-year debt and seemingly building up an order book of north of 100 billion euros. Just absolutely remarkable. The access to markets that developed nations, including the likes of Italy, have, and the struggle of others at a moment like this.
Francine Lacroix featuring that early this morning with that announcement, John, and it really dovetails nicely with the extraordinary Amazon deal yesterday. The flow of money right now is absolutely odd. Odd is the word I use. And John, you just got to believe some of it finally has to move to development, to those grants, and to infrastructure projects. And frankly, maybe the World Bank can help the United States do infrastructure.
Well, we need some help there, don't we? Look, central banks worldwide, developed markets, central banks as well, really engineering the situation that we're seeing in the bond market. Very easy to come in and out. The bond market wide open in the United States and across Europe as well. In your equity market, up around about 18 points on the S&P 500. We advanced 0.6% this Wednesday morning. Good morning to you all. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Ritika Gupta. America caught a break last night. Thousands of people demonstrated over the death of George Floyd, a black man who was in police custody. But there were few fires and lootings that marked the last few days of protesting. Some of that may have been to do with curfews and the arrival of the National Guard in a number of cities. President Trump says that the Republican Party is being forced to seek a new city for its convention. It's planned to be held in Charlotte, North Carolina in August, but the state's Democratic governor has asked that the convention be scaled back because of coronavirus restrictions. One party official says that the president may make his acceptance speech in a different city, while Republicans conduct convention business in Charlotte. In Iowa, 9-term Congressman Steve King lost in the Republican primary. King had been rebuked by party leaders after making inflammatory statements about race and immigration. He'd also been stripped of committee assignments. And Zoom has transformed the hype into a huge jump in sales and customers. The virtual meeting software company says that revenue soared in the most recent quarter. Zoom has now boosted its annual sales forecast. It's become an essential service, attracting more than 300 million participants some days. That's up from 10 million in December. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
Lo que va a hacer es redondearme el número. Miren, sí, voy a probar uno para que ustedes lo puedan ver así, para que vean si funciona en realidad ese formato. Vamos a meter otro número. Y le voy a aplicar este formato. Derecho, formato celdas, personalizada. General y voy a poner numeral punto
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
In San Francisco, a lot of tech action today.
Our top stories this morning in D.C. and
the Dow and the S&P.
Shall we? So the euro on a 7-day
sizable moves in the currency market, which is down 0.5%.
We begin in the oil patch. Saudi Arabia.
Brent crude pretty much unchanged.
Welcome to Bloomberg, the First Word Asia.
The U.S. and Japan duke it out over exchange.
China's slumping onshore bond market is
I see a V-shaped recovery because that's what the markets are telling us. If you look at every market around the world, they've gone up by 20, 30% or so. And I'm talking about both emerging and developed markets.
EM investor Mark Mobius on a V-shaped recovery. We're all so tired of hearing about that V-shaped recovery. I think it's fair to say we have a V-shaped recovery in the market. There's very few people that think we're going to see one in this economy, not just the United States, but worldwide as well. Good morning to you all. Alongside Tom Keane, I'm Jonathan Ferro, together with Lisa Abramowitz. We are live on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio. And Tom, I'll be stepping away to Bloomberg TV in just a moment. I'll be catching up with Julian Emmanuel of BTIG, far less constructive on this equity market rally. Looking forward to that conversation in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, on your way to your next project, John, maybe you can pick up your obligatory 8,000 shares of Zoom Info, 8,000 shares of the ever-popular Warner Music Group Corp. Or maybe, I just say, John, you can pick an IPO du jour because we are back to IPOs of the moment. John Farrell driving forward our conversation. And, of course, into the middle of the morning here, John Farrell will have some important updates on the open, on the politics in Washington. Initial public offerings, I assume somewhere in March they were dead, but they come back with a vengeance. It's not that they've come back, it's the way they've come back, much like that Italian bond offering of today, the Amazon offering of a few days ago. It's been a shock. Drew Singer writes for Bloomberg News on initial public offerings and joins us right now. Drew, how did we get back to IPOs so quickly?
Good morning. It's a nearly 40% rally in the stock market since late March is what's driving a lot of this activity. Companies and their largest holders are looking to raise cash while their stock is rising. And, our returns versus a year ago might not be what we would expect coming into 2020. But versus March, the market is red hot.
Yeah, Drew, and we're looking at the volume similar to what we saw before the pandemic took hold. And also a lot of the IPOs that we saw over the past few weeks and months have performed vastly better than other shares. Can you talk a little bit about why that is?
Well, IPOs are riskier than an investment in the market at large. They have very small float, and obviously it's a relatively new company with a short history of public quarterly financial reports. So risky investments, when the market is rising, they tend to outperform. I think that begs the question, though, of what happens if the market were to start falling. Generally, your riskier investments, such as IPOs, are going to underperform. And there's so many mounting risks out there right now, from China to the unrest here in the United States, that I think some investors are especially worried about some of those headwinds.
Although, Drew, the strongest of the bunch are the ones that are coming to market. To be clear, we had gotten a slew of special purpose acquisition companies that have basically a blank check to go out and buy anything, but also managed by very respected investment firms. Now we're seeing companies that already did the legwork for these IPOs come to market stronger. We're not seeing Airbnb. Can you talk a little bit about the strength of the companies, the nature of the companies that are able to do IPOs right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that whenever you're coming back from a long break in initial public offerings, investment bankers are trying to generate a little bit of momentum in the space and a little bit of excitement. So what they're looking to do is to start with the deals that they have the most confidence in. This is generally speaking, of course, that they're going to start with the IPOs that they think investors are really going to flock to. And then once those deals go public, they do well, then maybe you bring some IPOs that are a little bit more questionable because you can point to these recent debuts that are doing so well. So this week is the first week of several really big IPOs like Zoom Info and Warner Music. But there have been some other IPO activity during this coronavirus crisis. We've had about 10 legitimate U.S. companies, as opposed to these blank check companies, go public since late February. And 8 of them closed yesterday above their IPO price. They're returning over 70% on average. So even this week, investment bankers have the ability to point to some recent deals in the market and go, look at how great these deals are trading. That's why you might want to jump into the next IPO, and maybe that one will go well too.
Drew, I got about 18 questions here, but are the reason they're up 70% or whatever number it's going to be for the next one, is it because they're finally pricing these things intelligently after the embarrassments of Uber, Lyft, and the rest of them?
I think it's hard to compare some of the recent IPOs we've seen to some of these monster deals like Uber and Lyft. I think that something like that is more similar to an Airbnb, which is probably going to come later this year or beyond, assuming that this market recovery continues and IPOs continue to happen successfully.
Okay, Drew, I got the important question. Nobody cares except Pharaoh about getting the next 8,000 shares. How do you do a road show with social distancing? I mean, how far apart can the rubber chicken be at a given IPO lunch?
Well, what they've been doing is mostly doing it on Zoom, like the rest of us have been doing our jobs. But as my colleagues reported, these IPOs have been in the works for a long time, and some bankers have had the opportunity to meet with some investors before the social distancing measures came into place. It's kind of interesting, though, because we talk about direct listings like Spotify and Slack, and whether direct listings are going to gain any steam. And one knock against those deals was that there's no roadshow, there's no in-person, face-to-face interaction happening. Well, that's how all IPOs are happening this year, and we'll see if it works or not.
So, Tom, you were really traumatized by some rubber chicken that you had during one IPO roadshow or something, because this rubber chicken is the seminal memory that you have, the seminal association that you have with some of the marketing trends in investment banking.
And what's interesting, Lisa, is the quality of the rubber chicken gets more rubbery based on the view out the window of the skyscraper. That's well known as well.
Well, Drew Singer, just really quick here, I want to get your sense of why companies would go to the equity market given how hot the debt world has been of late.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it is kind of case by case for each company. Warner Music, for example, most, if not all, of this cash raised is going to selling shareholders. So you have other investors in these companies that are looking to get out at some point. And with the market up, 40% in the last few months, it might be the right time to do something like that.
Got to leave it there. Drew Singer, thank you so much. Looking at the initial public offering market, which is resurgent here, as is the rest of the market. I really want to emphasize that as we look at the politics of Washington, we look at really what has been an extraordinary 3 days and a better last night and a better morning here in America. We're still paying attention to what we're doing on economics, finance, investment. And in this simulcast, that has very clearly been a beginning of 3 days of job coverage. A surprising ADP report, to say the least. No question about that. We move on to claims tomorrow, and then our complete coverage of the jobs report on Friday will go beneath the headline numbers at 8:30. Futures, as Mr. Sweeney would say, green on the screen. This is Bloomberg.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil, the Bloomberg Commodity Index.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Yo lo puedo ver aquí, pues sí, o sea, derecho, formato de celdas, aquí científica, debajo de fracción está la notación científica. Pero vamos a explicar yo aquí en la diapositiva que tengo la notación científica. Para este caso, que lo he puesto aquí, que me sale...
From New York City for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the Open starts right now, just over 30 minutes away from the opening bell in New York City. This is the most hated equity market rally ever for sure. We caught up with David Costin at Goldman Sachs about that 24 hours ago. It continues. The pain trade is higher. Equities squeeze up by 19 points on the S&P 500, up by 0.6%. Big beat on the ADP report relative to expectations. The numbers still ugly, though, and the numbers expected to be ugly this coming Friday, too. In the bond market, Treasury yields are higher. The curve is steeper. Your 10 years up 2 basis points to 0.71%. And foreign exchange, another day of dollar weakness. The euro advances 0.2%. We'll be building on that story a little bit later in the program. From New York, then, that's your price action. Here's the big issue this morning. The sharp contrast between the social unrest that grips U.S. cities across this country and the market's single-minded focus on just one thing.
Reopening the economy.
A V-shaped recovery is in store for us, actually.
We will see a recovery.
We will get back to our normal cadence.
What we're hearing from companies around the world is that once the lockdown is over, they're going to get customers coming back in droves.
We could, as a result of the very large demonstrations, have an additional outbreak. The side effect may be to delay the recovery.
If everybody is uncertain, everybody holds back, that creates more uncertainty about will there be a recovery, and we need to cut through that. And this is where government action can be so powerful.
Equities are right to rally on the fiscal stimulus. They've been right to rally on the monetary stimulus.
We can't leave the economy closed, but we can be thoughtful about what parts of it we reopen and how do we do that.
The position squeeze continues, and every single day these economies reopen across states, cities in the United States. Every single day that passes and we don't see signs of an increase of infections and a second wave, the more encouragement people get to get into the more cyclical parts of this equity market. That's been the story of the last few weeks for the equity market. The story for the rest of the country has been very much elsewhere. On this market rally is Kelly Lyons.
Good morning, John. Well, the S&P 500 is now up about 38% from its lows reached on March 23rd. The rally just continues to roll on, and we're now at our highest level in 3 months, only 9% short of a record high, and valuations are at the highest in about 20 years. The recent gains, of course, really being led by those cyclical plays as we've seen this rotation towards risk. Forget about the worst earnings season we've seen in years. Forget about record job losses, China tensions, and, of course, the demonstrations and social unrest in the U.S. that you were just alluding to. This market evidently not too worried about any of that. All this market really seems to care about is that reopening narrative, the U.S. economy starting to recover, and then, of course, stimulus, John, because we do still have the Fed to thank for a lot of the gains we have seen in equities with its unprecedented asset purchases, pumping in trillions of dollars into financial markets in the past 3 months. And the balance sheet expansion really is just quite incredible, propping up the U.S. economy and really reducing incentive for investors to be parked in dollars, for example. I do want to talk about the dollar, John, because it continues to weaken for a 5th day this morning, and it's starting to breach really key technical long-term support levels, breaking below its 200-day moving average. And even when you look at momentum, the relative strength index, it's now below 30, which indicates oversold territory. Not a lot of appetite for the greenback or for treasuries either, John. We're seeing yields continue to move higher as this market just seems to be focusing on the recovery and the recovery only, John.
Single-minded focus on just that. Kelly Lyons, thank you very much. Many people have reached out to me in the last couple of days and said, we've seen this before. Real issues on the ground, worth protesting, legitimate issues about social justice. We saw it in the 60s, and yet the equity market then, just like now, continues to focus on something else. Is that a good comparison? That's what Julian Emanuel of BTIG builds on. He said, comparing to 2020 to 1968, is not apples to apples. GDP growth in 1968 was 4.8%. 2020's GDP is forecast negative 5.8. 1968's bull market topped on December 3rd, shortly after the incumbent party candidate, then VP Hubert Humphrey, was defeated by Richard Nixon. Julian Emanuel, I'm pleased to say, of BTIG, joins us right now. Julian, let's talk about that, why that parallel is not a good one, the comparison between the 60s and now.
Well, because the set of circumstances are different, essentially what the market is discounting here is that this second quarter, which, is likely to print GDP down somewhere in the range of 30 to 40%, is the trough, and that there is going to be sustainable growth. Our question here with the market where it is, you really are pricing for perfection this growth paradigm going forward, this recovery, that there really are tons of questions about. But I would say overall, John, that part of what's really difficult for investors to get their hands around is, we've seen this tragedy day after day unfold for the last, 8 or 9 days. And obviously the incredible tragedy before it, going back to the start of the virus, and yet the market is really seemingly responding to the extraordinary Fed stimulus. And whether it was 1968, when you had unprecedented violence, or 1918, the year of the Spanish flu, the lesson in history is the stock market actually went up both of those years. So it doesn't always respond in the way that our heads and our hearts tell us that it should.
Is it a pain trade you want to fade, Julian?
Not necessarily. Okay, what we're telling people is you really want to engage in what we call regret minimization. Okay, and so from that perspective, shortly after the bottom, we went very positive on the cyclical type themes that if you go back and look at every bear market of the last 30 years, when the bear market ends, the biggest losers turn into the biggest winners. And that's been small caps, that's been energy, and in the last several weeks, that's been financial. And from our point of view, you actually want to stay with that, because if you think about it, and we keep saying we're focused on the reopening, if we really do get a successful reopening that the market seems to be discounting, those stay-at-home names, the shelter-in-place names, the ones that have done pretty darn well in both the downturn and the upturn, are likely to give up relative performance.
Julian, let's explore this further. This is a theme that Mohammed Al-Arian has brought up on this program in the past, the theme of regret minimization. Do you understand it as follows? Fresh capital coming into the equity market, or using the winners as a source of capital to rotate cyclically? Which one is it at the moment? And I know that's tremendously difficult to get an accurate read on, but as you see things playing out, which one is it?
Well, it's actually both. And if we go back to the end of last year, and our view at that time was, with rates as low as they were, and this whole idea of zero-fee online trading, that the public was going to be a source of fresh capital. Now, the flows don't necessarily confirm that right now, but anecdotally, we keep hearing, stories of like massive account openings at discount brokers and option odd lot trading basically off the charts. And that's the kind of capital, whether it's sticky or not, and it tends not to be sticky, that really is at the margin pushing markets higher.
A huge squeeze over the last week or so. And Julian, I know you're focused on something quite important to me at least, and I know to others as well. Not just the reopening, but the ability of these companies to operate and bring in money at reduced capacity. How important a theme is that going to be in the coming weeks and months?
Well, it's very important. And, you know, who's the person that talks about it really more than anyone? Fed Chair Powell. His whole point of the last several weeks is the need for more fiscal stimulus is really much more dire than politicians may believe now, because they may be focused on the relentlessness of the equity market rally, where in fact what you've done is the Fed and the government have bridged the liquidity idea, okay, both in terms of large businesses, small, and workers. But all of a sudden, we're getting to this point where in July, a lot of that liquidity runs out, whether it's a continued unemployment insurance bump or the PPP, loan forgiveness program. So really what's very, very important is to get to that point where you give businesses a greater chance to avert the solvency issue, that if we don't get the reopening of the pace that is expected, becomes a more critical idea in 2021.
Let's talk about that regional exposure as well. As we've seen this cyclical rotation, we've also seen this regional rotation. A lot more appetite for Europe, outperformance on the benchmarks on the continent. We've seen the euro pick up as well. Julian, you and I have talked about this theme many times. Naturally, I've been conditioned by my experience in Europe not to expect too much. And what I've experienced here in the United States is that the attitude towards Europe is often very binary. Either it's terrible or it's great and it's time to get in. And you can see how the pendulum swung in the last couple of weeks. What have you said to clients about it?
Well, it's as you said, John, it's really been the trade that's disappointed consistently for the last number of years. But from where we sit, the EU stimulus package announced, a week or two ago is absolutely critical. And I think it's sort of galvanized people's minds such that they're able to overlook, the ongoing issues with Italy, and then ultimately whether they're going to be able to do a workable trade deal with the UK. And then what you have is essentially, we've seen this in a lot of markets, and we saw it in the S&P. Once you cross the 200-day moving average over 3,000, the systematic traders came in. Once the euro started getting going over its 200-day moving average, it all fed on itself. But the biggest takeaway is that Europe tends to trade as if it is the deepest cyclical theme, and that's partly because there's diminished large cap tech exposure in those indices, and that's exactly what you're seeing, consistent with the outperformance of the cyclicals in the U.S.
I'm not sure what I think about the idea of trading on a plan that's been announced, hasn't been agreed, and is nowhere near being enacted. But here we are, Julian. Who am I to fight what's happening in this market? Julian Emmanuel of BTIG. Julian, send my best to the family as this equity market continues to push higher. We're up by 20 points on the S&P 500. We advanced 0.7%. Next up on the programme, we get our teeth into an ugly labour market. The ADP report better than expected, but relative to a median estimate, the numbers themselves, we need to see them improve dramatically in the months and year to come. Payrolls Friday just around the corner. Michael McKee will bring you some clarity on that in just a moment, and we'll catch up with Matt Hornback of Morgan Stanley. All of that next on Bloomberg TV.
esto es en base a lo que es formato personalizado.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Fed's monetary policy tools are really about supporting economic activity and driving the economy to higher levels of employment. However, that can actually cause financial asset values to go up, and that can actually exacerbate inequalities. Fed's tools are just not suited to address the inequality problem.
Bill Dudley, the former New York Fed president, on Bloomberg TV and Bloomberg Radio a little bit earlier this morning, acknowledging how the Fed's policies can contribute to inequality at a delicate moment for American society. In this equity market, we continue to drift higher, fueled by better than expected gains in the labour market. Michael McKee joins us now. Mike, you're never going to catch me say that negative 2.76 million is a good number against an artificial estimate that we put together here on Wall Street. But nevertheless, it is better than expected, and that is what people will be discussing in this market.
It's a roulette wheel, John. People bet on what the number is going to be when the ball stops, not on what the number actually is. And this number may have a significant problem with it that is not going to be captured in the BLS numbers. Caveat, we don't know for sure. ADP has to do a lot of adjustments to try to match theirs up. So it could be we had a major improvement. But there's a big difference between the two surveys. If you are furloughed, and remember how many people have said they have been furloughed and will be called back, and you are not paid, you're not counted as employed in the national non-farm payrolls number. But ADP does count you if you are on the payroll but not paid. So a major difference that could show up on Friday. Remember, Friday's number expected to be 8 million jobs lost, the comparable 7.5 million for private sector jobs. I mean, if you're looking at the ADP number, John, you look at just the number of people who were laid off, who filed initial jobless claims in the first 2 weeks of May. It was 5,133,000. So the ADP number implies that half of those people were hired back in the week that they did their survey, the week that includes the 12th. It's just very hard to believe. So I think we are not going to see a matching number on Friday. Could be wrong, but it could be very difficult for them to justify these numbers. The other numbers we're going to look for on Friday, unemployment 19.5%. That's the number that everybody's really going to be looking at. What's the unemployment rate? And then we'll want to see how fast that starts to come down. So go ahead and trade a good number today if you want, but be prepared for a surprise on Friday.
Michael McKee, appreciate the guidance. Matt Hornback and Morgan Stanley joining us now. Matt, we hope that a lot of this layoff that we've seen over the last couple of months is temporary. We hope that we can recover quickly. What's the base case as you sit together with Ellen Zentner over at Morgan Stanley and put together some of these estimates?
Yeah, John, we are expecting the unemployment rate to vault higher again on Friday, but we think it will probably be a better outcome than consensus currently expects, and we also think that it will likely mark the peak in the unemployment rate for the cycle. So, John, we're looking forward, not looking back. We do think that risk markets have their eye on the prize, so to speak. Equity markets have done a tremendous job at leading economic surprises. This morning's ADP number, of course, was a hat tip to that idea that equity markets are leading the evolution of data relative to expectations. And Mike Wilson, our chief U.S. equity strategist, of course, has been very positive on the outlook for the equity market. So that's what we're thinking at this point.
Well, tell me what you're thinking about the Treasury curve, because quite clearly we're pushing some of this optimism through the long end. The curve is much steeper. 2s, 10s, 2s, 30s, 5s, 30s. Now, the spread between those two, the widest since 2017. The front end is actually quite boring. I'm sure you'd agree, because it's so anchored by what the Fed's going to be doing, which is not a whole lot over the next several years. What's driving the long end at the moment, Matt?
Yeah, John, we have been recommending investors consider and express their views in treasuries through the curve, and indeed the 5/30s curve has been our preferred curve steepener to have on. If you look at what has been driving that curve recently, much like everything else, it has been better performance of risky assets, the equity market, of course, included there. So that's been one factor, John. The other factor, of course, has been the threat by the U.S. Treasury to take advantage of these low longer-term yields when it comes to their issuance patterns. As we also are expecting another round of fiscal stimulus to pass in the next 4 to 6 weeks, John, that's going to end up meaning more Treasury supply, which should help pressure yields higher as those expectations form for that supply. On the other side of that, you mentioned the Fed. The Fed is not expected to increase the pace of their Treasury purchases in the near term, and so that supply-demand dynamic, John, should put upward pressure on the long end of the yield curve.
Matt, just to get a deeper understanding about supply, is this the supply you expect to come in already, or is this on an additional relief package? Because Senator Pat Toomey was speaking to Fox Business earlier this morning, saying that maybe they won't need another relief package. And I just wonder the risk to that further steepness. What would it mean if we don't get another relief package down in Washington?
Yeah, John, I think that would make it much more difficult for interest rates to continue to push higher. I think that investors broadly are expecting another fiscal stimulus package to pass. You know, the number that most often gets tossed around is $1 trillion. If that was not in the making, that would almost certainly make it much more difficult for yields to move higher, John. So I would not expect the 10-year yield to move above 75 basis points if we did not get another $1 trillion in fiscal stimulus, John.
A question from me on the Federal Reserve as well, Matt. I had this conversation with Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock about the yield curve, and often when you speak about any particular market in fixed income, it's not where we think it should be, but maybe where the Fed wants it to go. Do you think the Fed is comfortable with a steeper curve and just to sit on the front end and let the long end do its thing?
I think kind of in the fullness of time, yeah, the Fed, I think, appreciates a steeper curve. But in the near term, I don't think it's sort of at the top of their list to see the yield curve steepen. It depends on how it happens, John. I think if the yield curve steepens with interest rates moving higher and, importantly, break-even inflation rates moving higher. In other words, inflation expectations are the driver of a steeper yield curve. That's something that the Fed, I think, would be pleased to see, of course, as long as it is accompanied by better data.
Matt, before we let you go, I wanted to fit this in because I think it's important. You get a lot of people coming on shows like this, business networks, and talking about cash on the sidelines. And often what they're alluding to is the $5 trillion of cash sitting in money market funds. Can you give me some clarity on whose cash that actually is? The money sitting there, the drivers and the incentives behind them, and what could happen with it in the months to come?
Well, John, it's a combination of the cash that the Fed provides the market in exchange for Treasury securities. So when the Fed does quantitative easing, that's what they're doing. It also represents the cash that the U.S. government is putting into the economy through higher and higher deficits. One thing to note, there's about $1 trillion of cash, John, that is sitting in the Treasury's general account at the Federal Reserve that is supposed to come into the economy over the next couple of months to a couple of quarters. That's going to almost certainly increase the amount of cash that you're seeing sitting in these money market funds, John.
Matt, appreciate the clarity there. We'll continue that conversation another time. My best to the team. Some great work over the last several weeks over at Morgan Stanley. Matt Hornback there of Morgan Stanley on interest rates and this Treasury market. Next up, we'll get you some of the views from Wall Street, from the analyst community on this equity market as we drift higher. Session highs, the pain trade, the squeeze continues up 0.7% on the S&P 500. This is Bloomberg.
hayamos adoptado un abuelito, vamos a continuar viéndolos a nuestros abuelitos, ¿no? No podemos dejarlos de verlos. Por el hecho que se termine de solucionar la pandemia, más bien al contrario, habíamos tenido un mayor contacto con nuestros abuelitos hasta sus últimos días.
Around about 5 minutes away from the opening bell in New York City, we are set for a fourth day of gains on the S&P 500. But equity futures session highs going into the cash open, up 23 points and advancing 0.75%. That's the story in the equity market. Here are some of the calls from the analyst community this morning. First up with Credit Suisse, warning that Tiffany shares could be worth just $60 to $75 a share if LVMH ends up walking away from its proposed acquisition. Some doubts about that going through in the last 24 hours. Your second call from Morgan Stanley downgrading Norwegian cruise to underweight. The analyst expecting the cruise industry rebound to take longer than any other form of travel. And your third and final call, it comes from Jefferies this morning, upgrading Mattel to a buy with a $13 price target. The analyst citing talks with management and channel checks pointing to a stable second half of the year. They're three of the calls from the street. Up next, Lauren Goodwin of New York Life Investments on this equity market that just keeps pushing higher. This is Bloomberg.
Vamos a empezar a definir qué son grupos de rango. Un rango tiene ese conjunto de celdas seleccionadas o la celda. Cuando se puede dar una celda o a un conjunto de celdas de rango. Pero vamos a definir, estos nombres se pueden utilizar dentro de una fórmula para dar la función de la función. Para asignar un nombre a una celda en los espacios, una celda o rango, para que se le haga su nombre y para dar nombre que se
Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
country rightfully shaken by the events of the last week. A sharp contrast between that and an equity market seemingly on another planet. 20 seconds away from the opening bell in New York City this Wednesday morning. Good morning to you all. An equity market that advances. Session highs on equity futures up 0.75% on the S&P 500, up around about 22 points. In the bond market, Treasury yields higher, the curve steeper, up 4 basis points now on a 10-year to 0.72%, comfortably through 150 on a 30-year. And in the bond market, as it does its thing, we have the story in the FX market of the last couple of weeks. A dollar that is just weaker. A euro that advances, euro dollar up by 0.2%. A stronger euro in the mix as well. That's your cross-asset price action. Let's get to the market desk and get you some movers as this equity market continues to advance. Here is Kelly Lines.
Well, John, I want to kick it off talking about Zoom. The video communications company posted first quarter results after the bell yesterday, revealing a huge demand boost from the pandemic with everybody working from home. Revenue surging 170% to $328 million. That blew past analyst expectations of just over $200 million, and profit also more than doubled estimates. For the full fiscal year, the company is projecting sales of $1.8 billion, essentially double their previous forecast. That stock is higher by just about 1% this morning on the back of those results. And John, as we know, it's not just Zoom that has seen this pandemic benefit. There is a whole gang of these stay-at-home stocks that really have outperformed. You have Slack up near 60%, Netflix up, and as well as Domino's up by 17%, Amazon up by 30%. And yes, this stay-at-home trade has lost favor in the past week or so. We've seen the shift towards cyclicals, the narrative focusing on reopening, but you cannot discount the fact that it is a lot of these mega cap tech names that have led this equity market higher. Tech in particular, of course, seen as more insulated from this crisis. Now, within the Nasdaq 100, more than 40 members are already higher than they were back in mid-February before the bear market started. The index itself has gained an average of 0.6% per day since the bottom in March and is now up 37% since then, within inches of a record high. John, we closed just about 0.6 lower beneath that level yesterday. Today, we are up by just about 0.1%, now just within 0.5 of an all-time high. It's almost like the sell-off never even happened, John.
Absolutely unbelievable. A real pain trade that's emerged, not just in the last few weeks, but off the bottom, off the March lows. Kelly, great work, as always. Thank you. Kelly Lines there, 2 minutes into the session, as Kelly points out. Equities advancing on the Nasdaq, on the S&P 500, through 3,100 and up 0.75%. Here's a take from UBS. Mark Hafley writing the following: we think the select consumer quality and dividend-paying stocks have an attractive risk-reward and add a more cyclical tilt to our U.S. sector recommendations, with a preference for communication services, healthcare and industrials. Position into companies that could be long-term winners from the crisis, such as those exposed to digital transformation. I'm pleased to say that joining us now is Lauren Goodwin, New York Life Investments multi-asset strategist. Lauren, before we get out to building income in a portfolio at the moment, which I know is something you want to build on, just a short one from me. What business does the S&P 500 have being up at 3,100 at the moment? What's your take on this?
Oh man, pain trade is right, isn't it? Look, policymakers, monetary and fiscal alike, have just been so effective in convincing the marketplace and investors that the worst case scenarios of this virus are behind us. That plus reopening is what is behind this this upside. But you know, on the other end of this crisis is sizable demand destruction. It's still out there, and I think policymakers are on a race against time against that impact. And so what we might be looking at is a range-bound and volatile market where we can see some cyclical upside in the short term, but that's not a durable factor to rely upon for investment strategy.
Lauren, if we saw a load of people out on the streets 2 weeks ago, regardless of what they were out on the streets for, there would have been these huge worries about a second wave of infection. Every day that passes that we don't get an increase in infections in some of the biggest states and the major cities in America, it just seems to continue to fuel this rally. At what point do you think we're past that inflection point in the next several weeks as these economies reopen and we get the green light?
You know, I don't know that we're going to know exactly what the inflection point is. You know, states reopening, I think the bar for reclosing is really high. And so what's much more likely is that we see a slow and uneven, low conviction recovery with lots of uncertainty in the marketplace. And so again, you can have a low conviction market, swings in either way, and that's where building carry in a portfolio from a structural perspective makes more sense for us from an asset allocation perspective.
Well, let's talk about building income in an environment like the one we're in at the moment. A couple of days ago, Amazon came to the market, 3-year notes, 40 basis points, 20 basis points above where treasuries trade. Lauren, what is the incentive to buy really strong credit names like Amazon, a single A name with a really strong balance sheet, which churns out money, when all you get is 40 basis points on a 3-year note?
You know, the incentive is that that's still more basis points than you can get elsewhere, right? And I think that, you know, as policy keeps yields low across fixed income securities, there's going to be a move out in credit over time. But when it comes to, again, the structural positioning for a portfolio, building that income is important when you can't necessarily rely on prices continuing to go up to add value. And so in fixed income, that means focusing on avoiding defaults, those fortress balance sheets, where you know that the company can make it through this virus. It's an expensive strategy, but it's one that gets you that yield pickup in a time of low conviction.
Well, help me understand that more, Lauren, because from where I'm sitting right now, it's really difficult to maintain income in the portfolio and safety at the same time. To get income, I've got to take risk. I've got to go down a quality spectrum. I've got to go out in duration, and I've got to do that in credit. How do you maintain safety and income simultaneously with a central bank just sitting there on top of rates?
Well, I think the perspective that many investors have taken is that there's a little bit wider range of what safety means, and that some of the, again, worst case scenarios are off the table, and that more risk can be taken in these portfolios. We're dipping our toes in the high yield universe, but with a focus on stronger balance sheets and higher quality, that means active management in many cases. But it's a tough balance. It's one of the reasons contributing to, as you know, the increase in equity valuations where risk premia are so low and the potential for pickup is a little bit higher. And so I think that balance between building income in the portfolio and, you know, keeping a medium to long-term view that we still have demand destruction ahead of us is really important. Again, it's an expensive strategy, but I think it's the right one. And in equity, too, focusing on companies that can maintain their dividends and bridge that economic gap created by COVID is also a tried and true strategy here.
Lauren, really thoughtful stuff, and we've got to get you back on the program again soon to continue that conversation. I know you've spent a lot of time thinking about the mismatch in the labor market too, so please come back soon. That was Lauren Goodwin of New York Life Investments, a multi-asset portfolio strategist. This equity market, this rally continues nicely through 3,100 at the open on the S&P 500, and once again that cyclical rotation beneath the S&P 500 as we seemingly focus on just one thing: reopening this economy. And so far on that reopening, no sign of a second wave of infections, and for that reason, people just more encouraged to take on that cyclical risk. Around about 8 minutes into the session, let's get back to the market desk and get you some more movers. Here is Abigail Doolittle.
John, lots of big movers to the upside, somewhat surprising to the degree that you're talking about with this huge rally, both a stay-at-home theme and a recovery theme. Starting out with one of the stay-at-home stocks, CrowdStrike, those shares are rallying up 8.4%. The cybersecurity firm put up a big quarter. Recurring revenues up 88%. Subscriptions rose 105%. They boosted the full-year outlook. So it's clearly a stay-at-home winner, now up more than 100% this year. Now, a recovery stock, though, very interesting. Cheesecake Factory, those shares up 11%. They provided a reopening update. They reopened 25% of their stores in mid-May under restrictions, but they've retained 75% of the business over last year. So many folks are seeing this as a good sign that their reopening will be strong. Coty, earlier this week, popping on the news that they appointed a new CEO, Peter Harf. They are now in talks with Kim Kardashian. They already have a $600 million deal with Kylie Jenner. It will, of course, be interesting to see as we come out of this unusual period in time whether or not celebrity endorsements will mean what they used to mean, but investors clearly like it today with that stock up. And then finally, Twitter, they have named a new chairman. Patrick Pichette, the former CFO of Google, also a partner at the private equity firm Innovia Capital. Investors like it. Twitter up 1%, John.
Abigail Dillittle, thank you. Abigail, great work as always. 9 minutes into the session. This cyclical rally continues, leading the gains on the S&P 500, financials, energy, industrials, materials, the ones you would expect to pick up if this economy is going to reopen and do well. We are ripping higher. I have really sat here and struggled with this equity market for the past month or so. Maybe I shouldn't sit here and try and find neat fundamental reasons for the rally to continue. The squeeze, the positioning squeeze, just continues to go the other way. And I think most people would consider the pain trade to be equity markets to go higher from here as well. Next up on the show, we'll talk about this rally, a cyclical rally in the United States and a pickup in Europe too. European outperformance has started to dominate over the last couple of weeks. We'll talk about that next with Zachary Swabe of UBS. From New York this morning, good morning. As this equity market continues to contrast sharply with the social unrest in this country, this is Bloomberg.
Falso, porque es un valor exacto, es un dato exacto. A ver, le doy enter. 1200, igual, salud,
True diversification. That's what adding commodities exposure to your stock and bond portfolio can help provide. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the standard for commodity market exposure. 23 traded commodities are represented: agriculture, livestock, metals, and energy. The Bloomberg Commodity Index is the benchmark most widely used by investment professionals globally. Track your commodity investments with a proven financial information partner. The Bloomberg Commodity Index. True diversification.
Going to first. 12 minutes into the session, call it 13 minutes into the session, your equity market continues to advance. The equity market up by around about 25 points on the S&P 500, up by 0.8%. That's the stock market. In the bond market, here's the story for you. Treasury yields are up by 4 basis points on a 10-year to 0.72%. A steeper curve and higher yields as well. Outside of that, in the FX market, we've talked about this strong euro story, and it continues. Euro dollar up by around about 1/3 of 1%. Let's get the latest on Europe, shall we, and bring in Maria Tadeo. She joins us as we wait for that ECB decision just 24 hours away. Good morning to you, Maria.
That's right, John. And look, the market here, if you look at Italy today, for example, just to give you a very quick one, a very good day for Italy. You saw a very strong syndication that drew in 100 billion euros. That was a record for Italy. Overall, you're also seeing the country now open up. It will take foreign travelers into the country. So that is officially the end of that very harsh 3-month lockdown in the country that has really put the economy on the back foot. And you're also seeing pretty much across Europe, the number of infections are being kept in check. So that is good news. You know, the idea that perhaps we could see a second round of effects, we're not seeing that in Europe, and they're actually managing to keep those numbers under control. But when you look at the market, what is driving all of this action really has very little to do with the policy. It has to do with the European Central Bank. Everyone is very dovish on Christine Lagarde tomorrow, saying that she's going to buy more of this debt in the market, that she's going to increase that PEP program by maybe 500 billion euros, and she's also going to increase the length of the program, perhaps taking it to 2021, and that is, of course, lifting really everything in Europe today.
Maria, thank you. Thank you very much. An unbelievable issue coming from the Italians. The debt market just wide open for BTP issuance, a 10-year Italian debt issue. And as Maria points out, the ECB just leaving the door wide open, more than 100 billion euros pouring into an order book there. I want to continue this conversation with Zach Swabe of UBS Asset Management, a high-yield portfolio manager. Zach, fantastic to catch up with you, sir. This market continues to rip higher. This bond market continues to look wide open for issuance, yet you yourself acknowledge that this recovery is going to be unlike anything we've ever seen before. Where does the confidence come from, Zach?
Hi, John, and thanks for having me. The confidence, to be honest, is quite similar to what you've kind of been discussing for 2-3 weeks now. It's the fiscal support provided by the government, which seems like there's still possible more to do, certainly in the European nations, and obviously the large monetary packages. So, in summary, the FOMO trade is not just in the S&P, it's certainly in European credit markets. And if we just look, you know, what's going on in the equity markets, the same with credit, broad-based rally across sectors. And this is with the fundamental backdrop of significantly deteriorating fundamentals. So again, it's the FOMO trade. It's the amount of money in the system and that seek of a positive return, you know, versus the risk-free rates are at 0 or less than 1%. So it just seems like it's continuing.
And Zach, I understand how difficult it might be to manage money right now, just from a career perspective. The fear of underperforming is something I discussed with Tobias Lefkovich of Citi a little bit earlier this morning. Do you feel that as an investor? When you speak to other people on the buy side at the moment, is it difficult to say, things are tough, don't chase this, but when you see the performance going the other way, does it make it harder?
Yeah, it's a tough question to answer, but if we kind of go back to March, where the high yield market, for example, lost 13%, and the investment grade market in Europe lost 5-6%. Typically, you would see, if you look at historical patterns, a rebound of performance, i.e. spread tightening over the next couple of months. So there is this FOMO and this, as you call it, career trade, but it's also, what you can see objectively has happened in previous cycles. So there's data to go on that shows that there will be spread tightening, but we're now at this juncture where, spreads have tightened significantly. A week ago when we last spoke, or 2 weeks ago, spreads were certainly in recessionary levels in Europe and in the US. Spreads are no longer, or they're just on that cusp of recessionary levels, which is completely out of whack with the fundamentals. So again, and what playbook are we in? Are we in the repair stage of a lot of these companies, or some of them already repairing, moving to the recovery stage? Again, then it goes into your fundamental bottom-up analysis, picking your winners and losers. Within the high-yield market specifically, you can pick a lot of the default candidates and avoid them. Within the investment grade market, naturally, we don't have many default candidates. It's more the downgrade risk. So that's the kind of two differences there in the market.
Zach, what are you looking for right now as you look around high yield? Are you looking for the coupon or the total return? And the reason I ask that is we talked about the Amazon issue a little bit earlier this morning. That was junk rated coming out of the last recession, and quite clearly it's not junk rated anymore. Are you looking for those kind of stories to develop over the next 5 years or so, or do you look for the safety of income?
Yeah, I mean, based on the facts that we can't, with a high degree of confidence, predict the forward outlook in the economy, certainly into 2021 or 22, where a lot of spreads or PE ratios are trading off. We are looking for a more stable income portfolio, whether that's investment grade or sub-investment grade. That typically means we'd be going up in quality from our lower rated bonds, where we think the balance sheets could be impaired, or weak management teams, and going up in quality. And on a wider basis, we're certainly looking for and tracking very closely the PMIs that are coming out. We're tracking the rate volatility, what we see with inflation expectations, and all this money sloshing about the system. In terms of more covenant type of things, we look for to outside of your coupon, we're certainly looking for quite tight covenants and certainly interest coverage ratios which are quite attractive. And that will allow us to kind of have some more confidence within the portfolio we have. I know we've spoken about this compression where these lower rated cyclicals kind of suddenly outperform, which we've seen for the last 2 weeks, triple C's and single B's. But again, we need to really be sure that the fundamentals and the management team behind the company are supporting that compression or that spread tightening into, more of the double B areas.
Zach, I want to finish up by talking about capital flows as well. I think it's an important conversation for us both, and I know you're focused on the following. We've got a lot of countries coming through with a lot of supply, and it's getting sucked up. And there's some confidence to pick it up because we know the central bank's going to buy it. I know you're looking at this, and I think it's an interesting conversation for us to explore. Domestic deficits are increasingly being funded by central banks. What does that mean for capital flows into the region like Europe and where those flows go?
Yeah, so it's a good question. If we do a comparison of the US versus Europe, the US has seen massive capital flows or issuance into companies. Some of that supported by the US government or the Fed issuance. In Europe, we're having slightly less of that. So we're having slightly less massive issuance into the bond market, into the corporate bond market, to be specific. So does that point towards America fixing their system quicker? Is the American form of capitalism more robust or more anti-fragile to fix the COVID outcomes versus Europe, where we seem to have this Franco-German model and maybe there's not as much animal spirits and we don't seem to be issuing as much. Remember, the US and the capital flows, a lot of it's liquidity and emergency capital. In Europe, we are doing that, but not to the extent that the US is, which is bizarre because the economics of COVID recovery are very similar between Europe and the US and the companies within.
Another big ECB meeting, 24 hours away. Zach, appreciate your time. Looking forward to catching up soon. Zach Swabe there of UBS Asset Management. In this equity market, 21 minutes into the session, we advance by 0.8% on the S&P 500. A lift for the Nasdaq as well, but once again, I feel like I'm on repeat. A cyclical tilt to this equity market rally. Here's Abigail Dillittle.
John, it certainly seems like nothing can hold this market back at this point. Consider the fact that just moments ago, a headline crossed the Bloomberg terminal saying that U.S. suspends China airline passenger flights as relations fray. So even those U.S.-China tensions that have re-entered the picture more recently, investors looking right past that area as they are the social unrest here in the U.S. along with the virus. It is showing sector-wise. All 11 S&P 500 sectors are higher. That cyclical tilt that you are talking about today and everybody's been talking about over the last couple of weeks, showing today in spades. The top sectors, financials up 2.5%, industrials up 2%, energy up 1.9%, materials up 1.7%. The lagging sectors, communication services or those FANG stocks up just slightly, healthcare up just slightly, and that's true too if we lift the lid just a little bit more and look at subsectors. The S&P 500 auto index up almost 4%, really pretty incredible, a recovery sector. Banks up 3.6%. The stay-at-home trade, on the other hand, though, John, that FANG index up just 0.6%, and the biotech index, take a look at that. There is a little bit of red there on one sector. The biotech sector is down about 0.4%. So the move into the cyclicals absolutely continues on the day, John.
Abigail, thank you very much. 22 minutes into the session, an emotionless equity market, ignoring the social unrest, shaking off the trade tension, not thinking about the limits of this recovery, just focused on the reopening and a potential improvement compared to where we were a month or so ago. How long can that last? At the moment, there's a huge positioning squeeze, and maybe there is more to squeeze given what central banks have been doing at the moment. 23 minutes into the session, equities up 0.75% of the S&P 500. Next up, your week ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience.
Consistency is more important than volatility.
There's very likely to be a decoupling between the United States and China.
Look, I think the reality is this is highly unusual.
This is a really good example of the intersection of business and government.
Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
"25 minutes into the session, equities advanced 24 points on the S&P 500. Your week ahead as follows. At the top of the hour, we get ISM non-manufacturing numbers plus factory orders and durable goods. The White House press secretary holding a news conference at 2 p.m. Eastern. Google holding its annual shareholders meeting later this afternoon. ECB rate decision tomorrow. And then the main event on Friday. It is payrolls Friday. An uncomfortable calm gripping this equity market in the United States. An uncomfortable contrast between the rally of the last week or so and the social unrest that grips the United States of America. From New York City this morning, good morning. This was the countdown to the open. This is Bloomberg TV.
'I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan, and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things, they're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He is all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has come in here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things of life happens. You know, I'm here by myself.
So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de...
This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji you use the most to send to each other?
There's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically. Bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue, and it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date, and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
Her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger. And without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry Citi?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stump to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay. In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on t-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law with its swagger and ill-fitting suits caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
And there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty.
The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
It's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for
Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start.
From that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with
Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. elections.
Yes. The U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world. Yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor school teacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, I say, 24 people went for the job. 23 people were accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word, beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比不到。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比他们差。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比他们差。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma's an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker, and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's and Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different?
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, Ballywag, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor, and in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
In 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's energy independence executive order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. And we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when I see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
It's a bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Spend cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect a pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. It's got to practice. You've got to be able to judge material temperatures. You've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, and you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that, or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours, start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力，所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts. For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似，就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊。我看到这样的留言，我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同质互联网公司。
Tenemos, por ejemplo, de empresa, tenemos de educación, estas son las plantillas, está buscando en internet, estas son las plantillas que tenemos empresariales, ¿sí? Tenemos de presentación, correcto, naturaleza, ¿sí? Tenemos también, por ejemplo, gráficos, tenemos todas las categorías que me da, ¿sí? Para buscar yo mis plantillas, correcto. En educación, por ejemplo, buscar
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thumb. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question?
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment, this is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with That Stick 2 weeks later.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. Let's do this sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. You know, and it's just more entertaining. We just edited it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on and a Reebok pouch.
This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a trigger like me. That was dope.
Like, it's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
I've never been to America before, and like all of a sudden it's like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chiga to his fans, an ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well. And one day, it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it. Like, who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up. I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this.
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
To creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chiga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first in line. I was here at 1. I was the third person in line.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich Chiga. I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
Oh my God!
That's my dad, son. Did you guys cop the new EP or like? Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, You live online and social media, but like there's nothing like just being with the people.
Aquí dice documento, pues claro, porque no está dando nada. Cuando yo guardo un archivo, me aparece el nombre del archivo acá. Tengo la opción de iniciar sesión, como les dije, de la forma rápida. Y tengo los botones de minimizar, maximizar y también de... Todas hasta aquí, hasta ayuda.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But 88 Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for 88's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Tenemos las formas de cómo leer. Podemos ver en modo lectura. Miren, cuando tengo un documento y quiero leer, diseño de impresión, que es lo que siempre se trabaja por defecto. Y tenemos lo último, diseño web. Si es que yo puedo hacer una página web, se puede ver la página web con web. Por supuesto que sí, no hay ningún problema. Pero normalmente siempre utilizamos en el modo de ver diseño de impresión. Y a la vista está nuestro zoom. Nuestro zoom es para aumentar el zoom y disminuir el zoom. Acá hay algo que sí debo resaltar. Hay muchas personas que se equivocan y dicen, cuando yo meto el zoom se crece todo. No, no crece todo. Solo es la forma de cómo lo quiero ver. Si me acerco o me alejo. Como si fuera un lente. Correcto. No es que crece. Crece en las dimensiones de cómo lo voy a ver. Más no en lo que muy en cuenta. Y se utiliza el zoom para personas que quizás son cortas de vista que pueden visualizar muy bien. Correcto. ¿Sí? Para crear un documento nuevo, digo nuevo y puedo ir creando documentos aunque sea documento 3, documento 4, voy a cerrar uno. ¿Sí? Este botón es interesante si quiero crear nuevo, si no archivo nuevo y yo puedo crear una plantilla o si no un documento en tiempo para que no tenga. ¿Sí? Entonces, ¿qué pasaría si yo quiero ¿cómo me caso? ¿Sí? Primero verificar. Este cursor que está acá se llama el punto de inserción. El punto de inserción, esta línea que palpita, es el cursor. También es el cursor que es un cursor que me va a servir para seleccionar, para guardar. Muy importante, ¿no? Correcto. Entonces nosotros, si queremos desplazarnos, nosotros, voy a hacer por ejemplo, otra vez explicar para que tú estés tomando el dedo. Vamos a ponerle 10 de velocidad. Ya está. Muy bien. Para que sea más grande. Ya está. Tengo 6 páginas ahora. Miren lo que ha pasado acá. ¿Sí? Tengo 6 páginas. A ver, primero para explicarles si ustedes pueden ver. Ahorita vamos a ver una función RAM para crear textos. Igual RAM, que voy a explicar más adelante, no se preocupen. Le voy a poner 10 coma por coma, ya, 10 coma 20. ¿Sí? Para crear 10 párrafos con 20 oraciones en cada párrafo. ¿Sí? Escrito así, por favor. Escriban así, luego yo les voy a explicar, ¿sí? Para qué sirve la opción de crear textos. ¿Sí? Son textos de prueba. Ya está. Muy bien. Muy bien, cuando yo le doy Enter, me va a aparecer esto. ¿Sí? Ahora sí, yo puedo visualizar aquí. Dice que tengo en la barra de estado de 1 a 6.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store with customers, touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
De oraciones que lo separa un enter. O sea, si yo le doy enter aquí, ya lo que continúe escribiendo abajo es otro párrafo, ¿sí? Eso hay que tenerlo muy en cuenta, ¿sí? Entonces, un párrafo de Word. Entonces, hay muchas personas que se equivocan y dicen, por ejemplo, mi título del video, este sería mi título, un ejemplo. El título, como ya está ya se da un enter, ¿sí? Ya está un enter abajo, también es un párrafo, se le considera. Hay que tener mucho cuidado con eso. En Word sí, claro que sí que es un título, ¿pues? Pero Word, todo lo que es un punto aparte lo considera como un párrafo. Eso sí hay que tenerlo, porque es algo muy básico. Eso sí, muy interesante. Ya está. ¿Cómo puedo escribir? Ya, si quiero eliminar texto, ¿cómo puedo eliminar texto? Eso lo vamos a ver más adelante, pero ahorita vamos a ver. Si quiero eliminar texto, nosotros tenemos en nuestro teclado una tecla que es con una flecha a la izquierda, que es el botón backspace, se conoce. Sirve para borrar. Si todo lo que, si mi cursor está delante, quiero borrar, entonces voy presionando. Voy borrando. Letra por letra. Si quiero borrar palabra por palabra, presiono la tecla control y presiono una vez el backspace, el botón de borrar, y mira, presionando control sin soltar el control, yo voy borrando con mi backspace, voy borrando palabra por palabra, ¿sí? Pues si utilizo solo el botón backspace del retroceso, solamente borro una letra.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards?
Con mi backspace, ya lo que voy a hacer es
Yes,
borrar
please.
una palabra. Muchos me dicen, con la tecla suprimir también se puede borrar. Claro, con la tecla suprimir
First time we came out with B, Jade said it feels like I've been released from prison.
Con el botón backspace.
Do you want these, Mrs? Definitely. Right. She could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months. It's Jade.
Sí, si estoy delante.
So you can talk to Jade. Hi, Katie. She's there.
Izquierda, derecha. Suprimir. Suprimir borra. Izquierda, derecha. Ojo.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens up the conversation.
Got some friends here, look.
When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger.
Muy bien, ¿qué más? Y acá vimos los textos de prueba. Correcto. Nosotros tenemos dos comandos para crear textos de prueba. ¿Sí? Y estos textos de prueba a las personas que recién estamos iniciando con
I have a condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time.
Yo les enseñé igual RAN, siempre es igual RAN, mayúscula o minúscula, no hay ningún problema, lo podemos hacer con mayúscula o minúscula. La función es así, voy a aumentar el zoom para que
a lot of the time, with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
El primer número sirve para crear párrafos.
You ready? Sure, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
El segundo número sirve para crear oraciones. Significa
Alright, here we go.
después que me ponga el último y le dé
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Granddad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade was particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in the house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do. Was that? It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably. He's written it out bigger on the board. Thank you. Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well, and it's brilliant because you can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work. I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify Root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I end up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there, and if I can't do something, she can, and if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
Entonces hacemos lo mismo, igual Lore, recordemos 2,4 4. Significa que va a haber 2 párrafos y 4 oraciones de cada uno y valores. Y al final es enter. Ahí está. 2 párrafos y cada párrafo es 4 oraciones. Bien marcado. Solo que, ¿cuál es la diferencia? No se hace lo mismo, solo que el rango es en español y el orden es en otro idioma. Entonces hay que tenerlo muy presente. ¿Cómo se puede crear esto dentro de esto? Muy bien, entonces vamos a seguir haciendo. Vamos a poner igual RAM. Esto es para el ejemplo, igual RAM 5,3. Vamos a hacer ya. Ahora sí, he hecho 5,3 para ya seguir con el ejemplo. Muy bien, a ver. ¿Cómo guardamos en Word? Se puede guardar de varias formas. ¿Sí? 3 formas. La primera es archivo, guardar y guardar como. Aquí hay una gran diferencia que quiero que ustedes. ¿Será lo mismo guardar con guardar como? No. Se guarda. El botón guardar sirve para guardar los cambios constantes. ¿Correcto? ¿Sí? Y para guardar por primera vez un documento se utiliza el botón guardar como. ¿Sí? Volvemos a decir. El botón guardar como se utiliza para guardar por primera vez un documento. Y después de haber guardado por primera vez, recién puedo guardar. ¿Sí? ¿Qué significa guardar? Que yo puedo estar trabajando media hora y clic el botón guardar para guardar los cambios de esa media hora. Es importante eso. Correcto. ¿Sí? Entonces hay que tenerlo presente siempre. Si yo deseo guardar por primera vez, archivo guardar como. Me va a pedir el nombre y la ubicación donde deseo guardar. Y si quiero guardar los cambios cada 15, cada 20, cada media hora, guardar, archivo guardar. ¿Sí? Eso es donde hay que tenerlo muy claro. Entonces, la primera forma es archivo guardar como. La segunda forma es, aquí nosotros tenemos un botón guardar, que tiene el icono este. O si no, la tercera forma es la combinación de teclas control G. ¿Sí? Acceso rápido. Yo control, la G, y me sale para guardar como actividades. Correcto. Muy bien, entonces vamos a guardar. Archivo, guardar como. Y Word me pide que guarde los archivos recientes que hemos utilizado en OneDrive si tuviera conectado el inicio de sesión. En la PC, agregar un sitio diferente o si no, el botón de examinar para que me salga la ventana por defecto. En este caso le voy a poner examinar. Voy a guardarlo yo en mi escritorio. ¿Sí? Voy a guardar en mi escritorio. Ya está. O voy a crear mi carpeta en mi escritorio.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
Seleccionar contenido. ¿Cómo se selecciona? A ver.
The cubicle represents a tyranny, but it confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you? Thank you. Welcome to Meta. Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I can stretch it. I can throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
Otra forma de seleccionar es yéndome a la pestaña inicio, en el último grupo edición.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now...
Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came from Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうとどの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけど、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんですね。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいやってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本あったんですけど、そういうことが演奏によって起こせるための、そういう器みたいな感じになっています。初音ミクらしさはあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってあり。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうのを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Claro, cuando se va a imprimir, aparentemente está bien. Pero cuando yo voy a revisar y demostrar todo, veo este error grave. Ese es un error muy grave que no se debe, que no les debe pasar. Si hay que tener mucho cuidado con eso, eso no puede pasar. ¿Ya? Entonces lo que voy a hacer es, voy a quitarle este botón y la forma correcta, voy a borrar todos estos espacios en blanco. La forma correcta que vamos a ver más adelante en otros capítulos es seleccionar y luego sentar este botón
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
Dentro de la opción de reemplazar, nosotros tenemos el botón ir a, ¿sí? Yo puedo ir a página, ir a sección, a línea, marcadora, comentario, pie de página, a campo, a tabla, gráfico, ecuación, o sea, me voy de una manera rápida. Si me pongo en página, quiero irme a la página 3, ir a, ahí está, ya estoy en la página 3. Quiero irme a la página 2, ir a, o sea, con esta opción de ir a, lo que va a hacer es subir a 80, 100 páginas, voy a poder ubicar de una forma rápida, voy a poder ubicar
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010. Then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government, and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit.
And action!
This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh. But to fans all over the world,
She's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What if everyone is a girl? Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada was like, Canada, is your daughter making videos? And my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe this should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She starred in a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I've really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views, the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
Claro, le podemos cambiar, pues, y le podemos, perdón, para que sea mucho mejor, podemos decirle acá.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rosovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope. And so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
For the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rosovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in a laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was at his prime. You know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did? And should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, I mean, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did. Because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, you know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivas_a_chance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music and their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned even if there are swerves ahead.
Dara, thank you very much for coming here. We are. I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now, so we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job, and I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber, and for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there, and I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done. but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yeah.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, etc. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company's gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that, the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things
well, I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, etc., sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose. Different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire, and I think as a company we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
With some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, you know, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, etc., but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the year ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, etc. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months. Not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean? Feathering in means to a layman like me. Crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, this autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20. as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years. But that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
Will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. This is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It's a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there.